Good morning. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me in a moment of silence and remember the following persons who have passed away: the victims of the London attack, Peggy Dover, Douglas George Putsey, and Giuseppe Simonetta. Thank you. Thank you. We do have a presentation this morning to recognize Deputy City Manager Juliana Carboni on her retirement from the city. I would like to call upon Mayor Tory for the presentation.
Well, Speaker, good morning, and good morning to colleagues, and good morning especially to Juliana. I thought it was appropriate to come and do it from this place because somehow I think it maybe registers the importance of this, not the things we do in our remote settings aren't important, but this is one of those days, and I think it's a sentiment shared by many public servants and councillors alike that I've been dreading for some time. And I will tell you, along with others, I did everything I could, made every suggestion I could to postpone this day. And knowing, I guess, that the kind of personality that we're dealing with here, the kind of public servant that we're dealing with here would agree to, or maybe I could use the word succumb to, new assignments that came up that caused this day to be postponed. And that maybe says a lot about Juliana Carboni in and of itself. But we knew it would happen sooner or later, that we would have to say goodbye to someone that we will miss dearly. I will. I say this to colleagues, I know will, and of course many, many people in the public service and beyond will as well. Juliana Carboni has been a fixture at the City of Toronto well before the time of many of us here, if you go back to the days of the City of North York, for the past 30 years. During every single one of those years, and I haven't been here from all of them, but the accounts that you get make it clear, and it seems sensible in the context of what we have seen in person, that the dedication that has been shown during every one of those 30 years has been the same, which has been complete and total dedication, and it just is really the true definition of public service at its best. When you think of public service, the words dedication, stewardship, commitment come to mind, and these are totally evident in every bit of the work that Juliana Carboni has done for the City of Toronto and for the people of the City of Toronto during her time, and in North York. I think that that, of course, deserves that time and the different responsibilities, the different landmark accomplishments that she has been a participant in, and she'd be the first to say that even as the leader that she's a member of a team, but they are worthy of our recognition here. I will just say, Juliana, to you in your many roles, and I've only had a chance to see you in the ones that you've filled during my time, my 6 years here, whether it was, though, as in earlier days, the Director of Administrative Services for Public Health in North York, Toronto's Director of Revenue Services, the city's Treasurer, the Deputy City Manager for Community and Social Services, the Interim City Manager, and then again as the Deputy City Manager for Community and Social Services. Your influence, your leadership went far beyond the title of the day itself, and really went to your strong desire to make Toronto a better city and to be the ultimate team player, and in many cases, team leader. Everybody who's encountered you at the City Hall can speak to your empathetic nature, which is so important in the profession that we're all in, which is public service, and to your well-guided leadership style, even when dealing with the most complex of issues over the years. And everyone, as far as I can tell, and it's something that I watch carefully as somebody who's been involved in big organizations of different kinds, everyone looks up to you without exception, and that is rare. That people look up to you as a leader, as a role model, as somebody who is the very epitome of public service. Many might not know this, but as Director of Revenue Services, if you can think of all the assignments that Juliana has been given over time, and they all rank as complex, and I don't want to say one was worse than the others, but this one certainly was as Herculean as you'd ever get. She had the task of re-engineering and harmonizing the tax system of the previous 7 municipal governments into one workable system for Toronto. And just thinking about that, thinking that there are things to this day that we haven't yet fully harmonized, shows you a measure of the kinds of things that she's been asked to do. The list of accomplishments and milestones is lengthy, but it's a testament to the impact of what she's done for the city. And I want to just share just a few because it reminds you of the importance of the things that she's been asked to take on and has taken on, because I think when you listen to this list, there are things that I think we have served the city and the people of the city well. The Tenants First strategy and the implementation of the plan to transform Toronto community housing. We've got a long way to go, but look how far we've come thanks to her leadership of that exercise. The poverty reduction strategy, including things like the first ever transit fare pass and the community benefits framework. Again, huge steps forward for the city. Toronto's action plan to confront anti-Black racism, the first of its kind in all of North America. And it seems particularly timely that we would have initiated that some time ago under her leadership. The shelter expansion plan, the seniors strategy, the Housing Opportunities Toronto Plan, the Child Care Growth Strategy, the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, the Housing Now Plan, and most recently our policing and reform work that we've embarked upon that is so serious and important to the future well-being of the trust in policing and of our communities in the city. If you look at that list, and it's of course incomplete, it shows you that Juliana's work has touched every single aspect of city life, and the work that she has done has impacted the lives of many people. You know, we don't often think of this, but if you think of the 3 million people that live here, probably on that list alone, let alone the more complete list we could recite if time permitted, has had Juliana's work impact on every single person, the 3 million people that we serve. I think that I can speak on behalf of everyone when I say that we saw that specialty loyalty and dedication on display, in particular when you agreed to postpone your retirement in order to help us with the pandemic. And it is also true to say that the residents of the city, especially some of our most vulnerable citizens, were the beneficiary of that decision on your part to put public service first instead of yourself. And that you've shown leadership again on some of the things that have been, I think we can be most proud of in the context of the pandemic, and I think have made the biggest difference to some people who were the most vulnerable in our city. It would have been much easier for you to just leave and say, you know what, this has the possibility of bogging me down for quite a long period of time, as it turned out to be the case, but you chose public service in this case, and we're so glad that you did, and the people of Ontario, people of Toronto rather, I think would also be so glad that you did. We're very thankful for that. Your team helped play a big role in our ability to help people quickly, and especially help quickly those who needed help the most. And I think that it's fair to say that notwithstanding that your retirement can't be described as a high point, except perhaps for you, that you are leaving on a high note. And I think that's always what you want to do as well. And sometimes there's a danger when you postpone your retirement, even at the request and for the best of reasons of your team, that it turns out that's a mistake. And in this case, I think it was hopefully good for you, but it certainly was good for us and good for the people of Toronto. I should make note of the fact that you were so involved in the United Way campaign. I'm, of course, an unabashed fan of the United Way, having been deeply involved in that as a private citizen, and you have been involved here as a public servant in a way that it goes beyond what virtually anybody else has done, and that's evidenced by the fact that they named just this year the Juliana Carboni Spirit of Philanthropy Award, which will be given on an annual basis to a division or a group of people or to an individual who, like you, just embodies the spirit of philanthropy. And I think that, you know, beyond that, which has been very important, everything you have done, I think, has tried to engender in your fellow public servants a sense of caring about the city, a sense of caring about each other, that I think is so important to a well-functioning workplace here and to having the city better looked after by people who are committed to the city and to each other. And so I thank you for that as well. We're told, I'm told, because these are things I wouldn't know, that you will be able to fill your time with hobbies, including baking and tailoring skills, and that you have some interest in entering the world of fashion in a social enterprise context. And so we have no doubt that which will help again, characteristically of you, newcomer women to Toronto, will also see you somehow emerge at the top of the fashion world before too long, and we'll be proud of that too. I will just conclude by saying this. You have set a standard for public service. I say this, and I hope, I'm not sure if I'm betraying a confidence you wouldn't want betrayed, or Chris for that matter, but before we proceeded to the final stages of the selection for a new city manager, you had not put your name forward, and I had you come to my office and very sincerely and genuinely asked you to consider doing so. And we had a very frank discussion at that time about the fact that, you know, I didn't think it would be good for the city to have that happen for a very short period of time if you put your name forward and you were successful but still wanted to retire. And as usual, you put the city first in saying, well, that you would have enjoyed the challenge of the job because you've been doing it as an interim city manager. And I did that because I think Chris and other people were already candidates, but I just thought, really out of respect for how well you had done in my eyes during the time that I'd been here, that you were a person that should put your name forward if you wanted to. And I just really wanted to make sure you had no hesitation in doing so. But that, to me, is a measure of how much respect that I had and have for you. But the last thing that I want to say is this. Beyond all of the list of accomplishments, beyond all of the role modeling, beyond all of the contribution to philanthropy and so on, I happen to think myself, as somebody who's, again, been around for a while and been in different organizations in different positions of leadership and otherwise, that trust and whether people like working with you are almost more important than whether you're the sort of the number one person with the longest list of accomplishments or the number one expert on any particular thing. And people trusted you, and they trust you, and they like you. They like working with you. And that is so important in a big organization or a small one. Maybe it's even more important in small organizations. And they like you for a reason. And it's hard to articulate that. But you are just a person that it is an absolute pleasure to work with. And you so radiate integrity and empathy and caring for the people that we serve and for each other here in this building. And I just admire that so much. And so we will miss you. There's always an assignment you can take on if you decide you get bored after a couple of weeks. I've tried to throw them at you, as you know, up until most recently the last week or so. But this city is so grateful. I am personally very grateful to you. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done. I would now like to call upon our city manager, Chris Murray, to speak about Juliana. Thank you.
So first off, thanks so much, Mayor Tory. I think your words express exactly how all of us feel about Julie. And but it's interesting, the other day, we were talking about her career and each step that she had taken to rise up in the ranks of the civil service. And really interesting, her comment about, you know, the challenges that she faced and really stereotypes that people sometimes have because your education and your experience happens to be in finance, and that yes, you have a passion for value, there's no question, but you know, I think she's more than proved you know, her passion for people. She would always say to us, you know, I have a heart. And there was never any difficulty in any of us realizing how big that heart was. Mayor, I think in some respects you've kind of given the master class on leadership, and we spent a lot of time in this organization over the last couple of years trying to understand and then of course emulate great leadership. And so there's actually a bit of a formula to it, and the first and there's three actual aspects to great leadership. The first is commitment, the second is competence, and then third is character. I think you've said it well about commitment, not just about putting off retirement, but you know, being there literally 7 days a week, as a lot of your senior leaders and a lot of people that work for the civil service, you know, are accustomed to, and that is, you know, working hard, but working whatever it takes to get the job done. Competence is an interesting word in the sense that I think people think of someone that has an encyclopedic knowledge of a given, you know, topic, and but part of competence though is listening, and Julie is a phenomenal listener, and so when you can do both learning and listening well, then you strike, you know, a high level of competence. But the actual The most important variable, and this is proven out in people that teach great leadership, is the last, is character. And you've said it, actually. You've listed some of the variables that are really important. And first is the ability to earn respect and trust. And certainly Julie has done that with you. All of you has done that with this community, and certainly has done that with the public service. A sense of responsibility. Oh my God, there's, who else feels the way Julie does about, the people that she works with, but also this community, the great city of Toronto. Fairness, not just a word, it's people see it as to whether or not, you have both the head and the heart, and she's done that every day that she's been here. Do you care? And again, her ability to care is demonstrated to all of you. And then the last word, actually, that falls under the concept of character is citizenship. And really, it's about, what did you give back to your community? Whether you work as a civil servant or as a citizen of this community, it's what do you do for each other that really matters. And I think Julie has done a phenomenal job of being a great citizen of the city and a great role model for all of us. She is going to tell you in a few minutes when she speaks that, it's not her, it's about teams. That servant leader that we have and that we all need to be. She's going to go on about her teams, and she's going to tell you everything that you listed, Mayor Tory, is really her team. And her team is going to say to you, if they had a chance, that it was really about the great leadership that she exhibited all along the way. I believe you have a lot of little Julies all over the organization. I think they're everywhere. And because of her ability to inspire, but also to coach people in sometimes very subtle ways and sometimes, more direct. So I'll end with this before we turn the floor over to Julie. I feel really bad for whoever has to replace her. What an impossible hill you're going to climb, because there's an expectation, I think, that she's created in this organization that whoever that person is, they're going to be judged against her standard. And so, I can say, Mayor Tory, I'm glad you mentioned about the city manager role. Julie has been nothing but a massive support to me. Not a surprise that she would have that kind of approach. I think she was almost shocked when the word got out that she was asked to be a city manager, and I can fully see why. She has those qualities, and I have nothing but the greatest respect for her. And I really thank her for everything that she's done to support her colleagues at SLT, certainly myself, as well as her friends and colleagues on corporate leadership team and our own management team. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity to say a few words. And I think now we'll turn it over to Julie. Julie?
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone, Madam Speaker, Mayor, and councillors. And thank you, Chris and Mr. Mayor, for your very generous and kind words. But as Chris said, I am only one person. And all of my successes have been because I've been very well supported and been able to partner and work with great staff. Okay. I want to start by saying what an absolute honor and privilege it has been to serve this council and our great city over the past many, many years, but also to have worked alongside so many passionate, talented, and committed staff and leaders. I was actually blessed with the opportunity to have worked with, learned from, and led a variety of different program areas in the city. So I moved around, but I'm very grateful that 37 years ago, the medical officer of health in former North York he gave a pretty shy private sector accounting professional the opportunity to join North York Public Health. And I can honestly say that it was that my time in public health, those first 13 years, really sparked and inspired my passion for public service and for always working together as a public service and supporting communities and building strong, healthy, resilient neighborhoods. Now, I have had the privilege, because I've been here so long, of being involved in contributing to many city and community building initiatives, including watching this city mature and evolve from 6 former municipalities and 1 regional government into one of the largest governments in Canada, the 4th largest city in North America, and one of the most diverse, vibrant, and successful cities in the world. You know, it's working together as a public service and being able to connect effectively with our community and our private sector partners, always working hand in hand in council, that we have been able to navigate our way through countless challenges, many unexpected events. We've overcome our fair share of hurdles in order to drive to our successes, and we've seized many an opportunity. And through all that we've been through, we have built such a solid foundation upon which this city can continue to grow, evolve, and succeed. A foundation that I believe positions us well to help drive a strong, inclusive economic and social recovery. You know, when I set my new retirement date, I never imagined that I would be leaving you in the midst of another wave of this ongoing pandemic. And as hard as that is for me to do, and trust me, it is hard, I know that this council and this city are in extremely good hands with a committed city manager, a strong senior leadership team, and an exceptionally talented team of division heads and program areas. So since the onset of this pandemic, you have seen the Toronto Public Service and all of its leaders go above and beyond in supporting council and in serving the city, its community, and residents in the face of extreme uncertainty and ever-changing circumstances and conditions. I can honestly say I've never been so proud of the public service and of this council. I do want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council for your very sincerely for your exceptional leadership over the years, and particularly during this past year and a half. You know, council plays such a fundamental and critical role in shaping how our city grows and evolves. And the city and all of its residents, of which I am one, I've always lived in the city, we are blessed to have you, Mayor Tory, and this council at its helm. You know, as Uli really expressed so eloquently in her farewell, it really is hard for the public to truly appreciate what an incredibly tough job you all have. You're always dealing with highly complex issues. You're constantly having to balance a number of competing priorities and interests, and yet working together and being open to diverse perspectives, new ideas, you always find a way to meaningfully move forward in advancing critical programs and city initiatives. And you're always stay true to Council's vision of Toronto as a caring, friendly, dynamic, diverse city that invests in the quality of life for all of its residents, neighborhoods, and businesses. It has been the honor of a lifetime to support this council as DCM, and I cannot thank you enough for giving me your trust and confidence in leading community and social services for the past 6 years. I have many others to thank, but I don't want to be too long, so please forgive me, as I'm not going to be able to mention everyone I owe a thanks to. But I do want to start by thanking my family. My husband, Bruce, we just celebrated our 38 years of marriage. And he was pretty instrumental in encouraging me, actually pushing me to apply for that public health job 37 years ago. I did not know what a Board of Health did or public health department did, and there was no internet. I had to go to the library to figure that out. I also want to thank my daughters, Christina and Lori, and their partners, Ira and Pasquale. Thank you for putting up with my many long hours and for always being there for me no matter what. And to my committee chairs, Deputy Mayor Thompson, it's been a pleasure working with you. Your focused commitment in working with communities and stakeholders in driving economic and cultural growth across all of the city's many diverse neighborhoods is truly impressive, as is your leadership of Economic and Community Development Committee. So thank you for being able to serve you and work with you over the years. Deputy Mayor Bylaw, we've been on quite a journey together. Your passion for all that is housing and supporting vulnerable neighborhoods and residents is inspiring. I thank you for your strong support in helping advance the city's affordable housing agenda. Including all of your intergovernmental work supported strongly by Mayor Tory, your support of the tenants first work, and your recent efforts in helping us accelerate the development of supportive housing. I'm sorry about this, but you all know I get emotional. I love you all. And Councillor Cressy, you've so skillfully led the Board of Health through many challenges, but particularly during this past year. Your leadership there has been invaluable, as is your relentless effort to always ensuring that the board's and the city's response to COVID effectively supports and takes into account the needs of all Torontonians, including our most vulnerable. To Chris and my dear senior leadership colleagues, Josie, Heather, and Tracy, you know, what can I say? We've been through a lot together. I can't thank you enough for your unwavering trust, your support, and your friendship. You are each such committed, strong, competent leaders, but together you're quite formidable. You're that much more resilient and stronger. And to my leadership team, community and social services, and all of the staff, including my small DCM office, I'm very proud of all of you. And all that you've accomplished and contributed, particularly during this pandemic. You've really stepped up and you're the best. And the work that you do each and every day truly matters and is making such a tremendous difference. Thank you for the privilege of working alongside you. They have been the best 6 years of my career. Okay, I'm almost there. To the corporate leadership team and the Toronto Public Service, you know, I'm going to miss all of you because I've been fortunate to have had the opportunity to work with and get to know so many of you. We have been through a lot together over the years. And you've always supported, contributed, and partnered on so many community and social services initiatives and programs. And we could not have continued to support the vulnerable neighborhoods that COVID has really impacted without you standing side by side with us. I wish you continued success in all of the very important and valuable work that you do, and I thank you for your friendship and support. But in closing, I have one final ask of all of you, councillors and staff alike, and I'm going to borrow from the words of a former city manager, Joe Penichetti. Please continue to take care of yourselves, this organization, and each other. I know how tired you must all be because of all of the disruption, uncertainty, and strain that this virus has brought to you, your teams, and your family. But I also know that you're stronger and more resilient than you give yourself credit for, particularly when you come together as a team. So please continue to watch out for each other, lean on each other, learn from each other, and support each other. And this is not goodbye, as I will always continue to be a very proud Torontonian, and I will continue to contribute just in different ways. Thank you all for 37 amazing years.
Thank you very much, Juliana. And Juliana, I just want to say one thing. I want to thank you for coming to the council meetings and bringing me that double dose of espresso every council meeting, which was very much needed. I needed that double dose. Thank you. You always cared. And I'm going to miss that espresso. Thank you very much. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 61 items left on the agenda, including 42 member motions. Council will consider the member motion run through at 2 p.m. and the additional motions that were added yesterday have been posted online. Council has decided to consider item HL 28.1 on the COVID-19 May update as the first item after members' motions. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. And I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Julie. Item HL 28.2, this is the 2021 Student Nutrition Program Service Subsidies. I have a brief amendment which I can place and then release the item. The amendment affirms the board's position calling for a national student nutrition program as well.
Okay,
So I can place that amendment and release the item.
So the amendment's on the screen. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have two items that I can quick release. The first is a procedural matter. If we could, I just need a request to reopen item CC 34.3, 10 and 10A Dawes Road, request for direction. I have a quick motion here to defer this to the next meeting for it to be considered with another report on the site and several other sites in the Main Street planning study. I believe clerks have the motion if they can put that on the screen.
Okay, first of all, to reconsider the item, CC 34.3. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I think,
Motion.
okay.
Motion 1B, that the item be deferred until the July 14th and 15th meeting of City Council. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Bradford, you had another one?
Very good. Yep, just the other one, I can release EC 22.9, evidence-based safe reopening plan for live music venues. I have just a slight amendment to the motion. Thank you to the chair for his help with this, and we're thanking the province for their contributions to the music sector through the pandemic, of course. And given the urgency of reopening, just asking for some additional clarity on how we can get back to performance-based arts and what that's going to look like. So motion's on the screen.
Okay. EC 22.9, the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Bradford. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Oh, that was the item. Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Madam Speaker, members of council, and Juliana, you're going to be missed. We love you. Thank you so much for all that you've done for all of us. Speaker, I'd like to deal with EC 22.1, which is the Toronto Newcomer Strategy 2020-2026. I have some amendments to that item. If staff could add them to the screen, they're on the screen now. If there's no other members with an interest in this item, I'd like to move the amendments and to deal with this item.
Okay, on EC 22.1, Councillor Thompson has the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher.
So, Speaker, it's EX 24.8, 2019-2022 Poverty Reduction Strategy Action Plan midterm status, and I will release that. I would like to have a recorded vote, but pardon?
Councillor Fletcher, it's Councillor Robinson. Yes. I also have an amendment on that one.
Oh, well, just hold. Do you want to move your amendment now, then?
Sure.
Or did you want to speak?
Yeah. No, I don't. It's just administrative. It's just some departments, TTC. It's related to the Fair Pass, and it's TTC versus what the city does. It's clarification.
So why don't we just, sorry, Speaker, there is that now.
That's mine.
Okay, so we do have the amendment on
I'm
this.
not sure. This might take longer. Perhaps we should
No,
just.
no, I don't need to speak on this.
I don't know, others might though, Councillor.
Oh, I thought you were releasing it.
Okay,
Well, I didn't know you had a motion.
okay.
It's not a motion. It's staff. I worked with staff to clarify what the TTC does versus the
Okay,
city.
sorry.
it's-
Okay,
So we're
that's
going,
fine.
okay, do you want to continue
we just
holding the
wait?
item down? Councillor Fletcher?
You know, it's coming up very shortly, so if there's no problem with that, we could just put that motion there. That's fine.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't have to speak on this. It's administrative.
okay. Are we going to release this item or do we still want to hold the item down?
Maybe, does anybody have any questions of Councillor
No,
Robinson?
let's just release it.
Okay, so we have the motion by Councillor Robinson on the screen. There.
Correct?
All in favor of the amendment by Councillor Robinson, show of hands? Carried.
Now, Speaker, before the recorded vote, I wanted to simply say something about this, that's all. That's why I was releasing it now with a couple of remarks. So if I can do that, if not, we'll just continue to hold.
Okay, if you just want to make a couple remarks, Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, that's all I want to do.
Okay,
I just want to, at this juncture, really thank Juliana Carboni in her as Deputy City Manager for the work that she's done on the poverty reduction strategy and her tremendous commitment. And of course, we'll be assuming that the next incoming DCM will have the same passion and drive and commitment to this work. And also just on the food piece here, I want to thank her for her creativity, her thoughtfulness in ensuring that we're looking at new ways of developing food security. And I also just want to, at this point, pay tribute to a couple of people that throughout the years, through the Food Policy Council, have made such a difference. And that would be Rod McRae and then the late Wayne Roberts. Also, Jack Layton, Dan Leckie. These were drivers in setting up food as an important part of food security, as an important part of reducing poverty and giving people access to good food. So I'm very happy to see that included in the poverty reduction strategy, Madam Speaker, and that's why I'm asking for a recorded vote here for this midterm report that we have. Thank you.
thank you. So item as amended, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. We have to cancel this vote.
Peruzza? Yeah. Hello.
Madam Speaker,
Can you hear?
could I
be
finish
heard or
first,
not?
please? We need to cancel the vote and restart
Okay,
it
we're
because
gonna
we
be-
started on the wrong item.
Okay, so we're going to put the recorded vote on the screen.
Speaker, can you hear me? Hello, it's Peruzza.
Yes, Councillor Perruzza?
Yeah, I have a couple of things to say on this. I'd like to just continue to hold this item down. I've been trying to get your attention for a few minutes
Well,
now.
I'm
and
so,
I
but
don't know,
Councillor
some-
Perruzza,
some
this,
technology issue.
this was a quick item, so if you wanted to speak on it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Okay, well,
I
let's
didn't
hold,
think there was gonna
okay,
be a-
cancel everything, let's hold the item down.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Councillor Robinson's motion will be considered, yeah, as moved, and we just have to do the item as amended later on, or maybe we'll see when, if we have to come back. Councillor Cole, quick item.
Yes, straight up. Planning and Housing Committee, I want to release PH 23.13, no speeches, release it.
Okay, Councillor Coe is releasing PH 23.13, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2020 Annual Report. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Are there any further releases? Okay, thank you. Okay, we do have members' motions to be added to the agenda. Mayor Tory?
Thank you, Speaker. I have four. The first is the motion expressing the council's deep concern with respect to Islamophobia and some of the tragic events that have taken place in London. I think the reason for the urgency of that is self-evident. The second.
Oh, okay, just hold on, Mayor. So we'll vote on this one first. On favor?
Waiting to see if it comes up.
On favor? Carried. Okay, we'll go to your second one now. We'll put it on the screen. Okay, there's your second one. Mayor Tory?
This is one of the ones, Speaker, that this is the one Speaker, that facilitates our receipt of money from other levels of government with respect to recovery initiatives. So it's urgent for that reason. We need to get that assistance from them.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, so we'll put the next one on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen.
This one, Speaker, deals with some parts of the reopening plan to allow businesses to operate some limited degrees of fitness program.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Parks.
Sorry. It's on the screen. On favor, carried. Okay, you have one more, Mayor?
And then the final one, Speaker, is to allow for the appointment of an interim deputy city manager pending. This is pending the retirement of Juliana Carboni. We need to have an interim city manager pending the arrival of the person once selected to be the deputy city manager.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Bradford?
Yes, I'd like to move the motion on the screen here.
Can you just give the title, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not, I'm sorry, Speaker, having some technical challenges. It's not coming up for me.
Okay, so
I believe this is the Woodbine one. It's it's a motion to address the challenges that we're facing down on Woodbine Beach with the gatherings and the fireworks and the litter and the parking. And I appreciate the mayor seconding this. We're working hard to improve the circumstances down there. And I can't see the motion on the screen, but I believe that's what we're moving here.
Yes, so it's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, that's it. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, show of hands, carried. Thank you. So we will now go to the item that we just held down yesterday. And we only had one more speaker, and Councillor Perruzza was preparing a motion And this is item EX 24.2, election-related information request. I believe that we do have the motion. Do we have the motion? Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Yeah, there's the motion. So, Speaker, all I'm looking for is basically a bit of an analysis in relation to what our spending limits look like, and what the provincial and federal spending limits are like, and why, if not the same, why that's the case, because the geography is the same. The electors are going to be somewhat the same, because as you can see in the report, we are going to be moving towards a provincial voters list that will be managed and supplied to us, I believe, by the returned to us by the provincial election offices. So I think that that's important for us to sort of gain a better understanding of. But more importantly, Speaker, going forward, given that we will be using this provincial voters list, that's going to have some impact on all of us on each ward in the city, and we don't quite. So really, what that means is that based on what happened the last election, I think things now change because I can give you the sort of the experience that I've had with this in my own district. So before the wards were amalgamated, my ward was technically one of the smallest wards in the city. It basically had a spending limit, I believe, if I recall correctly, about $24,000 for the to be able to be spent on the election, because of the difficulty in getting people, on that voters list. And in the election before the last one, for example, the city clerk lopped off some, the voters list almost in half because one half of it they determined it wasn't very reliable. So that really impacted the spending limits, and especially what makes it even more difficult, Speaker, is that in a ward like that one, for example, it's very, very hard to reach people, as you can imagine. So it becomes even more difficult. So you have two things. You have a double whammy. You have a district that where people are very, very difficult, where it's very, very difficult to be able to engage them by any of the candidates, for that matter. And then two, you have this other very serious limitation, in terms of the actual number. So, and what makes it difficult as well is then on election day, a whole bunch of people show up that basically weren't on the list, and it's always a bit of a moving target. So I think having a better understanding of how the provincial lists are going to impact us, I think it's important for all of us to gain a better understanding of, and also it forms a basis of information by which then we can go forward and if it means that we need to sort of sit down with the provincial folks and say, well, if things are the same, then things are the same. But if they're not the same, then we have a basis by which to be able to sit down with them and say, why aren't they the same? If the geography is the same, if the voters lists that we're using are the same, then why can't the candidates have the same level of resources, whether that's up or down? So my motion is before you. I'm hoping that people support it because I think it's very useful information for us to have going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the amendment,
No, I had a question.
oh, Councillor Robinson, you have a question for clarification? 3 minutes.
Yeah, on the motion, thank you. Just a quick one. Councillor Perruzza, one of the biggest costs related to elections is distribution of material, particularly if you use Canada Post. Are you aware that the federal and provincial government, that candidates actually, their flyers are actually free via the federal and provincial candidates? I don't know about the candidates, but certainly the politicians' flyers are sent free by Canada Post. I have heard that many times, but are you aware of that, or is that something that's true?
Yes, so I'm aware that the federal members have this privilege where they used to be able to do any mailing to anybody basically at no cost or no charge to them, and that Canada Post would deliver mail both to them, from them to constituents and from constituents to them. Because I remember one constituent telling me a story that he basically wrapped a flyer, like a mailback from a federal member, around a brick, taped it, and sent it in the mail, and the member got it. So Canada Post even brought back a brick to one of the members from a constituent, paid for by a Canada Post. The provincial people, it's my understanding that theirs is a bit different. Their mailing costs are absorbed by their caucus budgets, so they're not by the from the individual members. But I believe that candidates, electoral candidates at election time, they pay for their own mailings, just as we do, although they have a different formula. They have different fundraising abilities, and they can do it a little different than we do. But yeah, absolutely, they do enjoy a considerable number of privileges that we do not have. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So on the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, the next one is EX 24.5. External funding for electric vehicle charging project. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Speaker, I just had some questions of staff.
Okay, go ahead.
It's actually of the either Toronto Hydro or the Energy and Efficiency Office. And it really just has to do with what our current number of vehicle charging stations are in the city.
Staff on the line? Is the staff on the line?
Through the speaker, it's Chris. Josie, are you able to help with that answer? And if not, is there a representative from Hydro here who should be here to answer that question?
So it's Josie. Sorry, I was not when Councillor Fletcher asked the question, but I am asking Environment and could answer it. If not, we'll have the Hydro folks.
Yeah, hi there. It's Nancy Riskin with Environment and Energy, and I don't have that number, but we can certainly get it unless someone from Toronto Hydro is on the line.
I maybe suggest, Speaker, that we step this back so we can have, there's going to be questions about charging stations for EVs, and it would be good to have the full complement of people to answer these questions. I know it's a TAF project, but of course they will be working with Hydro and EEO.
So what are you recommending, Councillor Fletcher? You want?
I'm just saying, let's just hold this and go somewhere else.
So just
and
hold.
while the staff get pulled together.
Just hold the item down?
I guess so, and come back to it when we have the number of staff that are necessary to be able to answer some of the questions that I have or other counselors might have
Okay.
about this program in general and this particular initiative. That'd be my suggestion.
Well, staff count.
Okay.
Fletcher.
Okay, so if we can ask the deputy city manager to advise the clerk when all the staff will be present to answer these questions, we'll hold the item down. Okay?
Thank you,
We'll do that,
Speaker.
Speaker.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. The next item, which we had completed, we did vote on the amendment by Councillor Robinson, but Councillor Perruzza wanted to speak. So EX 24.8, and this way we'll proceed on taking a recorded vote. Councillor Perruzza, this is on the 2019-2022 poverty reduction strategy. You wanted to speak.
Yeah, Speaker, I just basically wanted to say a couple of things. I wanted to basically thank the council for focusing in on what is a very severe malaise in our city and right across the country. COVID-19 has been very, very difficult for most of us, but particularly difficult for the most vulnerable amongst us, for the poorest of the poor. And our, sort of staying on some of our targets with respect to our poverty reduction strategy is so critical now. It's more important than ever. And just the pass, the TTC pass that we provide to folks. I believe that last year there were some 50,000 plus trips taken with the discount pass. For people, for example, in being able to go to work,
Hi, Meg.
to go to their appointments,
I'm okay.
to do the critical and essential things that they've needed to do, and it's been a help and support that's been absolutely vital to them, and for our staying on course. We had some administrative hiccups with it earlier on. It's my understanding we've since cleared them up. And we're basically back on track in meeting that target. And quite frankly, Speaker, imagine what it would be like if one day, for example, similar to what we've done with shelters. We've added some $276 million more to that program as a result of COVID and as a result of what we have been going through. And while it's been difficult to do that, to find those monies, we've done it. We've bit the bullet, as it were, and have done that. Imagine, what we could do with, an additional $300 million as it relates to TTC fares and TTC passes, and providing more support and more ability for Torontonians to get on our public transit system at a much lower cost. What it would do for poverty, and what it would mean for people, especially those that depend on the system even more. So I say that, I don't say that tongue in cheek. I say that in a serious way, that when it comes time for us to have to make some hard decisions about providing some supports to Torontonians, much like we've done with our shelter system, I think that we need to be just as brave and bold, when it comes to helping some of some of those folks who are having a great difficulty, making ends meet. The other thing that I wanted to touch on briefly, Speaker, is access to food. I think I think our staff and I think the city has been absolutely amazing in terms of, turning libraries into food centers for people, bringing, food and making it accessible to people in every neighborhood across the city, and ensuring that that access to food continues to be, convenient and viable. But I also want to do another thing. I want to give a shout out to all those Torontonians who have just simply stepped in and helped us fill in this gap. For example, I visited a number of places in my own world and in my own district. People who have just sort of picked up the slack and provided food for their neighbors who have delivered food on different occasions
10
to
seconds.
different groups, making sure that people weren't left off. I want to give a shout out, for example, to Kitchen 24, Panino Cappuccino, Caribbean Queen Jerk.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Sao Churrusqueria. I don't want to
Thank
leave them
you,
out.
Councillor Perruzza.
They've
Thank
been
you.
absolutely amazing. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make these few comments.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Councillor Cole.
I just thank Councillor Perruzza for his passion and the amount of care he has for people in his ward that are, just trying to get food on the table. And thank you for doing that. And it just reminded me of the need to basically remind everybody in Toronto, as you said, of some of the hardships, the real hardships that people are going through. As you know, during this pandemic, we still, we've had unprecedented number of calls, despite the pandemic, about everything under the sun. I don't know, we're counting about 20,000 calls already this year, about everything under the sun. But one of the things we sometimes forget is that, again, Councillor Perruzza said very passionately about food. In my ward, the reality is in a little Jamaica and in Lawrence Heights, we've had real challenges with our food banks. 2 of the 4 food banks in Little Jamaica closed down because of COVID protocols. We had to get some help from the North York Food Bank. Had to even use my constituency office as a food bank drop-off. And then I had to call on the police at 13th Division to help distribute the food. And, these are the realities that are happening that, our city staff can't cover all of this, can't do all this by itself. And, we're providing all kinds of help with the vaccinations, with the countless other issues that are taking place. But the other thing is getting food. I think this thing isn't going away. So I don't, not one of those that thinks all of a sudden this pandemic is going to disappear. So I just think we've got to somehow get our partners, whether it be in the NGOs or whether it be other levels of government, to step up to the plate, literally, with more food. Whether we need mobile food banks or something. There's certain parts of, it's my ward. I don't know what's happening in others, where people are having trouble getting food. And our local synagogue, Beth Shalom, stepped up and they provide a food bank 1 day a week. But again, they have to raise money themselves, and there's no money coming into the shul with the pandemic because there's no synagogue services. So they don't have that much money. So there's a mad scramble, really, to try and provide decent food for people. Certainly in my ward, it's probably happening all over the city. And so I know we've been concentrating on the medical needs, and I think we've done a phenomenal job of stepping up with Chief Pegg and our Chief Medical Officer Davila and the Mayor and Joe Cressy, everybody. But on the other hand, one of the things we need to maybe look at, and I'll raise this during the week, because Councillor Perruzza reminded me of it, is to basically we've got to do much more to get food out there on the streets. people are just looking for basic food. So they won't go into shelter, so they won't lose their apartments. These are people that are still holding down part-time jobs, people selling CDs on the street corner. You know, they're trying to work, but if we don't give them some food, they will end up needing shelter or other things. So that's one of the reminders of this poverty reduction strategy that I want to bring out there on the agenda. And I thank again Councillor Perruzza for reminding everybody about this very silent issue in Toronto. That is the need for food, basic good food. Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Okay, a recorded vote item is amended.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Bylaw, please. Councillor Robinson, please, and thank you. Speaker, the item is amended, carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Thank you. Next item is EX 2411, recommendations to consult and amend Bill 251, Combating Human Trafficking Act. It's here without a recommendation. Councillor Wong-Tam held the item down. Do we have questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And to staff regarding the supplementary report, thank you so much for preparing that in such short order. With respect to Bill 251, the bill has now passed third reading and and has not received royal assent. Is that correct?
Our understanding is that the bill has received royal assent.
Oh, okay. So when they
That
want
is correct.
government
On June 3rd, it received.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Okay, thank you very much. So then to my questions regarding Bill 251, I recognize that we're a bit.
Councillor Wong-Tam, you're cut off.
We're a little apologize. I will turn my video off and see if that makes it. Is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, thank you. I will try. Then back to staff. With respect to the framing of 251, it seems to be heavily focused on dealing with what would be known as sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Would you say that that is a correct reading of Bill 251?
Yes, I think that's a fair interpretation, Councillor.
Thank you. And would you recognize that when it comes to human trafficking, there are many types of human trafficking with respect to the exploitation of labor, and sexual exploitation is one but many. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I would, Councillor.
So there will be low-income workers or almost indentured workers, whether they're working in farming, agriculture, construction, low-wage industry, manufacturing jobs. Oftentimes, building and manufacturing and growing things that we need, it is oftentimes, not all the time, but it does happen, that it is human trafficked labor that goes into those streams. Would you agree?
Yes, I believe so, Councillor.
Thank you. And yet Bill 251 seems to be focused on one type of human trafficking and one type of human exploitation, and that is regarding sexual exploitation. Thank you for helping me establish that. With respect to the approach of 251, it seems to be expanding surveillance and police powers and creating new enforcement inspectors. That seems to be the primary thrust of 251. Would you agree?
I would ask the city solicitor to step in and answer that question for you.
Thank you.
For you, Madam Speaker, yes, it does add a number of enforcement tools.
And those enforcement tools, what is the expectation of municipalities? Are we expected to pick up the bill for any type of expenditures and new expenditures that come from Bill 251?
At this point, we don't know whether municipal staff will be appointed as inspectors under the legislation.
But the province does have that power to appoint inspectors and send the bill to us, or do they make our existing inspectors all of a sudden with expanded responsibilities? Is that how it works?
They do have the ability to appoint inspectors within the municipal public service or the municipal sphere more broadly, yes.
And during my question to staff at the committee, there was no communication or consultation with the City of Toronto regarding this bill. Do you recall that? Can someone confirm that that was the reply?
Through the mayor, through the speaker, yes, Councillor, that is what I shared at committee.
Thank you. And with respect to the new expanded policing powers that are still undefined, but we know it's coming, the fact that the City of Toronto hasn't been consulted, we don't know what the impact or operational impact will be. There is one other thing that I want to flag. It seems that the police can now extract and receive documentation from hotels and motel operators without warrants now. That is my reading. Is that your understanding as well, is that they can now demand these documents?
That was your last question.
You, Madam Speaker, I am not that familiar with the process outline, but there is a process outline that they would need to go through.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the city manager, we have a team in the city manager's office that tracks and monitors legislation, I guess proposed legislation, both at the federal and provincial government. Did our teams monitor this legislation as it was going through committee and public hearings?
So through the speaker, Sandra Rodriguez would be on the call here. Sandra can answer that question. Sandra. Okay, I'm just looking for the names here, so she should be.
If you could hold my time, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, that would be. Okay, I'm unfortunately I don't see her listed here. So I'm gonna get a hold of Sandra and have to get her to come on. So if there's a way to hold the councillor's question here for a short while, we'll get an answer for him, on that matter.
So we're being asked today to denounce Bill 251. The word denounce, I guess, is sometimes defined as publicly declared to be wrong or evil, or wrong and evil. But would you say that Bill 251 is wrong or evil?
Through Madam Speaker, Councillor, I don't think that that's the way in which city staff would characterize it. Certainly, there has been a number of concerns raised by a range of community organizations that work with impacted individuals. And so I think that there are concerns about the bill, and I think that if council wants to share that there are concerns and that community should be, and our system should be consulted in the regulations, that is a position that council can take. So I would just say that there are concerns that have been expressed. And one clarification, I believe a colleague from the police service is on, and they were consulted throughout the development of previously by the province, even though the city proper may not have been.
If I can, through the speaker, Sandra's on the call now. If the member of council wants to re-ask his question.
Yeah, so there, Mr. Rodriguez, you're there somewhere. Okay.
Yes,
so
I am, Councillor.
There's an insinuation here that there were no public consultations and the city was not consulted. Is that a fair depiction of this legislation, that it was rammed through in a short period of time and our teams were really not consulted on it?
Councillor, I don't have the details to the extent that we were consulted, but certainly I can look into that and get back to you in response to that question.
And if I may, just to reiterate that my understanding is that the police were consulted as part of the process from our system.
Right. So the report that we have in front of us, I guess Denise, I guess you wrote this. You have said, I guess on page 7, a determination of the full implications of the legislation to the city and Toronto Police is premature at this time. The motion before us is asking us to judge this legislation before it's actually put into force. Is it premature, or can we draw our own conclusions that this should be denounced? Or maybe that's an unfair question.
So the direction from executive committee was for staff collectively to respond to and explain what the implications of not complying with the new bill would be. And so that is what the report states. There is widespread concern about human trafficking. There is a complex issue that has many perspectives to it. And so certainly as a city, we're always in support of as much consultation as possible. But the report states that in terms of a detailed understanding of the regulations, it is premature. We don't have a full understanding of the implications until the regulations come forward.
So I have a staff report from May the 10th of 2019, supporting survivors of human trafficking. It's fairly lengthy document, 33 pages long. Is this the existing policy of the City of Toronto? And there's certain directions of the province, there's certain directions to city staff. It talks a lot about human trafficking, obviously sexual exploitation. Does this document stand as the official City of Toronto policy from council on this issue?
Yes, that would be correct, Councillor. Because of the complexity of the issues, council's position has been to focus on areas where there is a lot of agreement, and that is about the need to support those who are survivors of human trafficking, as well as sex workers, and to ensure that we are doing what we can to enable their access to a range of city services to best support them. So that has been the council position.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. Even when the legislation is passed, though,
Last
there's
question.
still
Last
regulations have to be passed, and I believe it's renewed every 5 years. Is that?
Hey, Marianne, how are you? Doing well. The Andrew.
Is that correct? The legislation is renewed every 5 years, and we really don't know what's happening here until regs are passed.
Councillor Pasternak, that was your last question.
Okay, we'll leave it.
That is correct. There will be a review every 5 years, and much of the detail has been left to the regulations, which have not been drafted yet. We would hope there would be some consultation on the regulations and their content.
Thank you. Councillor,
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Speaker, to staff. So the bill received oral assent on the 3rd of June, is that correct?
That is correct. It is not in force yet. It's coming in force on a date to be named.
Right. And as part of that enforcement aspect, or to be enforced, the conversation around the supplementary aspect of a bill taking effect, is there an opportunity then for the community concerns that we're hearing from members of the community and the councillor who's brought this forward, for those concerns to be incorporated into the final regulations of Bill 251? I believe it's Bill 251, is it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The form of the bill itself is final. It has received royal assent, so there would be a lengthy process involved in amending it at this point. However, the regulations have not come into force. They have not been filed, and my sense is that they are a work in progress. I would hope there would be some consultation on the regulations themselves.
But what I wanted to understand is that as part of the regulation, this consultation as part of the supplementary regulations, the changes that members of the community are seeking, is there an opportunity at that point for that to be incorporated then in terms of the effects to address the concerns that members of the community have regarding this particular bill?
Well, it's difficult for me to comment on that because the province themselves would decide on which issues they intended to address through the regulations. The regulation making powers are somewhat broad, and they would have to develop their own process.
Right, but at this point, we are suggesting, or at least the suggestion is to denounce the legislation. We obviously want to have effect based on the concerns that members of the community have with respect to the bill itself. What I wanted to understand then is that this council's position, if we were to put something forward to strongly urge the provincial government to consider, the concerns and the impact on this bill that members of the community have, is that the place where potentially we could have some impact, or is there someplace else, or is there no opportunity then to affect this this bill as it stands now?
Although there are some unknowns about what will be addressed through the regulations, what you suggest, Deputy Mayor, is a way that council could make its concerns known to the province. Definitely.
Okay, so if I were to move such a motion, that would be, as you're saying, that's an approach that we could take to bring forward council's concerns on behalf of those who have come to executive committee to speak, and this council's concern about the Bill 251.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, if the clerks can please put that on the screen. The motion is to have the city staff forward a copy of this report to the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones, expressing our grave concerns about Bill 251, and to urge the Solicitor General to immediately consult with sex workers and other affected communities to ensure that the implementation of the new legislation and future iterations of the anti-human trafficking strategy are rooted in human rights, as well as labor and migrant rights, and that the strategy is to address numerous structural barriers, including poverty, precarious immigration status, and lack of access to affordable housing, health, and social services that contribute to the risks of human trafficking. Madam Speaker, I want to thank city staff for their hard work and how quickly they turned around this report. I recognize that we are a bit late to the conversation just because everything happened at Queen's Park so rapidly. And I would like to think that when government wants to move, they can move with such stealth speed. And this government certainly did do so, because the introduction of this legislation was only in February 2021. It received third reading by May of 2021, as you have all learned and we all learned together, that it received royal assent by June 3rd. Compare that to the way the government moves on other matters that we have interest in, such as multiple requests for inclusionary zoning, the request to abolish the OMB or to reform the planning process so there's more respect for local planning, the multiple requests that this council has made and put forward regarding ensuring that there's a moratorium on residential evictions, and I can just go on. And most recently, I think, working with Councillor Cole and Deputy Mayor Bylaw, we were urging the provinces since last year to release the regulations so that cities such as Toronto can create a small business tax subclass, which I think is still missing. So for some things they can prioritize and other things they can take their time on. This issue seems to be a hot priority for this government, but as you hopefully have noted, there is some problems with the legislation, and in particular the fact that the legislation is so distorted in one direction and one direction only. I think many of us will be smart enough and worldly enough to recognize that when it comes to human trafficking, it really is about the exploitation of human labor. From time immemorial, we have seen how there has been the exploitation of the rich and poor, the North and the South, the industrial and the non-industrial. And oftentimes it is the labor that comes to build and manufacture and grow the products and services that we rely on very cheaply that is oftentimes exploited. Every single day, there are people whose labor is exploited in our city, in our country, and around the world. Sexual exploitation is only one aspect of human trafficking, and it happens to be the minor aspect of human trafficking compared to the other monetized labor. But interestingly enough, Bill 251 focuses almost exclusively on sexual exploitation. And we want to do everything we can to stop sexual exploitation and sex trafficking, especially among those most marginalized communities. And oftentimes human trafficking is domestic, so rural to urban, as well as from the north to the south, and indigenous communities. And so that is the kind of human trafficking that we also need to address. It is not necessarily imported from overseas. It's already happening here. The problem with 251, Madam Speaker, is that it is so distorted. It is so heavily focused on enforcement and the supersizing of police surveillance powers without any accountability and check. And there was a flawed consultation process. Unlike my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, who was suggesting that, that we were consulted, we were not consulted. And communities who had been actively engaged, including international communities, have taken a position that 251 is actually harmful. It could create, and it will create, consequences that will further deepen the harm and suffering of those who are being truly exploited without getting to the root causes and without taking a more community-based approach, which is really what those organizations have been asking for. Those who are working on the front lines, they're asking for more community-based support and less policing and surveillancing. The final note I want to make, Madam Speaker, is there is going to be a cost impact to the City of Toronto. There's going to be an operational impact to our coffers and to the staff resources that we have, and we have not been involved with those discussions. So anything that we can do to influence the Solicitor General as she moves forward, hopefully the city will be at the table along with the marginalized
5
communities
seconds.
impacted. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just for clarity's sake, my questions regarding the City Manager's Office and our intergovernmental team was determined whether we were consulted, not to impose the answer on we were consulted. And that's just a clarity from what Councillor Wong Tam was saying, because I think it is a very important subject matter. I've been invited by Better Future for Kids and AODI Canada to very commendable organizations whose mission it is to advocate for better approaches to stopping human trafficking, to rescuing people from harmful situations, and to educating the general public on how difficult and how criminal and how destructive this is. You know, it is a big problem. It is a major problem. 1 in 4 trafficking victims in Canada are under the age of 18. And over 90% of Canada's trafficking victims comes within Canada's borders. Women and girls are disproportionately represent the majority of human trafficking victims. And 1 in every 100,000 Canadians is a victim of human trafficking. So it is a major problem, a crisis that is often below the radar. Now, if you look back to some of the motions and policies that City have passed, have adopted by Council, and I'm not sure whether you were there, Councillor Wong Tam, on May the 10th, 2019, supporting survivors of human trafficking. This document asked for a more robust role from the provincial government, more resources and enforcement, and a better approach. It asked for many of the things that I think you're concerned about. But the motion you have on the screen is an improvement from what we saw at committee, and to overtly denounce something that basically has no regulations, and that staff have determined to be premature to judge the implications. I think your motion is an improvement. But I think when you meet with groups, and I do meet with groups, and I do go to their events, they're not satisfied with the current enforcement regimens, and they're not satisfied with the amount of resources that are going into this this national tragedy. So, but that being said, the legislation they've passed does come up for renewal.
Hello,
every 5
Ms. Capano. Yes. Yes. Yes,
the motion, the legislation does come up for renewal every 5 years, and there's built-in public consultations before the regulations are brought in. So there are mechanisms going forward. I'm going to reluctantly support what's before us, because it tones down what we saw in committee. I was not prepared to denounce this legislation because it is an attempt to fix a crisis we have in our communities. And no piece of legislation, as we all know, is perfect. It's easy to go through, a 50-page document and look for flaws. But I think along the way, if we open up this conversation, I would take out the word grave. Expressing concerns is fine, but taking out the word grave, I think, would be better. But simply forwarding the report to the Solicitor General, I think is warranted. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I want to thank Councillor Wong Tam for bringing this forward. As you can see, she has grave concerns, so I don't want to see that watered down. And it's the only way you're going to get the attention of the Solicitor General and the government is by supporting this motion. because frankly, the process already has royal assent, folks. It already has royal assent, which means that the regs are done behind closed doors with the bureaucrats and the lawyers. There's very little, if any, public consultation of any kind in writing regulations. I mean, that's been my experience, whatever government is there. So the only way you're going to get the attention of the Solicitor General and the government is by at least trying this motion, expressing this concern that Councillor Wong Tam, and I don't want to get into the details about the crisis in the sex trade and sex workers and everything, and I think Councillor Wong Tam is very familiar with it, but she's obviously expressing concern of people that she's worked with over a number of years, and I think she deserves to be heard, and the impacted vulnerable workers deserve to be heard. And I think as council, we can at least make this request. And that's not to condemn the legislation per se, because the legislation per se, again, is very complex. I haven't seen it, but I know how the sausage making machine works at Queen's Park. And so I would say the only way you're going to get some kind of input is by putting forward a motion like this that sort of raises a red flag, and hopefully they will pay attention and ask, maybe even, God forbid, call Councillor Wong Tam, get it on the phone and make a real human call, as you know how difficult this is to get a call from a minister. I mean, we've been trying to call Minister Mulrooney on the 140 businesses that have gone under on Eglinton as a result of the construction of Crosstown. We've been waiting for 2 years for a phone call. No phone call. So anyways, so maybe Minister Sylvia Jones is a very fair, smart person from up Orangeville way there. She'll actually call the councillor. God, this would be a real breakthrough to get a human-to-human call. And as you know, the consultations that have happened, I'm sure have all been by WebEx. There's been no real people there in person. It's all been, then who knows how they've been able to access the complex world of WebEx to get input. So I would think it's been a challenging time, and this is an issue. I know that the provincial government is serious about doing something about this, and I'm sure they've tried their very best. And on the other hand, there's no reason why they can't listen to Councillor Wong Tam and some of the frontline people affected who've been, and the advocates that have been helping these people. So that's why I totally support and endorse this motion by Councillor Wong Tam. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let me begin by thanking Councillor Wong Tam and congratulating her actually on her passion with respect to this subject matter and this particular issue, because she is right. The legislation seemed to focus on a narrow approach with respect to sex trade workers and sort of sex trafficking, and we know that it's a lot more complex than that. Let me also state, Speaker, I thank our staff, and the city manager indicated earlier that there are many little Julies that have been created within the context of our organization. One little Julie, and I hope she doesn't mind me stating this, is Miss Denise Campbell, Miss Denise Andrew Campbell, who is a little Julie, and I know that her hands is all over this report and her team. So I want to thank her for that, and I hope she doesn't mind me borrowing from the city manager the term little Julie, because I think that connotates a tremendous girth of development and certainly contributions to making things work in this environment. The government of Ontario really should also be congratulated. They are seeking to invest funds into this very difficult and problematic area, and I think it's really important. But at the same time, as Councillor Wong Tam has pointed out, there are issues with respect to human rights, there are privacy issues and so on, surveillance powers that are being extended to police and other officials that will be appointed by the minister and so on. And I think we need to be mindful of that because that's an important element that could affect the civil liberties of so many people. And it's a great concern to me. Speaker, I first became really aware and indoctrinated into this issue of human trafficking because I had a young woman who volunteered in my office, and she's a high school student in Scarborough, and she went on to Queen's University, a brilliant young woman, and she went on to their business program, and we continued to stay in touch, and she came home one summer and came into my office, and she said that she was going to pursue, because it was a passion of hers, the issue around human trafficking. It wasn't a government agency that was actually doing this at this time. It was an individual, and she felt strongly about this, and she was able to give me a level of education that I had not been privy to prior to that regarding human trafficking and the complexity of it, the impact that it actually has on those individuals who are experiencing and families and so on, and just our society as a whole. So the provincial government is trying to do something about it. And of course, we're hearing that they haven't gotten it right just yet. The opportunity here is to do such that to ensure that they get it right. Councillor Wong Tam's effort is to pursue this. And I think it's important that we support her and support the motion. I'm delighted with the motion that's here. The language has changed a bit, and I think it's gotten much tighter to ensure that we can express obviously grave concern. I think that that is something that should get the attention of the minister and the province and so on. So thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, and I would encourage everyone to unanimously endorse the motion that's in front of us. And I would, on behalf of Councillor Wong Tam, I would ask for a recorded vote, Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you. So if we can put the motion on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you within earshot and present and voting? The amendment carries 21-1.
Okay, we'll proceed with our next item, which is GL 23.2, update to the City of Toronto Corporate Accessibility Policy. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did not have questions of staff, but I simply wanted to speak to this matter, and I will try to do my best to keep my remarks brief. But do you want to call if there's any others people to question?
Yes. Does anybody have any questions on this item? If not, we'll proceed with the speakers. No, it looks like there's no questions. So Councillor Wong Tam, if you'd like to speak.
I want to just say to this accessibility policy at the City of Toronto, I recognize, and I think all members of council recognize how challenging.
You'll have to shut your video off because we can't hear you.
This work off right now. just coming back to my remarks, I want to just recognize that on behalf of City Council that this work is important. The City Public Service is working really hard to ensure that there are policies in place that will allow us to create a more accessible city, services that are accessible and available to all residents as they need and as deemed fit. I do want to also just recognize that, you know, with this commitment of creating and updating our accessibility policy will be at some point additional resources from council. Obviously, policies set the framework for how the rest of the work will be operationalized, how our buildings will look and feel, and who gets to literally walk or roll through those doors. And I know that this work is going to be ongoing. I recognize the work is already underway. I also want to recognize that, you know, when it comes to, you know, AOD requirements in 2020-25, which seems to be faster and faster approaching every time I look at a calendar. When the Accessibilities for Ontarian Acts came into effect in 2020, the provincial government at that time gave us 20 years, all of us, 20 years, institutions, governments, businesses, 20 years to come into compliance. And I just want to recognize that the timeline for compliance is fast approaching. We have already seen the provincial government extend that once. My hope is that they don't extend it again, that it forces everyone, all of us in Ontario, with a leadership position to address the issue around accessibility and access for our constituents, for people who live, work in the province. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you to staff for putting your heart and soul into this. Thank you for helping us meet our legislative requirements. And thank you for bringing forward in advance, I will thank you in advance, the pending work and updates that we will need at City Council so that we can absolutely adhere to those timelines. Thank you for helping us update this policy and recognizing that it's a living document, which means that as we evolve, as our thinking changes, as we learn and grow in our capacity and understanding on how we treat people of different abilities and living with disabilities, this policy will also change. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity.
Thank you.
Oh, may I have a recorded vote, Madam Speaker?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. So recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Fletcher, are you present? I see your video is connected, but I don't see you. The item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 22.1, Safety and Wellbeing of Parks, Forestry and Recreation Frontline Workers. It's here without a recommendation. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
Thank you. May I begin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My first question to Janie Romoff, thank you very much for the report and thank you for the presentation at committee. With respect to information outlined on page number 4 of the presentation, it states that 285 staff people have been redeployed to support the city's other areas of COVID-19 responses. Where were those staff redeployed, and when will they go back to their, I guess, original positions?
So through the speaker, thanks for the question, Councillor Longtam. The staff have really been redeployed in many different locations based on the sort of centralized redeployment effort, and likely someone from People in Equity could speak better on that process. But my understanding is they've been distributed to as a number of places, including Toronto Public Health and the city's long-term care facilities and any other areas that are needed. We do have a process in place where we'll be recalling those staff who are mostly part-time recreation workers as their jobs become available. So as an example, as our pools open and as our summer day camps operate and any other recreation programs that they may have working entitlements to, they will be given those opportunities to go back to those regular jobs.
Thank you. That's extremely helpful. And in your opinion, did you have any struggles in maintaining the service, obviously modified service levels, but also facility maintenance and state of good repair while you had such a sizable number of staff redeployed to deal with other emergency responses?
So through the speaker, the staff, the answer specifically to the staff that were redeployed was that we managed. We only allowed staff to be on the redeployment list if there wasn't a need for the positions that they were attached to, and they would not be working anyways. And an example of that would be that many of our community recreation centers and the programs that operate in them have not been operating due to the COVID regulations for some time. So the redeployment actually assisted many of those staff who did not have regular hours in filling in some of that time without any impact on PF&R operations.
Oh, thank you. That's very helpful to know. So I have a question regarding park cleanliness, the maintenance of the fountains and the turning on the water features. Obviously, I think we can all recognize and be grateful to how busy the staff have been, frontline staff. And yet the conditions in the parks look like they are somewhat challenging. Just more users, more visitors. We hear about it quite often, including some of the encampment activity. Would you say that that staff's morale and mental health has been good during this pandemic, or would you say that all those additional changes have added additional burdens to the way they're performing and feeling in the workplace?
Thanks for the question through the speaker. The first thing I would say in response to that question is that our staff have been on the front line since the beginning of the pandemic. Our frontline staff, including all of our parks operations staff, our forestry staff, many community recreation staff who continue to work in recreation facilities that have been used for alternate uses, such as vaccination clinics or testing clinics in the past. And they've done, as we noted in the deck, a fantastic job in continuing to do all that work amidst some very, very challenging circumstances, both from the perspective of working within the COVID regulations and the additional health and safety processes we've put in place, but also at a time when, as you've noted, our public assets are just overwhelmed with use and pieces and people doing a variety of things. So I can say we've adjusted the staffing levels accordingly and put in some additional resources as part of the budget last year to respond, and have continued to try and adjust those staffing levels accordingly so that we have enough staff in the field. I can say quite honestly that up until now, with just about everything else being closed besides our outdoor facilities, it has been very challenging to keep them up to what our regular maintenance standards are. And our hope is that, as things start to reopen again, we'll see a lot of that usage return to more normal levels, which will be easier for us to maintain to the standards that people are expecting.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for questions. Councillor Wong-Tam, did you want to speak on it?
I did, Madam Speaker, and I'm just simply going to move that we receive the staff presentation to thank the the frontline staff at PFR, including the managers and those in leadership positions, for all their hard work. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I brought the issue forward to City Council was specifically I wanted to highlight, not just for members of council, because I think we are fully aware of what the city is doing, but I wanted members of the public to just for a minute recognize that we are still living under the pandemic, and that means that the whole of government response that has been shifted to providing emergency responses has rendered the way we do business a little bit differently. By way of the report from our GM of PFR, she has said over 785 people have been redeployed from her front line to various COVID-related responses, which means that she's been left with a smaller staff deployment. It also means that new staff that are being brought in may not have the same type of institutional facility knowledge, and I just want to recognize how difficult it has been for PFR staff. It has been difficult for every single member of the Toronto Public Service, but PFR staff really get to see residents out in the community at community centers, at recreation centers, in parks facilities. And as there has been lots of demand to turn on facilities, turn on this and get this up and running, not only have they pivoted and created incredible online programs, gave us access to community centers and outdoor camp programming, as we've heard, they've had to do this repeatedly as government opens and shuts down the economy multiple times in one season. And I don't think we have really, and I know many members of council recognize this, and certainly this is an issue that is well known to the committee, but I just wanted to flag that this work, the pandemic, has been hard on everyone. And we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the encampments and what happens in the encampments. And the reason why those encampments have been kept largely clean, despite the fact that we do get complaints that they're not clean, despite the fact that, that we put in some sharp containers where people can dispose of their needles, all of that happens around PFR staff. They have never eased up on us. So on top of everything else they have been asked to do, which is go work in sectors that they're not familiar with, whether it's long-term care homes or shelters, or perhaps moving from another body of work that they don't have the adequate training for. On top of that, there's been incredible demands on our parks. And I think that all of us can recognize that green space is important. I certainly do. I know that I live in an apartment. I don't have a front yard or backyard. So my local park is my green oasis. And there's many others who live in the city, just like myself, who rely on clean, accessible parks. And PFR staff, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for doing all the work that you have done during the pandemic under the most challenging circumstances. And I know that I've highlighted one particular department and division, and many things can be said of all those other public workers that are out there caring about their business, taking care of Toronto with the pride and care that they deserve. But I wanted to highlight the exceptional work that PFR frontline workers have been under, and just to say thank you for doing this work, and thank you for doing it as oftentimes in unsung heroes. Whether you're a horticulturalist, you're a gardener, you work in the pool attendants, our part-time seasonal recreation staff, or if you're just someone trying to get the fountains and irrigation systems back on, and somehow over the winter things have fallen apart because of the frost and freeze and thaw. And so I don't think you get thanked enough. And I just want to take this moment to say thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. We have another speaker, Councillor Matlow, to speak.
I just wanted to say an enthusiastic ditto to everything that Kristen just said, and express my gratitude to Councillor Wong Tam for what a thoughtful gesture that she made. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the motion to receive the report, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Next item is IE 22.2, non-motorized watercraft storage and launch locations. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Speaker. This is such an exciting initiative. I do to, I guess, Ms. Romoff or her staff, whoever she's, on this great thing. I know there was, can I start?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was an RFP that went out for locations to have rentals and storage, and that's closed now. The paddle TO is about getting people out on the water and being able to bring their own non-motorized or rent. So I'm just wondering if the 5 locations that are now have come through, been accepted by the bid committee, are ones that will be day storage for personal craft, or will people be able to store their personal crafts there for a longer period of time?
So through the speaker, and thanks for the question, Councillor Fletcher. My understanding is that it's a mix of both. I think there have been a few locations through that RFP that have been able to add some storage, which is great. And my understanding is we've also been be able to add a few additional vendors around the rental of equipment as well. So I think the combination of those two will increase, the ability for, novices and people that don't own their own equipment to paddle along the waterfront at various locations, as well as those that have their own watercraft to store. And as you know, Councillor, through many discussions with your office and your support of this initiative, we are also working with many of the boat clubs along the waterfront to engage them in providing additional watercraft storage for folks in Toronto.
Do we have, I know recently understood that there have been a couple of existing clubs, most notably in Councillor Grimes' area. He's got all the really enthusiastic boaters there for non-motorized that would actually add capacity. So I think 3. Are there others that we're still working with? I know we were trying to get the Port Authority and TRCA to be a little more engaged and encourage them to add storage capacity. Could you explain a little bit more about that, please?
Sure. So to the speaker, I mean, this is it's a bit of a complicated issue because we don't have many city-owned storage facilities along the waterfront, as you know, Councillor. So we are working with anybody that has jurisdictional capacity around leases or within our own lease structures to encourage more waterfront storage along the waterfront, because we recognize that paddling is a huge interest of many people, and that interest as the waterfront becomes more accessible is rising every year. So we will continue to work with all of those partners along the waterfront to make those opportunities become available, both now this summer and in future years. And the other piece that we're doing is trying to communicate and centralize the communication on what opportunities there are, so that if single boat clubs along the waterfront may have some opportunity, that we are centralizing that communication and ensuring that possibly through our website that people know who to contact to look for those storage locations.
So we're also doing a map for the
correct.
park's website, so everybody can know if you want to do X or Y. Also, based on our conversations, I do want to thank you and your staff for all the work you've put in here to look at access on rivers. Don River is not somewhere where you could take a kayak up, but understand that the Humber and the Rouge are rivers that easily accessible, and making some of the rentals available for people who couldn't be out on the big lake. How is that proceeding? Is that coming along?
I think through the speaker, Councillor, some of that work is just beginning now. And we'll really need a little bit more time to report back. And I noted in the report there was a report back opportunity. So I think
Yes.
we need a little bit more time to sort of put some of those opportunities together, both in the short term, but more in the medium and the long term. And so I don't have a very specific answer on that yet. But I know we are working with many of the local clubs around how to engage in some of those opportunities.
Yes, and there is a report back opportunity in September, but
that's correct.
I'm really paddling hard. I'm paddling upstream very hard with you on this to get this moving. So thank you. I'm very happy to see this and realize that the RFPs have gone out and come back. So I'll
Thanks.
just
It's a great
speak briefly
initiative,
on
and
that.
we're 100% in support of ensuring there's more opportunities for
Thank
folks.
you.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move the item?
Yes, I see Councillor Matlow is up to speak. So
Okay,
I'll
sorry, he
speak to
just
move
put,
the item.
he
Yep.
just put
Okay.
his name on just now. Councillor Matlow, you have a question? Councillor
No, I just
Matlow?
wanted to pick up. No, not a question.
Oh, you want to speak? Okay, sorry.
So Speaker.
So Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Yes, I'm gonna move the item, Madam Speaker, and thank Ms. Romoff and her team at Parks. And also thank, I can't see, there's Councillor McKelvey, the chair of our Environment and Infrastructure Committee, or Infrastructure and Environment Committee, for all of her work that she's done here and the time and attention that she's given to this initiative, understanding that we are a waterfront city and we are on a lake. I think during COVID, so many people have come to understand that we are on a fantastic, beautiful lake, that much has been reclaimed. We have blue flag beaches, many clubs, but most are larger boats, whether they're sailboats, yachts, large motorboats, harbors, the outer harbor marina, they're for large craft. But so many people in the pandemic, and I've been in touch saying I have a small boat or I'm a club that would like to expand, and I have to drive my canoe or drive my kayak or drive my paddleboard all the way down, find a place to park it, and then go out and then come back. And one of the things with being so busy at the waterfront is there is, and Councillor Bradford knows this for sure because he has the motion about Woodbine, is just all the parking crunch along the waterfront. So if we can find a way to have people be able to store their non-motorized, those are the same people that probably are non-motorized when it comes to getting to the lake, and they can take their bicycles down, they can get there in a non-motorized way. And that's the whole idea, is to be non-motorized, have access to our lake, be able to store your non-motorized craft, which does not take up the same amount of room as a large sailboat, and get out and enjoy beautiful Lake Ontario. It is, to me, I'm really happy that staff have jumped on this initiative, and I really do want to thank Ms. Romoff and the park staff for that, and of course Councillor McKelvey, as I said already, because to me it's a no-brainer. And this is pandemic's one thing. I don't think that this is going to go away. Many people have bought bikes during the pandemic. I don't think they're just going to put them away after the pandemic. They're going to still ride them. They have bought canoes or kayaks or paddleboards during the pandemic. They will continue to use them. Many people don't have cottages. Lake Ontario, our waterfront, is their cottage. It's their play space. So I just can't hope that, I just hope that we continue driving this and get anyone who has access to an ability to put things there, to store things, for clubs to take that up, for us to be really open with doing some of those things. Even the Dragon Boat has come and said we need a little more space on the outer harbor. We could put our boats there. We could also accommodate non-motorized craft that aren't dragon boats or racing boats on an area of the waterfront in the outer harbor that actually is just barren right at the moment. So Ms. Romoff, please get ready for that, because I'm going to start trying to make that happen so that everybody has access to get not only to the beach, but out onto the water and enjoy our great lake. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, along with speaking as a councillor for Midtown, who will also be the recipient of this service, given that many of us, even in the middle of Toronto, remember that there's a lake and really enjoy that lake. I also want to speak as a Toronto resident who will be well served by what Councillor Fletcher is talking about. And I want to express my gratitude to Councillor Fletcher and all of the lakefront councillors for pursuing this initiative. So Melissa Molly and I have this beaten up old Kevlar canoe that we bought years ago, a retired M&R canoe that we bought up in Algonquin Park. And every once in a while, and this is way pre-pandemic, for years now, we will lug that big wrecked up canoe to the top of our car. We'll head down to Cherry Beach. And we go to Cherry Beach because of its proximity to the Long Pond at the island, because of the Eastern Channel. It's a good way to get there. And there is something so magical when you're in Toronto, Canada's largest city, and you're canoeing through the Long Pond, meaning that, river-like body that goes through the islands. And one moment you feel like you are you could be in Algonquin Park, like you are somewhere so natural and beautiful, and then all of a sudden you see the skyline of our city, and that in itself is something beautiful and awe-inspiring to witness. And then even sort of the idiosyncratic features there, where you ride under some of the rides from Center Island, and it is such an amazing experience. It's magical. And we've also had very fond memories of parking our canoe and then going over to the Rectory Cafe. I think they've renamed it, for some lunch. That kind of experience is so valuable, and we appreciated that, but we have privilege. There are many Torontonians who don't get out of the city very often, if at all, if ever. And to have that access, to be able to even rent a canoe for a few days or whatever, and have a place to store it, have a place to have it, have access to it, and then go and experience our waterfront, is something that I hope all of you, that everybody should experience at least once in their life, if not more. So I really just wanted to share that story as a Torontonian myself, and to express my gratitude to Councillor Fletcher and every one of you who are taking part in this on the waterfront, because it will be a service that is missing from a city that has a lake. Far too often we forget that we have a lake, and it's something that I think that a lot of people will get a lot of joy out of. So thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, show of hands, carried.
By the way, Madam Speaker, may I make a point of order if we are having a pause for a moment to
Okay,
reopen an item?
can you just hold on for a sec, please? Councillor
Sure.
Matlow, I'm dealing with an issue right now.
Sure, of course.
Okay. Councillor Matlow?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Madam Speaker. There's an item that passed by quickly earlier that I need to reopen to add an amendment. The item is IE 22.10, Broadway Avenue.
Well, that was yesterday.
This meeting, yes. It just came to my attention that it went by, and I was
Well,
meant to move an amendment.
what is the item, Councillor Matlow?
The item is IE 22.10, Construction Staging Area 5565 Broadway Avenue.
Okay, we do have your motion to reopen the item.
Thank you.
It's on the screen. To reconsider item IE 22.10. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay. We will now continue to our next item. Oh, sorry.
You want to just move the amendment?
Yes, sorry, Councillor Matlow,
Okay.
there it is, there's your amendment, yes. The amendment's on the
And-
screen. On the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, show of hands, carried, thank you. Our next item
Thank
is,
you.
our next item is IE 22.6, single-use and takeaway items reduction strategy. Councillor Layton, you held the item down.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick question from staff, or for staff. Just what part of this what's being proposed actually commit the city to doing anything in by way of curbing our own plastic usage, or that of our contractors?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, nothing commits the city in this approach, but with it being voluntary, we can definitely look to advance this strategy.
Councillor Layton, do you have more questions? Councillor Layton?
Matt, hello?
Yes, Councillor
You
Layton?
can't hear?
No, we can't hear you. Can you shut off,
Okay.
can you shut off your video, please?
Sure, is
Okay, go ahead.
that any better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
No more questions.
Okay, Councillor Layton, did you want to speak on it? Or did you just want to move the item?
Yes, please, I have a motion.
Okay, we'll put the motion on
Nope,
the
I
screen.
have a,
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen. There it is.
thank you very much. I believe it's pretty straightforward. It's the city council direct the city manager in consultation with the appropriate divisions to identify where the voluntary measures can be implemented at city-run facilities, events, and with vendors, and how to implement the voluntary measure program at those facilities and events in order to take a leadership role in supporting the reduction of single-use and takeaway items, and to report to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee by the fourth quarter of 2021. The city council direct the city manager in consultation with the appropriate divisions to submit for consideration as part of the 2022 budget the resourcing and support required to implement the voluntary measures at city-run facilities. And 3, city council directs city manager solid waste management in consultation with the appropriate city divisions to accelerate the development and release of guidance documents for businesses to help support the COVID-19 green recovery and reopening plans that include how to minimize single-use items and encourage the safe use and acceptance of reusable items. And C, provide guidance on choosing single-use and takeaway items that are not made of materials such as expanded polyethylene foam and black plastic, where single-use takeaway items cannot be avoided as they are difficult to recycle and not accepted in the Toronto City of Toronto Blue Bin program. So thank you very much. A big thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I know that this is a file that Councillor Robinson and I have been pushing for in recent years. It's just mind-boggling the amount of plastic and single-use throwaway items we generate in our society. It was prior to the epidemic. I think we all have noticed it even more now with all the takeaway items that are being used. We simply can't go on this way with the amount of waste that's being generated, the amount of resources are being consumed for such a short duration of time. It's just simply unacceptable. We need to push this agenda forward. We are waiting on the federal government, and now we got recently the provincial government passed its regulations on the blue bin program. We're still waiting on an update from staff about what that'll mean for the City of Toronto and if they responded to our concerns about the proposed regulations. And so that's why the city's only undertaking voluntary measures. You know, we've been waiting on the federal government and the provincial government for like the better part of a decade to take steps on this. So while it makes me uncomfortable that we're not taking it one step further, I appreciate the fact that we want to make sure that we're consistent with those programs if they come ahead. Should the federal government change or the provincial government change, I just hope we don't fall back into this cycle of waiting on other levels of government. At some point in time, like we did with the cosmetic pesticide ban, we need to step up and start shaping how our city consumes and produces waste. So I am happy to bring this forward so that the city practices what we preach, and I hope you'll support the amendment.
Thank you.
And a big...
Sorry. Councillor Layton?
I was just going to end with thanking the staff from Solid Waste Management for help with the motion to make it make sense.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to Councillor Layton for bringing these motions forward. As he mentioned, in my last capacity as chair of infrastructure, etc., I moved a number of motions on this item. So I'm glad that he's continuing the fight. I do agree with him in that with COVID, this has become an exacerbated problem because single use has become really the talk of the day. And on top of that, all the other pieces and parts with PPE, etc. So we are creating a lot of waste. And I look forward to the end of COVID, as we all do, for that mere fact alone. But I do hope you'll support this. It's very important that we continue to push forward on these items. I do wish that we could fast track this for implementation of stage 2. And I do wonder why stage 2 of this plan could not be planned concurrently with stage 1. It seems to me like a good idea because we need to move this along. So I'll leave that thought with staff. And again, thank staff for their work on this item.
Thank you. So on the amendment by Councillor Layton, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Our next item is IE 2211, Cycling Network Plan. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't have questions. I had a small motion. I know Councillor Matlow does, but I know Councillor Fletcher has one that's not ready. So I'm not sure if we want to stand this down and come back to it, or we can check if that motion is now submitted.
Who has a motion? Who has a motion?
Councillor Fletcher.
We don't have anything from Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, so I think it's not going to be ready until lunch, after lunch. So I don't know if we can stand this down and come back to it.
Yeah, we'll have to do it later on because we're doing members' motion and then we're doing the update from Dr. Davila following that. So we'll put it at the end of the list.
Great, and I will ask that it's pre-circulated and everyone pre-circulates on this just to expedite the item. Thank you.
If members have motions, if they can please submit it into the staff so we can have it prepared when we get to the item. Our next item is PH 23.5 Modular Housing Initiative. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
7 Glamorgan. Okay.
Glamorgan, yes.
Yes.
Number 7. Thank you, Speaker. I don't have any questions. I just have a motion I'd like to bring forward, please.
Okay.
I think staff has the motion.
Okay, the motion's on the screen. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. The motion reads as follows, that the City Council requests the Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure and Development Services to provide a DUDOT address to the modular housing development to distinguish it from the existing building currently located at 7 Glamorgan. Speaker, I want to thank the Mayor and certainly Councillor and Deputy Mayor Bylaw for their leadership in this area. in terms of bringing modular housing to my neighborhood. And I welcome it, quite frankly, because there's a need. You know, the notion that if you build, they'll come, quite frankly, that's not the case. In fact, there are already people there that are waiting for us to actually build it. So they won't come because we built it. There's actually a need already existing in the community. I introduced the mayor and staff to a woman by the name of Dominica, who have actually been living on the boulevard at Dundalk and Ellesmere. She is a woman who has had a tremendous amount of challenges with respect to some of our shelter housing that she has been involved with. And she said to me that, you know, I would like to have a facility that provides me with a sense of dignity, provides me with privacy, provides me with services that can help me in terms of my development and my recovery, the challenges that she's experiencing, Speaker. It is a difficult situation for my community to see people just simply sleeping on the street and on the boulevard of our community. And we want certainly this to be addressed. This is actually an effort to address that, the leadership of the mayor and the deputy mayor. So I want to thank them very much for this. I want to thank all the other staff members, Ms. Bond and her team, for bringing this matter forward. I know that we are actually being asked as communities and so on to do our part, to provide solutions and to contribute solutions to the the homeless issue that exists in our city. We've debated this on a number of occasions. Yesterday we talked about the encampment and so on. There are no developments that takes place in the city without issues or challenges that we must address. I have a variety of development that's taking place on the Golden Mile. Many of them are condominiums. Some of them will be purpose-built rental and so on. There are concerns that members of my community have about security, traffic, et cetera, et cetera. This particular development is no different. But what is important is that we're responding and dealing and reacting to this development and all the other developments when issues are brought forward, that we deal with them. And I'm very pleased to represent my community in accepting this development to address needs that exist in my community. Our Agent Court Community Association and others are very supportive of this and supportive of the leadership of the mayor and the deputy mayor in bringing this type of housing to my community. We welcome the opportunity. We will deal with any issues that come up as we deal with any other issues that comes up in any of the other development or planning applications that we have in our community. So I'm hoping, Speaker, that the planning staff will address this issue. We already have an address, that's 7 Glamorgan. To add this modular housing with the similar address defeats the whole purpose of its level of independence, as well as Dundalk is a great street. It is at the intersection of Dundalk and Glamorgan, so it doesn't really affect the development in a negative way. On behalf of the community, I'd like to propose that we ensure that there is a distinguished address for this particular site at Dundalk Drive, because I want to make sure that Dominica and others like her have an opportunity to reside at the location to be determined in terms of its number. But clearly we are desirous of welcoming 57 new members to our community once this particular structure has been completed. And again, I want to thank the mayor, thank the deputy mayor, and thank all who have been involved, as well as thank my staff as well, who work with our staff, city staff, in order to ensure that this particular development is well received in my community. And again, finally, Speaker, to thank my community for their understanding and the need that we have to provide housing for those in need. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to have a recorded vote on this item as well.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I too, of course, I'm going to be supporting this housing initiative along with the other two that passed yesterday. I have the privilege, and it's actually quite nice to be able to say that. I have the privilege, along with the Council of Bylaw, to have the first modular housing project in all of Toronto at 11 Macy. And it was a long process, not a long process, it was actually a quick process. About 8 months from beginning to end to have occupancy, and we now have 56 studio apartments and residents in there. And I think it's an absolutely wonderful initiative. And it's, listen, the only biggest frustration I have had out of that is the fact that we can't enjoy this celebration with the residents until the pandemic is over and the restrictions are lifted. So I'm hoping that's going to be very soon. But what I wanted to comment on in front of council today is on Saturday, this past Saturday, there was an article in Daily Newspaper. This article, in fact, defamed this initiative and tried to influence a decision at council today. And I'm glad that didn't happen. In fact, I don't know if anybody read the article, but it didn't work. This was an article, it was based on bias, it was based on misrepresentation of fact, and it was purely disingenuous. I shared this article with city staff, with my community, and with the providers of the house, COTA, to sort of ask their comments to that. And it was interesting. The service provider made one, important comment: change is hard, but misinformation is worse. They were very upset by the tone of this article. And again, I could talk a lot about how it was misquoted, but one example, in this particular neighborhood, crime has actually fallen in the last 5%, but of course the article didn't express that. And not only that, but when I'm looking at, there was a local neighbor at 11 Macy, and this was an individual who had challenges initially with the conversation with the community on this particular initiative. But through the process, through conversations with staff and with police and everybody, this individual came out about to be one of the bigger supporters of this. And he was concerned about this article. And I just want to read a quote that he said. Homeless deserve to be housed in the most appropriate setting. I hope this doesn't descend into an antagonistic relationship and war on words in the media. Everybody has to take a step back, work towards a mutual understanding and meaningful dialogue leading to a more positive outcome. Again, coming from somebody who began with a challenge, who now broadly accepts and understands the importance of this this initiative in that community. And again, not getting into a lot of the misrepresentation, but it talked about the police and the fact that the police were, it suggested that the police were down there at this site every day, which was absolutely not true. In fact, when I talked to the police, they go down into the community. The liaison officers go down just to visit, just to say hello. Just because a vehicle may happen to be in the area doesn't necessarily mean there are concerns. I've talked to the site providers. They are doing perimeter searches every day, and they are out with the community liaison community. So I just wanted to speak today to really talk about this misrepresentation in the community. It doesn't impact me. I'm going to continue to support this. I know council will unanimously continue to support this. But when you hear these kind of words out in our communities, we do have to react. And I felt I had to make a comment today on that. And I also received an email from a constituent or somebody who works in the healthcare area. And I just wanted to end with a few comments that this email came to me, and I believe it came to the mayor as well. It says that this is the article that was written last Saturday, that the article demonstrates the social stigma and the persecution facing homeless, mental illness, and addiction. The complainants with this article likely do not appreciate that these issues are some of the most profound social determinants of health. Poverty and homelessness are vulnerable states of living that confer increased risk of disease, mental illness, injury, and mortality, not to mention decreased access to mental care. This modular housing initiative is an actual tangible intervention that will address a major public health emergency in our city. And while most can see the benefit of helping a person or family off the street or out of the shelter system, as a healthcare professional, I can assure you this simple intervention will actually save lives. So on that, members, I just wanted to, again, I felt compelled after reading this article. We, in this job, we get hits, we get criticized. But when I hear these kind of criticisms that impact the good work that our people are trying to do across the city, I had to comment. So on that, thank you.
Thank you. So on the motion by Councillor Thompson. There's a request for recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, can I just confirm that your camera is still off because of connection issues and that you are in fact present?
That is correct. I am present.
Thank you. Your vote is registered. Councillor Robinson, are you present and voting? I can see your tile, but I can see that you're not in the video. The amendment carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Item as amended,
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
recorded vote.
The item is amended carries. The vote is 21-1.
Our next item is PH 23.6 Rapid Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 75 Tandridge Crescent. Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have questions to staff.
Okay, questions to staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hopefully staff is available. We've been working on this for a couple months now with, of course, city planning and the housing secretariat. And just recently went out to the community when it went public, made the announcement and went through planning and housing. In the last week, it has come to our attention, staff's attention, about some technical issues that have arisen. So my question is, given those technical issues, as currently stands right now, you're supposed to report back in July. Will you be able to make that target?
Go ahead, Abby. I was just going to address the issue, Councillor, through the speaker. It's Greg Lynch from Planning, that those technical issues are still under review and we're going to require additional time. So we're been in discussion with your office about moving a target report back date to early in the fall.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and we've worded that motion. So if we do move it, which I am planning to move a report back in the fall, if you are able to come to a solution, are you able to report back to council earlier? even though I guess there would only be one opportunity to do so, which is July.
Yeah, through the speaker, the only opportunity would be at the July meeting. We'll certainly endeavor to move forward, but we're thinking we'll need the extra time because of the technicalities involved in the issue.
Right. Okay. And then we went out for the first community consultation, and the community is aware that the next community consultation will be planned for June 29th, I believe. Are we still planning to continue with that date, or does that change anything?
Through the speaker, so we're in the process of getting information together to postpone that community engagement sessions. We'll be putting up notices on the site and also resending notifications out to the community indicating that that session is going to be postponed.
Okay, so you do have a communications plan that I'm sure you'll work with our office on.
Absolutely, we will. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, that concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Ford, would you like to speak?
I will, yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor
I do have, thank you. I do have a motion, an amendment that I would just like to add. So what this is doing, members, is pretty much, as you've heard in the questions, staff were supposed to report back in July to City Council, but unfortunately, due to some technical issues that have arisen, staff will need a bit more time, and that's what this does. I'll take a moment just to thank City staff for the work, the great work they have been doing with our office, with the community, in moving this forward. As we all know, these are fast timelines and an expedited process, which they've been doing great work. Particularly, there's a million names to name, but Abby and Carrie in particular doing phenomenal work. And also like to thank the staff in my office who have been doing really good work on this too, with the community and our city staff. And of course, the mayor for coming out to the first community consultation, and Anna for Deputy Mayor Bylaw for her work on this. So really appreciate it. Hopefully we can come to a resolution with these issues and get this back to council. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So on the motion by Councillor Ford, on the amendment, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, all in favor.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote. Please. Recorded vote.
Speaker, the item is amended, carries. The vote is 21-1.
Councillor Fillion.
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Fillion, you, it's my understanding that there is new business CC 22.9. No, sorry. New business CC 34.6 on Bogart Avenue. And you have an amendment that, would you like to move your amendment and release the item? It's under new business?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, and there was advanced circulation, I believe.
Yes, so it's on the screen, so this way we can release it before lunch. So CC 34.6, Councillor Fillion has the amendment on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, thank you. So we do have a couple of members' motion that we will introduce before the lunch break. Okay, Mayor Tory, we'll put the motion on the screen.
Speaker, thank you. I have a motion that is addressing the rise in anti-Semitic violence, and the reason for urgency is the very acute situation we find ourselves in now, unfortunately, on a number of fronts to do with racism and discrimination and hate. And so I wanted to make sure that we had a discussion about the anti-Semitism issue that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, Councillor Coe, you, there is a member's motion for Councillor Robinson that you agreed to second. Councillor Robinson is not here. Can you move it and introduce it at this time, please?
Yes, yes, I will, Madam Speaker. This is on behalf of Councillor Robinson. It's to deal with an urgent matter in regards to what's happened in the horror show in Hogs Hollow, and where they demolished a heritage home built in 1912. A $4.3 million home was bought and demolished on the weekend.
Okay, thank
so
you.
anyways,
Yeah,
we want to move this.
We're just introducing it at this point. Thank you. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. No. Okay, we'll recess to 2 o'clock. This meeting is now resumed. Members, council will consider item HL 28.1 on the COVID-19 May update after the member motion run-through. Before we do the run-through, are there any further release of holds? Please put your name on the list. Okay, we do have 2 additional member motions that we want to add on. Councillor Matlow.
I move to add the motion entitled Relocation of Existing Community Space Tenant to Accommodate Housing Now Development in 140 Murden Street. This is to ensure, as council has agreed upon, to ensure that Sprint is able to continue their work throughout the duration of the construction. Serving seniors in the
On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. This is a motion that is urgent as we move towards reopening to explore a pilot opportunity and Davenport.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, we'll start with our run through of the members' motion. We'll put the motion on the screen.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, I did have an announcement or statement that I was going to make yesterday morning because of the residential schools issues. We moved it off to 2 o'clock today. If I could have a couple of minutes.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak, then hold your member's motion when we get to it.
I don't have a.
Okay.
I don't have a member's motion. I don't have a member's motion. I had a statement.
It's the mayor's motion. It's the mayor's motion, Councillor Pasternak. Okay, Councillor Pasternak?
I am aware of the mayor's motion. If you'd like to combine my statement with the mayor's motion, that is fine. It has to be held then.
Okay, then when we get to it, then hold it down.
Right, because I had asked I had asked the clerk for a moment to speak at 2 o'clock today.
Okay, it's my understanding that was before the member's motion, but now that we have the member's motion, you can speak when we get to the member's motion, and you can hold the member's motion down. Okay? MM 34.
It's fine.
34.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Civic Appointments Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Speaker, can I hold that? Can I hold that for a quick question?
Okay.
Is Councillor Carroll?
Okay, we'll have to reopen it because we just voted.
Sorry, I was trying to get my voice across as soon as the referral was over.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll's asked to reopen item MM 34.8. On favor? Carried. We'll hold the item down.
Thank you.
MM 34.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3411. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3412. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 24.12. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council debates otherwise. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.14.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Carroll. Can I have a recorded vote on the motion to waive referral?
Okay, So notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please.
I can't seem to, oh, I'm in the affirmative.
Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-4.
Okay, on the
Madam
item.
Speaker, I'd like to hold the motion. Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold the motion.
Yes. MM 34.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 34.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Sorry, recorded. You're so fast up there, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote on
Yes,
the
please.
item.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Yep.
Members of council, we have 3 more votes registered than there are people with video screens on. So if you have voted and you've turned off your video screen, would you please turn it on so I can cross-reference that? And if you're having trouble with your video screen, would you please indicate? Madam Speaker, please stand by while we cross-check. We're still missing one member. Councillor Crawford, are you present in the meeting, please? We've received a vote, but we don't see you on the screen.
Oh, yes, I am here. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted. The vote is 22-2.
MM 34.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Can I just hold that, Madam Speaker?
Okay, I'm sorry. Who was that?
It's Councillor Bradford.
Councillor
Hold
Bradford?
it for a few minutes. Yep.
Okay. MM 3420. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Board of Health Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3421. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3422. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3423. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3424. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Please, Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
Recorded vote. Recorded vote, please.
Okay, a recorded vote on MM 3424.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
M 3425. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3426. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3427. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3428. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3429. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3430. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopen of item MM 28.24. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3431. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded vote. Recorded vote. This is an important position, please,
Okay.
Chair, and
Recorded
thanks
vote.
to Councillor Holliday for his leadership here. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Thank you, Stephen.
Your committee thanks you.
Thank you to the committee.
Stephen Holliday was a wonderful chair.
Councillor Layton, please. Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. MM 3432. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3433. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate.
Madam Speaker, I have 30 seconds of commentary on this. Would you like me to hold it or just say it now?
Okay, do you want to say it now?
Sure. So
30 seconds.
Yes, this one really concerns me. There was a staff report asking that this be turned down. It is contrary to the North York secondary plan, therefore the official plan, which should therefore have automatically made it not a minor variance. Staff also asked if the committee were to approve it, that they approve a section 45 of more than $400,000. That was also ignored. So I'm just really concerned about the process that allows that kind of thing. I know it's an independent panel, but you have applicants bringing in solicitors and planners, and our planning staff aren't really there to address the issue. So I will take that up with the chief planner or Mr. Mitzi or Mr. Haley, just so that so perhaps there's better education or a better process we could follow, and I would like a recorded vote on this.
Okay, recorded.
Yes, I was going to ask for a recorded vote. I'm going to vote twice.
Councillor Cole, please. The item is adopted unanimously, Madam Speaker, 25 in favor.
Thank you. MM 3434. This motion has been deemed urgent. I'll wait till it gets on the screen. There it is. MM 3434. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Can I just thank staff for their incredibly fast work on this, Madam Chair? I know they're so busy. I just want to thank them for that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. MM 3435. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3436. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item EC 21.10. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
I have a small amendment, a friendly amendment.
Hold, Grimes.
I'm sorry, who yelled hold? Grimes?
Grimes, hold.
Okay.
Grimes, hold.
Yes.
And I have a small amendment that's pre-circulated.
Is this on the fireworks? Which is this on?
Yep.
Hold the fireworks.
Okay. MM 3437. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to a reopening of item MM 3238. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3438. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
I'd like to hold that. I hold that for a question, please. Sorry. Thank you.
MM 3439. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 3440. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3441. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 3442, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda, is before council for debate. I'm going to hold the item down for the mayor. And MM 3443, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. I'll hold the item down for the mayor. MM 3444. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3445. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3446. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3447. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda, is before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 3448. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda, is before council for debate. Okay, we'll hold the item down for the mayor. MM 3449. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, could I, like Councillor Fillion, just make some brief remarks and then move it?
Just one sec. Councillor Robinson, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank Mike Cole for seconding this motion and for his support. And I just want to bring to council's attention, and many of you know this, that in recent years, there has been several high-profile demolitions of heritage properties across the city. On the May long weekend, a beautiful listed heritage home in Ward 15 was demolished without permit. The Hogs Hollow neighborhood is understandably devastated, and it's quite frankly beyond the Hogs Hollow neighborhood, the devastation. In light of the Bill 108 amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act coming into force next month, it is a good time to look at how we can enhance, refine, and strengthen our bylaws, policies, and procedures to better protect our city's heritage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Carried.
Recorded, Jay.
Recorded vote, please.
Please, thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Mansis, please. And members, again, we have at least one member who has a video camera off that we can't cross-reference with the votes that we received. So if you could indicate your presence.
I'm sorry, that was me, that my camera was off. I'm not sure how that happened.
Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Now, before we go to the timed item, the health item, we will do. Oh, okay. Okay, we have two more members' motion that was just introduced, and I didn't have a copy of it, so the staff is going to put it on the screen. So MM 3450, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3451. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried.
Recorded vote.
On which one? We already voted on both
I'd
of
like
them.
to,
On the music. We want the music in the patios.
is
Music.
it only for Beaches, East York and Davenport?
No, all over the city. We want music back.
That's the summary.
What do you got against music, Councillor Fletcher?
Okay,
I don't.
please,
It's
one at a
only-
time.
It's only for,
Please, please.
excuse me, point of order.
The point of order, you can't, you know, you can't have your mic on and talk to each other in the middle of a vote or during council meetings. So if you want a recorded vote, we will have a recorded vote. MM 3451, there's been
I
a
have
request for a
point of order.
recorded vote.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. It says it's in Davenport and Beaches, East York, and I'm unclear if this is for the entire city or only for 2 wards. Thought there was music in more than 2 wards. Thank you. I'd like a clarification or hold it down if I need to.
I'm happy to clarify, Madam Speaker, if you want me to do that, or if you want to hold it down. The intention is a pilot program in Beaches, East York, Davenport.
No.
If that goes well, I think that there would be opportunities for
No,
councillors.
I'm holding it down.
Okay.
I'm holding it down. I'll add other
Yeah,
wards.
this is
Thank
not
you.
quick.
We're gonna.
That's correct.
We're gonna hold the item down.
Thank you.
Wow. All right, members, before we go to the timed item, we will do a confirming bylaw to formalize the ombudsman and the deputy city manager appointments. So may I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor Holliday, would you like to do that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 34 on June 8th and 9th, 2021.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
sorry, Councillor Robinson, go ahead.
Councillor.
No, I was just going to note, Madam Speaker, I think there's a technical issue that our videos are going off. So if you're not staring at yourself all the time, we're not realizing that's happening. So it's happened to me several times today, not yesterday, and it's never happened before. But our videos are just suddenly going off without us turning them off. And I see Councillor Bylaws agreeing with me and some other councillors, just flipping off on their own. That's a new occurrence.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look into it. These are these virtual meetings. What can I say?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
And Speaker, just on a point of order, if I might, it's Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Speaker. Just on a point of order, I know we're moving to the timed item, which is the Board of Health item. Dr. Davila is 3 minutes away, having just concluded a media availability with the mayor. So I'm wondering if we can hold down this item and proceed to the next and return when she gets here.
Yes, I was actually going to suggest that.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to your item, EX 24.5, which you held down because you had some questions for Toronto Hydro. And I understand that Toronto Hydro is on the call now. This is for electric vehicle charging project. So we have Toronto Hydro here. So if you would like to ask your question.
You know, Speaker, just before you put my time on, I'd just like to clarify what the request was for everybody, so it's on the record. It was to ask the EEO and Toronto Hydro and be able to ask questions of those with our previous pilot. And that included Toronto Hydro, who very kindly has now sent somebody to be able to ask questions to. So it's not just to Toronto Hydro, but they were having trouble getting somebody over here, and they've solved that. So thank you to the city manager and everyone else who's made that possible today.
Yes.
So my question's really, thank you.
Okay, so
that isn't what you said.
I'll start you all over in your new time, okay?
Thank
Okay,
you so
go
much,
ahead,
Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher. Okay.
This is just about the program that has existed. This is an NRCan program through TAF that we're looking at here with 300 EVs through the GTHA. And I'm wondering how we can add on to either through this program or a separate program, the EV charging pilot that we've had going now for a couple of years in Ward 19, in Ward 14, and I believe 2 other wards, 4 wards of the city, maybe 8 stations. Can you hold my time waiting for the answer, please? Thank you. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this is Ian Klesmer from the Atmospheric Fund.
Thank you.
With respect to the program for which we're seeking approval today, the NRCan funding provides up to $2 million in funding for TAF to help subsidize the purchase of EV charging stations in the GTHA, as you pointed out. And it will be subject to an open selection process with clear selection criteria for funding. And we're very much interested in supporting Toronto's EV strategy, which commits to rolling out EV charging infrastructure across the city, with a particular focus on street charging, public charging, and multi-unit residential buildings, because those are really underserved locations. So if there are locations that are on street or fall under the existing pilot where further charging stations are desired, they could certainly submit applications for co-funding for those projects under this funding program.
So I'm just going to ask Toronto Hydro, that I think was Toronto Transportation, Toronto Hydro with the, I think there's 8 stations. Are there 8 stations currently in the city of Toronto? Or how many are there?
So Councillor Fletcher, thank you for the question. There are approximately 2,900 EV chargers in Toronto, and about 900 EV chargers are publicly accessible.
I mean on hydro poles in neighborhoods through Toronto Hydro. We had a pilot project. Please tell me about that.
Through the chair, this is Naz Capano from Transportation. We have 17 charging spots at 7 locations across the city. We have a number of them in residential and a couple of locations in the downtown core.
17 charging spots on poles, on hydro poles?
The majority of them are on hydro poles, and there are other ones that are standalone stations within the sidewalk space.
So I'm not clear, Mr. Sasso, you said there's how many thousand did you tell me there were?
Our understanding from the Electrical Safety Authority is that there are approximately 2,900 EV chargers in the city of Toronto.
Oh, yes, but not associated with Toronto Hydro.
That's correct. Sorry, I thought you were asking about EV chargers.
No, I'm really looking at our agencies and how well they're doing with hydro. So, Mr. Capano, of the 17, how many are on the hydro poles and how many are just standalone? Because I know that Councillor Bradford and I have pilot there.
Yes, we have 13 charging stations on that are on hydro poles.
Okay, and when did that program start for the hydro pole charging stations?
We initiated.
Yep.
I'm sorry. We initiated the pilot back in October of 2020. We're halfway through.
They were installed. Were they installed? I'm talking about when it was determined to do it, not when they were installed. How long?
It was determined. Originally, the request through council came in about 2014. There were some delays, but eventually we managed to develop the program with Toronto Hydro once they had authority to proceed with the pilot, and we implemented them in September of 2020 and operational October.
Thank you. So what authority was required? Was that a certification, electrical authority, a board authority for Toronto Hydro to be part of this project for the 13 hydro poles? Mr. Sasso, I guess, through you, Madam Speaker.
It's all of the above, Councillor Fletcher. There was also, for example, coordination with transportation services because we were looking for location. We needed approvals to ensure we had locations where it wasn't taking up spots that were spoken for those with on-street parking permits. So we were, part of the process of that approval was ensuring we were not having undue effect within the community where we implemented the pilot.
I don't think in the pilot that councillors were approached to discuss where the kind of best locations were or for the charging stations, as I recall. Am I correct in my recollection?
That was your last question.
Through the chair, we had identified locations that might be suitable, as Mr. Sasso has mentioned, that wouldn't have undue impact on the residents. And we did discuss, bring these to the attention of each and every councillor and looked at whether they were suitable. And based on that, we proceeded. We basically
There was no opportunity. Yeah.
Go ahead. We got approval from all the councillors to do so.
There was no opportunity to change it.
Councillor Fletcher, that was your last question. Councillor Robinson.
Just that one little one.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask about the Toronto Green Standard and whether it's now mandatory. I think it is, but I wanted to clarify whether the electric charging stations are mandatory, built into the Toronto Green Standard for Toronto. Are they a mandatory requirement?
Through the chair, sorry, Councillor Robinson, through the chair. Can you allow me to just double check on that? I don't want to speak off the top of my head. There's a detail.
I'm referencing new builds and whether there's a mandatory requirement for electric charging stations.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Okay, I'll double check and get back to you.
You'll circle back. Okay, thank you. I wondered if companies, just recently it was announced a couple days ago, there's 2 new charging stations in Leaside. That those are being delivered by corporations. But is the City of Toronto and TAF encouraging corporations across Toronto to ensure that we have this infrastructure, electric charging stations? Is that something we're promoting to companies and corporations and small business across Toronto?
Through the chair, this is Linda from the Environment and Energy Division. Part of the overall electric vehicle strategy that Council approved in 2020 included working in partnership with private entities to roll out publicly available charging. There is a number of stakeholder networks that we work through.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I guess I don't know who to ask this to, but is there any way to accelerate this work? I remember last term, we had moved a number of motions on this. We were hoping the pilot would be launched last term. I believe it was delayed, as we've heard earlier. You know, there's been, I guess, multiple delays, but is there any way to accelerate this work since it's so important to residents?
Through the chair, and I suspect Ian from the Atmospheric Fund may also want to comment on the acceleration that this funding is likely to achieve. But we will be reporting back in Q4 of this year around the Transform TO Net Zero Climate Action Strategy. And we will be refocusing efforts in that strategy, specifically around electric vehicles and the infrastructure needed to support them.
Thank you very much.
If I can just add to that, some of the key areas that we see, key opportunities we see for accelerating EV infrastructure are through increasing the requirements for new buildings under the Green Development Standard, the Toronto Green Standard, and also through the Vehicle for Hire bylaw, to the extent that we can promote the electrification of taxis and Ubers and Lyfts. That will also help to support the rollout of EV infrastructure to support those vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down, so you're going to move the item?
You're muted.
Councillor.
I think this is extremely important to have a motion. You heard that the initial request was through Councillor McMahon and myself in 2014. We finally got it charging in 2020. So I think we need to have more reporting as to the status of this, which I think is possible. I've worked with TAF on these motions and looking very much at Toronto Hydro and Toronto Parking Authority to be very aggressive in their support for this. Also, to consult with ward councillors, I would have to beg to differ on the locations, knowing very well that we had no choice where they would go, and very clear on our pocket change that we need to make sure that the neighborhoods with the most electric vehicles, with the most environmental awareness that have been asking for these things would get them. And also, I think we've never heard about the usage at these 13 locations for hydro and 4 others that were standalone, how well that's going. So I just want to say thank you to Transportation, Hydro, TAF, and for being here. Sorry to ask questions so hard, but it's only 5 minutes, and it's really been my first chance since these actually have come online. Having 2 in my ward, there's 2 in Councillor Bradford's ward, there's some in the West End, particularly for on-street parking. Those people that don't have a driveway, we see there's 2,900, but we know there's not many in the areas that rely on permit parking. So the motion from 2014 was to make sure that everybody had access. And I really feel that we're really behind the 8 ball for people that want to have an EV charging station. And somebody has their mic on speaker with crinkling those papers. So to my mind, we've got a lot of catch up to do, and that's why I'm pushing to expedite this, to get more in permit parking areas, to come back so we can say, just as you would an accessible spot, that whether the parking switches from one side to the other at any time, that will be a dedicated spot in that location, and to really carefully choose where they go. I have the pocket in my ward that long before anybody even thought of car share, they had an option for cars in a little space there, probably there for 20 years. There was no option for EV parking there because it was determined to be in another area. I'm very interested to look at the usage. I will predict that it's not going to be as high. The very person who came trying to get an EV parking, EV charging in my ward, that didn't go on that street, went somewhere else. So I just want to really push that local councillors know their streets, local councillors know where the kind of most aware, and people are ready to roll with environmental issues. And we really need to take the knowledge of those of us who spend every day walking the streets and working with people, and not simply, well, I don't want to say disregard it, but not take it into account. I don't think it serves the city well if we don't do that. So I'm very excited about this project. I want to make sure everybody's partnered, and 300 isn't very many. I would like to find a way to accelerate on-street EV charging where everywhere where there's permit parking, someone can purchase an electric vehicle and be able to plug it in the neighborhood. That should be our standard that we're working towards, and hopefully this project will roll out. This is so slow. 2014, 2020, that's 6 years. Even with the 300, it's over 4 years. There's something wrong. We need to expedite this for the environment. So that is my real concern here, is that we're not going fast enough on EV charging, making it possible. And I would hope that everybody would support these, and let's just get with it. I really agree with Councillor Robinson. I'm so glad she brought that up as far as the green standard is concerned. Any new buildings, look at apartment buildings, or those apartment buildings that are very old. In those neighborhoods, nobody can charge their car if they buy an EV. We want people to buy those. So we need to find ways to put those in our apartment neighborhoods. So on the street, people can go, they can park their car there, charge their car, and then put it back in the parking lot. Many different things. And Councillor Robinson, I see you're really charged up with this. So I'm hoping that the 2 of us can really work hard on this issue over the next year, and really make a difference for the environment and for the air quality in the city. We know that particulate and GHGs are very great, particularly in parts of the city that are dense. And I think we are doing the environment a big favor if we expedite this, push hard, and be aggressive. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question. No, we don't. Okay, Councillor Robinson to speak. Okay, and we're going to have to go to our timed item. Okay, Councillor Robinson?
I'm going to be very brief. I want to start by thanking TAF. This is an incredible organization, great leadership there. They're doing wonderful things for our city. I don't think we really have a clue the amount of things they're doing for Toronto. A lot of it flies under the radar, but again, bravo to them and all the work they're doing. This just adds to their menu of items that they're transforming our city quietly, but stridently. So thank you to TAF. This is a wonderful investment and injection of funds into a very important initiative. And we did push this hard. And as I was chair in the last term on this issues, I was pushing hard for the Toronto Green Standard Act. So I would like the chief planner to circle back with me to ensure those electric charging stations are mandatory. They are a mandatory requirement. That's a must for apartments, condos, all of it. I think also we need to continue to push not just the city, but companies to play ball. And last term, I was very disappointed that the pilot didn't get launched as quickly as it should have, and kept asking staff about it. But at least it has moved forward, and that's great news. Councillor Fletcher mentioned the environment, and that is the most important thing we are dealing with right now, and EVs will play a big role in that. But also the marketplace is shifting, and we have to keep up with it.
Yes.
And if we don't, quite frankly, we're going to look like we're not on top of these things. So it's the environment, number one, but also the marketplace is shifting dramatically and quickly and rapidly, and we need to be able to respond as a city. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you for this initiative.
Thank you. So on Councillor Fletcher's motion, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, we'll now go to our timed item HL 28.1. We have Dr. Davila here. Do we have questions? Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have a couple of questions for Toronto Public Health. So in North Etobicoke, we're seeing a few communities not having the first dose, I guess, uptake as much as we want it to, and to the average of the rest of the city. What type of communication plans or outreach plans do we have in the city to reach these communities to kind of bring those percentages up?
So through the speaker, Councillor, they're not just communications plans for sure. We have a number of different elements at play here. For starters, we have the Community Ambassador Program. We're certainly connecting with trusted community agencies who have deep roots within the community and existing relationships, and really making sure that we're, if you will, capitalizing on those trusted relationships, because that's very important. On top of that, we're doing our very best to make sure that by situating clinics within the community, the pop-up and mobile type clinics, facilitating transportation, ensuring that there's translation services, all these kinds of things that actually reduce barriers to service. I think combined, we're hoping to see more and more uptake of vaccine. But certainly we also have the services that have been made available through texting, through online measures. We're using every imaginable communication forum as well, because we know, particularly in light of the Delta variant, we want to make sure that everybody is really afforded that opportunity and facilitated in their ability to get vaccine, both first dose and second dose.
Absolutely. And I guess my second question, or I guess maybe a concern, in a way is the, when you look at jurisdictions around the world, the getting the second dose for Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, the uptake is definitely not as much as the first dose. So is there going to be kind of, again, like a communication strategy from Toronto Public Health on how important that second dose is, and how are we going to undertake that? And I guess another question to that would be, have we seen any early trends on that?
So you're absolutely right. Through the speaker, Councillor, we do want to make sure that we've got those second doses on board. That's especially important in light of the Delta variant. And we know that that second dose becomes very important in terms of getting high enough levels of protection. So we're continuing to have mobile and pop-up clinics especially in hard hit areas. You will see us use and deploy clinics of our own and our health partners as well throughout the city in order to make sure that access is facilitated as much as possible. There are also a combination of both provincial communication strategies and more locally driven ones that we are using in order to drive second dose coverage. But thus far, Councillor, I would say this: I'm pleased to report to you and the rest of Council that interest in second doses thus far appears to be quite high. If you will, business is brisk when it comes to booking for vaccines. So we're quite hopeful that that will continue to be the case, but we're going to premise all our next actions, as always, based on the data, and we'll adjust on an as needed basis if we're seeing things change.
And I guess my last question, Doctor, we're seeing COVID cases across, I say, Ontario and in our city, decreasing at, I think, a great rate. But we're also hearing about the Delta variant growing at, a great rate as well, or a significant rate, I should say. What's kind of the look of that in the city as of right now? Where does that stand?
So through the speaker, right now we have 122 confirmed cases of Delta variant, but we know that the confirmation process, the identification and confirmation of variants is a complex process, and it does take some time. Also, we've got previous experience, over the course of the pandemic, particularly with that B117 variant. We've seen that you can go from a relatively small number, and that grows very, very quickly, particularly when you're talking about transmissible variants. Our benefit here is that at least we have vaccine on board and we have this knowledge. So you're hearing me speak to the public and talk about how, look, let's not lose the progress that we've made. We know how the virus transmits. We're asking people to continue to exercise some caution, to reduce opportunities for transmission by keeping interactions outdoors as much as possible, and to get vaccinated as quickly as possible, both with that first dose and second dose. This is what we can all do together to really prevent the taking off, if you will, of the Delta variant within our community.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you to the doctor. I have a quick technical question that I'm being asked by my residents. Some people are finding themselves on an AstraZeneca island because the quantities are running out. And so I just wanted to understand, for those who are going to maybe take a different type, like Moderna or Pfizer, is there a waiting period? Is there a waiting period between AstraZeneca and their second shot? And what is the waiting period? And has that been dictated by the province of Ontario, or is that based on the study that was done that you can mix doses? I have a couple residents that are confused by that. And I am too.
So through the speaker, let's see what we can do to address that confusion. When it comes to AstraZeneca, if that was your first dose of vaccine, if AstraZeneca was dose 1, whether it's a second dose of AstraZeneca or one of the mRNA vaccines, Pfizer or Moderna, the provincial guidance is for a 12-week interval between dose 1 and dose 2. Yes, it is provincial guidance, and it is premised on the available science around that vaccine.
Say available science, you mean based on medical research? That it
That's
should
correct.
be that there should be a that's probably what they studied, a 3-month window, and so they're basing it on that. Is that the concept?
So through the speaker, what they've done in respect of the vaccines is that as part of the studies, there are ongoing studies that that formed the basis under which the vaccines got licensed in the first place, but they're continuing on to follow. So they're following antibody levels in individuals who participated in those studies. And of course, there are new studies happening all the time and real world experience as well. So when you take the conglomeration of all that, that is often what forms the basis. And I can't say which part in particular, but the provincial guidance is premised on all the available science, some of which is the original study data and its ongoing, the continuation of those studies, and others are new studies that come to light over the course of the vaccine.
Okay, that was a very clear and helpful answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so does anybody want to move the recommendation? A supplementary
Speaker,
report? Councillor Cressy, do you want to move the supplementary report? Councillor Cressy to speak. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, thank you, Speaker. Let me begin. There are 3 motions here to move. The first is I will move the recommendations contained in the supplementary report from our Medical Officer of Health around the extension of city bylaws. The second is to request staff to review and report back on the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee recommendations that were transmitted to us, and to thank them for their relentless work at the Accessibility Task Force. And the third motion here is to urge the province to allocate an increased vaccine supply to hotspot neighborhoods across Ontario and the GTHA for second doses. I'll be brief, Speaker, in my remarks, as it's been a long day and a half here. Frankly, it's been a long year and a half in the pandemic. And in that vein, around the time it's been, as we've done many times and over many months, is to thank Chief Pegg and the Immunization Task Force. Our Chief Pegg and the ITF built in real time, a mass immunization clinic model that has been working 7 days a week, every week for months, every single day, long weekends, and every day in between. And they built that in real time. And so thank you to Chief Pegg and his team, to Chris Murray and the entire corporate leadership team and senior management team, to Dr. Davila in Toronto Public Health. As you all know, colleagues, they have been managing what was a third wave, an immunization campaign, and preparing for reopening, all at the same time, all after a year and a half straight of work. And finally, to Mayor Tory and his office, I barely a day has passed that the mayor and I have not met, usually well more than once a day on this file. And he has led us in what I would refer to as the Team Toronto approach. In this pandemic, in this moment, in this time, we as a city have worked together as a city. And that has served our residents well. And that's leadership from the top to do this in a Team Toronto united fashion. And so I do want to acknowledge, and I'm grateful for his leadership in this moment and what has proved to be between the two of us a deep friendship. Listen, I just want to speak on the civil service and then to the vaccine campaign. Our civil service, governing in a pandemic, you have to be principled and values driven, you have to be fast, and you have to be evidence-based, and you have to do all 3 of those things at the exact same time. Fast, evidence-informed, and principled. It has tested this pandemic, our civil service, probably unlike anything in the last century, and we should be deeply proud of our civil service. Of course, we as a city haven't been perfect, but our civil service have met this test, and we should be proud of them. But we also, as we are in this vaccine campaign, we as councillors should be deeply proud of our residents. Torontonians in this vaccination campaign have stepped up. 72% of adults in our city have received their first dose. 11% of adults have already received their second. tens of thousands of residents have already booked appointments in the weeks to come. This is a tremendous testament to our residents, for each and every one of them doing their part to protect themselves, their communities, and their city. It's also a real testament to the broader Team Toronto immunization model. The hospitals, the pharmacies, the community agencies, the neighborhood ambassadors. This isn't a vaccine campaign run by the city or a hospital on its own or the province. It is run by Team Toronto. Everybody is stepping up. So moving forward, success in our city means every resident in every corner of our city being able to access that vaccine. You know, that adage, no one is safe until everyone is safe. That's got to be our guiding principle as we drive this vaccine campaign forward. You know, break every single barrier to vaccine access, build every bridge. You know, that grassroots campaign that's being run in our city that SDFA is helping to oversee, where we have 155 community agencies, 200 neighborhood ambassadors. That's the work. You don't see it on the surface, but it's having huge impact on the ground. The targeted population outreach being led by leaders in the Black community, in the accessibility community, in the newcomers community. That's the work below having a real impact. And as we now move into this pivotal second dose phase, it's this VaxTO campaign we launched that all of your offices are a part of, to connect with Torontonians using election-style techniques, texting, automated voice calls, telephone town halls, micro-targeted outreach to specific neighborhoods and specific populations. Reach everyone, everywhere. That's success.
10 seconds.
So colleagues, we're not done yet. We should be proud of where we are, but we need to continue to scale up everywhere to reach everyone. This is a campaign we can collectively succeed in. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to say ditto to what Councillor Cressy just said. Just don't want to repeat myself. But I just want to stress on a couple of highlights about Dr. Davila. We cannot thank you enough and your team and Team Toronto. Just wanted to thank you on behalf of my residents and especially those people, those new Canadians and those visitors to the city and also the ones that have a language barrier. And I mean, from the beginning, you know, we work very hard at doing it, but I think at the end of the day now, I think everything is in very good control and my ward is one of the highest ones that have got vaccinated and we don't even have to host a town hall to address the vaccine hesitancy for that matter. So I just want to really thank you from the bottom of my heart and for SDFA staff and for the whole team, Chief Peg and the mayor. I mean, I've seen you around and you've shown up in every ward and just to support everybody. And you have no idea how appreciative my residents are when the mayor shows up. And they really, really think that you're doing a terrific job. I just wanted to relay this message to everybody and just wanted to thank you from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of my residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to speak for a minute to the Medical Officer of Health and thank her for revoking the Section 22 class order on June the 7th. It was something that affected in particular the independent, the faith-based schools, where daily learning was really not just a part of their curriculum, but very much a part of their lives. And I think many people forget that 5% of school-age children in this province do not go to public schools or Catholic schools. They go to independent schools. And they've been pretty well on their own for much of the pandemic. When the Safe Return to Schools Fund was announced, it was cash from the federal government that flowed through the province. None of these dollars, and this has nothing to do with public health, none of these dollars went to these independent schools for safety measures. None of these dollars went to independent schools to help them with remote learning. And so they were put in a most difficult situation. So I wanted to thank you. I want to thank Mayor Tory, and I want to also thank Councillor Cole working with us to to work with your team to remove the section 22 class order. Going forward, one thing I've noticed, studies in the state show that 8% of those people who received a first vaccine do not show up for their second vaccine. That's an American trend. And certainly when it comes to dealing with that kind of no-show rate for second doses, it's something we're going to have to grapple with in the months ahead. But I can say with certainty, I've been to the pharmacies, I've been to St. Mike's Hospital, I've been to down to Arena, the hangar, the pop-up clinics in parking lots and parks, and I can say that with when there's supply, when there's doses on the ground, the city is rocking, and it really is a proud moment where we're really getting the vaccines out there, and people are lining up for them, and I think it's often understated the role that the local councillor office is playing, and I'm not looking for accolades, but we help with a lot of the logistics to make sure that when the various health partners ask where they should be going, how they should be setting up, are there linguistic issues, are there safety issues, are there, is this a good place to be? We are there helping them along the way. And I have one full staff member working on vaccine rollout, and the rest of us are spending a good part of our day on that as well. And maybe that's something that we'll have to recognize as part of the strategy. Not looking for accolades, but I'm just saying it's been an honor to help the various groups in the vaccine rollout. So once again, it's greatly appreciated that there were sober second thoughts on the Section 22. It's made a great deal in the faith communities across the province, and of course here in Toronto. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very brief, but I want to echo my colleagues' thanks to Toronto Public Health for all the great work they're doing. I have to admit, we may have, I think like anything, had some growing pains right at the beginning of the vaccine distribution and the pop-ups and whatnot. But really, I can't tell you how I get multiple calls every day into the office from many constituents complimenting Toronto Public Health and the city on the, I guess, smooth and seamless rollout in our community, whether it's been pop-ups with multiple community health agencies and clinics to the Toronto Congress Centre and everything going on there. So I just wanted to echo my colleagues' support with that. And also, of course, thank the mayor, and also thank Councillor Cressy. He's been out in North Etobicoke on a number of times. He's consistently checked in, with me and in my office and our community partners. So, he's been doing great work as well. So I just wanted to echo my thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I too just want to basically give a shout out and a thank you. Firstly, to our mayor. He's been absolutely great on this. There's no question it's been the issue of the day, and we've been under this emergency status from the get-go. But he's been absolutely good to us, and I just wanted to thank him for that. Thank Dr. Davila, Chief Peg, Councillor Cressy, and all of the other folks who have been involved in this. I want to specifically, recognize and give a shout out to the support that they all provided in ensuring that vaccines got into neighborhoods have been impacted the most by COVID-19. Neighborhoods like the ones I represent. Initially we weren't getting the vaccines. We had these fires raging through the neighborhood in terms of the spread of COVID, and I know that many of us here have been culprits in extending this thing longer than maybe we had to. I also understand that we're not out of the woods, and we're not going to be out of the woods for a long time if we ever get out of the woods on this one. To some degree, I think we're going to have to learn to live with it. But what the numbers are beginning to show is that all of this collective effort has been having a profound impact. So we got the vaccines, and together with groups like the Black Creek Community Health Center, Humber River Hospital, the city clinics, and all of the sort of the network of volunteers, we've just been absolutely phenomenal in getting people out, in getting people to the lineups, and getting the shots in people's arms in neighborhoods where it's traditionally very difficult to do. The ethnic groups that have been involved, the multi-language groups that have come on board, and getting into apartment buildings floor by floor, basement of churches, outside in tents, and all of those things. It's been a phenomenal effort, and it just goes to show that when times are tough, people's resiliency in each other is just shines through and is absolutely magnificent. And people have come together. So now I get around, and what I like to say is that in neighborhoods like the ones I represent, we're always up there when bad stuff happens, and we get the headlines, and we're always near the sort of the front of the line on the bad stuff. But on the good stuff, we're always we have this tradition of being sort of at the back of the line. But on this one, on the COVID rollout, thanks to all of the folks that I've mentioned and all of the groups that have put in the effort, we've been sort of at the front of the line. We've kept pace. Our neighborhoods have kept pace with the rest of the city in terms of our vaccination efforts and getting vaccines out to people. So it's been a wonderful success so far, and I'm hoping that the vaccines keep coming, that we keep rolling them out, that we get that second dose to people, and that hopefully we'll have a better summer than we had last year, and move towards a fall, a winter, and spring, and other summer that is much better for all of us. So thank you to everyone involved. It's been very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, Councillor Coe is next to speak, but we do want to get the agenda done by 6 o'clock. Councillor Coe to speak.
Yes, I also think we're forgetting to mention the pharmacies. I mean, they've done an incredible job. There's the little mom and pop pharmacies all over the city with local staff that know the neighborhood, they know the people. They have been going all out. The phones have been ringing off the hook. It's not 1-800 numbers, it's not internet portals, and these are hands-on local shopkeepers, pharmacists, and their staff that are working all out. And let's not forget them. And I think we take them for granted, but I think they've vaccinated over 1.5 million people already. I mean, an incredible job. These are people that are not well paid. We're not talking about high paid people here. We're talking about, in many situations, these are people that are just making above minimum wage, plus the pharmacists, obviously. But and I want to give a shout out to all the pharmacies and the pharmacists and the pharmacist staff that get no recognition in the media, nothing. They are the real unsung heroes in this. And I also want to talk about, the local people. There's a lot of local heroes that are basically encouraging people to get vaccinated. They're telling people where to get vaccinated because, believe me, as you all know in your offices, this 1-800 number, these portals and these stuff, it's been a confusion beyond belief for many months. And I know all our offices have been flooded with these calls of who do I call? I've been waiting. I've called, the number. Some had the daughter of a 100-year-old called the 1-800 number 625 times. I had to finally drive her to the hospital, Humber River, to get her 100-year-old mother vaccinated. Or I had to drive another 102-year-old war veteran to the hospital to get vaccinated. Because he, who was a doctor who delivered over 3,000 babies, couldn't get a vaccine. 102-year-old Dr. Joe Leventhal couldn't get a vaccine, and he's a World War II hero, couldn't get a vaccine. So there have been a lot of challenges, but let's not forget the people that have driven, that have also spread the word. And I want a special thanks to a special person in my ward, is Joe Matza. Joe Matza is a special person. Joe walks up and down Dufferin through Little Jamaica. He's up and down through the Tribeca area of Dufferin. He goes into all the bank, says hello, the pharmacy says hello, and he tells everybody to get vaccinated. And he also tells people which pharmacies have the vaccines available. That's how I found out about my vaccine, is through Joe Matza. And here I am, a city councillor. I didn't get it through the internet or through an email or through one of these pop-up clinics. Joe Matza told me, go to Northcliffe Pharmacy. They're giving out the vaccine. Go there. That's how I got vaccinated. So there's a lot of great sophisticated systems in place. But again, there's a lot of good people who are encouraging people to do the right thing, to get vaccinated, and where to get the vaccine, because it is very complicated in terms of where and how to make an appointment and get on the phone, send emails, there's a lot of frustration that we've gone through too. And I want a special thanks to Dr. Derek Rossi, the son of a Scarborough Maltese baker who founded Moderna, who's a Torontonian from Scarborough, who basically created the Moderna worldwide biotechnical company that's provided us with this Moderna vaccine. Let's not forget this Scarborough hero that doesn't get enough praise. He's a total genius, Harvard graduate. I think I can't remember this high school in Scarborough, but we've got some local heroes we need to thank too, like Derek Rossi, this incredibly intelligent local boy from Maltese immigrant parents who ran the bakery there in Wexford and went on to found Moderna. So let's think about these unknown heroes too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Be extremely brief, Councillor Speaker. As everybody has said, I just want to thank our mayor for his amazing leadership during this time. And of course, our medical officer of health and our chair of the Board of Health. But I also just want to thank all of the staff working flat out during COVID. It is an amazing effort. It's a heroic effort. It's a wartime effort. And I know, I want them to know that we all thank them so very much for all the sacrifices they've made and all of the time that they have spent. I don't have public health doing anything as far as vaccines are concerned around COVID in our area. We have the Michael Guerin Hospital, and we have the East Toronto Health Partners, which includes South Riverdale Community Health Centre. And I just thought I really need to give a shout out to all of them. It has been a heroic effort, an unbelievable heroic effort in vaccinating thousands of people. One day, 10,000 at Thorncliffe. And Councillor Robinson's ward is also covered with that. Councillor Bradford, and into Scarborough, into Councillor Crawford's ward. It is just amazing what they've been able to do, and are now working in little pop-up clinics with through schools. And that is the fantastic, creative Dr. McCready from Mark O'Garron Hospital, who said, let's go to schools because everybody knows where they are. They're not afraid to go there. It's comforting, welcoming. They're part of the community. So as we've gone through this, everyone has thought, what's the next step? How can we get more people? How can we get everybody out and vaccinated? And I just think it's been a tremendous effort. And I really did want to, I think we passed the 200,000 mark in the East End just recently on the weekend. So it's pretty big. And I thought that they deserve a shout out on behalf of my ward, Councillor Bradford's ward, Councillor Robinson's ward, Councillor Crawford's ward, because they've been up to Oak Ridge, they've been up to Thorncliffe, they've been all over the East End of Toronto. So just a big thank you. And that's it.
Thank you. On Councillor Cressy's motion, we'll put it on the screen, we'll vote. 3 parts. There's 1A. On favor, carried. Okay, 1B, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. 1C, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, now we'll go to IE 2211, Cycling Network. Councillor McKelvey held it down. We held it down. I was told by Councillor McKelvey that Councillor Fletcher had a motion. So does Councillor Fletcher want to move her motion? Okay, Councillor McKelvey, do you have a motion? Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Speaker, you can display the motion. It's a technical amendment that City Council amend recommendation 3G by replacing the words east with west. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Oh, sorry, Councillor Matlow.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go.
Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow. You're muted. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Hello?
I do have a motion
Can you
that
hear me?
staff have, oh,
Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Am I coming through now?
Okay.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I don't know why you weren't able to hear me. Are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you now, but we didn't hear you before. So
I
are you
recognize
ready
that.
to are you ready to speak, Councillor Matlow?
100%. Yeah, I wasn't aware that you couldn't hear me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have an amendment that the clerk has that I pre-circulated. This is just to address, it's a specific street concern that we just needed to work out as we were going through the options for the Winona bike lane that I've been colloquially referring to as the Winona Rider. And this is a specific road safety concern that we just want to address with the Alameda residents. So I just wanted to give them assurances that we will do that work with transportation services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
yes, I do have a motion for the Woodfield cycle contraflow bike lane. And I don't think that's the whole motion.
This is the second one, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, okay, fine. There's a couple of them there. Just, there it is. There, thank you very much. Woodfield Road has been on the cycle plan for quite a number of years, and it's so exciting to actually see it happening. Staff did a great job in consultation from north of the Danforth all the way down to the lakeshore. And with getting great feedback from the public and those who live on Woodfield Road. So these amendments are all related to that, Speaker. And I would simply thank staff for a great job and my staff for doing a great job and move them. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to move a motion. Oh, there it is. Okay. So all this is we're trying to connect various kind of broken routes. This is not major infrastructure for the most part. It's painting lines. It's just asking staff to consider accelerating it. The second part is to repaint the Sharrows on Faywood and Wilmington, which went up last year. They're extremely popular. Even I use them, but they have faded considerably. So we're asking that they be repainted. So in summary, this is just a route that's sitting on the books that connects with existing cycling infrastructure, and we're asking them to give some consideration to accelerate it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll put the motions on the screen and we'll vote. Okay, Councillor McKelvey's motion first. It's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Three A by Councillor Fletcher, on favor, carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Matlow, on favor, carried. Motion 3B by Councillor Fletcher. It's on the screen. On favor, carried. Motion 4 by Councillor Pasternak. It's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, that item is complete.
Speaker, can I just interrupt here? I just sent something to the center table. One of the motions in the member motions had the name incorrect for the film board, and I've sent the center table a correction. We'll need to open MM 34.4 and correct that. So just to alert you to that. Thanks so much.
Members of council, I propose that council take a 5-minute recess. And when council returns, I will ask for a motion to extend the meeting to complete the agenda today. I propose that we deal with the question of extending the meeting early instead of waiting until 6 p.m. so that members and staff can be prepared. So we'll recess for 5 minutes. There's,
Members, if I could ask you to turn on your cameras for quorum, please.
okay, thank you, members of council. Mayor Tory.
Speaker, with high hopes that this will turn out to be a wise decision, I move that we extend the meeting to complete the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Tory to complete the agenda. On favor? Carried.
Yes.
Okay, our next item is PH 2317, signed bylaw for 2 Strawn Avenue.
Why don't we do quick releases?
There is
Sorry,
no.
why don't we do some quick, how do you know?
Oh, okay. Do we have quick releases?
Didn't ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I have a quick release on, on Too Fast, Too Furious 2. You know, we like those great titles. That's MM 4.38.
Yeah, MM 30.
More action.
Yeah, MM 3438, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Stunt driving and speeding on the Don Valley. I'll release that and we'll get to it.
Okay, MM 3438, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
And then I did send, I don't know if the clerks have that ready to reopen that one, 34.4, which the name was incorrect. I will take full responsibility for that, Speaker. If it's not, we'll do it later.
It doesn't need to be reopened. It has been corrected, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, it's been corrected. That's
yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then I held 34.51, and that is getting the band back together, a tribute to the Blues Brothers movie. I've just added, I have an amendment, and I move that and get that out of the way.
Okay, it's not a quick item because there's another councillor that has an amendment. Okay.
Okay. Well, why don't we move them both?
Okay. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. MM 34.8, which is the request to amend the 2021 PF&R budget for commemorative plaques. with thanks to staff for reaching out, I have my questions answered, and I can release that.
Okay, on MM 34.8, Councillor Carroll's releasing. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can do MM 34.19, keeping our environment on track, with a recorded vote.
Okay, on MM 3419, Councillor Bradford is requesting a recorded vote. Recorded vote on MM 3419. Okay.
Councillor Matlow, it appears to us you have not received the vote. You could either refresh your browser or state your vote, please. And members, just while I'm waiting for Councillor Matlow, I'm going to state again, I have more votes than I have video. So if you have voted and you are present, would you please turn your video camera on so that it can be cross-referenced? Okay. Councillor Matlow, please. Could you state your vote?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything show up.
Councillor Matlow?
Would you?
Tom?
Josh,
Is he on the phone?
mute.
Oh, sorry.
None of this has been working for me. I haven't been able to hear or speak or see. Could you please just repeat the item that we're voting on, and I'll just verbally express it. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, members, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, it's members motion 3419 by Councillor Bradford and Councillor McKelvey is keeping environment on track, requesting Metrolink to conduct more a plan for environmental stewardship in Smalls Creek.
Thank you. I certainly support that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, can I ask if there are any members who are connected to the meeting who do not have their video camera on, because we have one more vote than we have members appearing to us on the screen. If there's a member who's had their camera turned off or is having trouble, could they please indicate? Okay, I'm very sorry, Madam Speaker, if you just stand by while we figure out, correspond the screen to the votes we've received. So just stand by, please.
I think it's Mike Layton. His
I think
iPad
it's
has
Mike
locked
Layton.
him out. Yeah,
Yeah, his iPad just locked him out, he says.
just got a text from him.
Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, we'll now go to PH.
Speaker, can I just have a clarification? Would you mind, please, on that MM 3451? There appear to be two amendments. Is that a problem to vote on two amendments in the item, or do you think it'll take longer than that?
Councillor Fletcher, we don't know how many other members want to speak on it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to be.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
But we don't know.
I was trying.
Yeah,
I tried.
I know. So am
Thank
I.
you.
Okay, let's go back to where we were going to start. PH 2317, Councillor Grimes. You held the item down. That's the signed bylaw for Exhibition Place. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do, but I just talked to my CEO. He wasn't given access to the meeting today, so I'll stand down. I can't get him on the line. He wasn't given access. So if somebody else has got questions, but no.
Yeah, we do have access.
I just asked my CEO if he had access to get on the line. He did not. So.
Well, according to staff here, he does. He's on the line. Am I correct? Yes. Councillor Grimes, he's on the line.
Don Boyle on the line? Okay. Mr. Boyle, you there? We have, Madam Speaker?
I'm told he is, but I don't know.
I talked to him a minute ago. He didn't have access. So anyways, I'll just go on. I don't have any questions. Somebody else has questions, I'm fine. Just to speak.
But if he's not, okay. So you don't have any questions, Councillor Grimes, to city staff?
I did have my CO, but he can't get on the line. I talked to him about 5 minutes ago. He didn't have access, but that's fine. I'm good.
So you're okay, no questions?
That's right.
Okay. So, Councillor Carroll, questions?
Madam Speaker, I did not request a question on this item.
Okay, let's clear the screen.
I have questions.
Okay, just
You're not on this.
Okay, just one sec. This is very confusing now. Can we clear the screen? And if we have questions on this item, which is PH 2317, if I can have members put their name up. Okay, so Councillor Cressy, you have questions on this item?
A few very brief ones, yes.
Okay, Councillor Cressy, go ahead.
To our chief building official or to the executive director of Toronto Building, if either are here, is it your recommendation to support or refuse this sign application?
Don Boyle, signal up.
Hello.
This is to the chief building.
Bye.
Okay, I'm told
My
that
question
Don,
is to the chief.
I'm told that Don
No,
Boyle.
this is not a question for Don Boyle. This is
Okay.
a question for the chief building official.
Yeah, and
the
I just,
executive director of Toronto Building.
okay, and I just want members of council to know now Don Boyle is on the line, if you have any questions. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. So to our executive director of Toronto Building, our chief building official, do you support to approve, do you support approving these signs or refusing these signs?
I'm there.
Speaker, could we see if
Sorry.
we have the,
Sorry, I was,
thank you.
through the speaker, sorry, I was on mute. To the speaker, it is our recommendation to refuse the application.
Thank you. To our chief planner, did city planning review this application?
Yes, through the speaker, yes, we did.
And was it city planning's view that we should support or refuse this application?
Through the speaker, it was our advice to the chief building official that the application be refused.
Okay. And do we have transportation services on the line?
I'm here, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Sorry about this. Did transportation services have an opportunity to review this application?
I would assume that as part of the development review process they did. I don't have details about that at hand.
Okay. Well, I don't want to put you on the spot, though I will refer to the report in my remarks. Thank you all, and sorry for coming to three different of you there. My thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have Mr. Boyle on the line. So to our CEO at Exhibition Place, Don Boyle. Don, did this issue come before our board at Exhibition Place?
Yes, it did.
And did the board vote to support this sign?
Yes, it did.
So this sign is already there, correct?
Yeah, this sign exists now. It's a welcoming sign to Exhibition Place.
Right. So this is just a conversion to digital, correct?
This is
And in the confidential attachment, I don't want to get into it, but it's safe to say this is pretty significant dollars to Exhibition Place at a time when there's not a lot of money coming in, correct?
Yes, it's a welcoming sign. It promotes all the tenants, and during this time with our industry partners suffering, this is a very prominent sign for promoting our events in real time in the existing space, in the exact same size, and they're actually welcoming at entrances to exhibition grounds.
So we have like the boat show, for instance, or one of our big shows. We can sell that service to them as a revenue generator for Exhibition Place, correct?
That's correct. And not only that, but we could also support the Liberty Grands and those smaller event centers that have events on our grounds. When there's multiple events taking place, these are great signs for directing people to the grounds. Over 5.5 million people come to our grounds, and this is a standard for venues of our nature.
And so you as a CEO, you support this sign for Exhibition Place?
We fully support it, and not only that, all the tenants on the ground support it.
Great. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
A question of the chief building official, if he's the appropriate person. What was the sign industry lobbyist position on this sign?
through the speaker, I'm just going to defer to Ted Van Fleet on that question. He may know the answer to it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not entirely sure what the lobbyist position was on it. I know there was a group trying to gain support for the application.
And generally speaking, are the people who are trying to gain support for these types of application people who have a financial interest who would benefit financially from that?
Generally speaking, that will be one of the reasons to get support for an application like this. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I'll just speak on it rather than ask unusual questions, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. My first question is for Mr. Van Vliet. Could you tell me what the reasons given for recommending refusal of this sign were from your department?
Sure. Madam Speaker, we recommended refusal of the application mainly because electronic third-party signs aren't permitted in open space sign districts. This portion of Exhibition Place, the southern portion, as well as the western portion, is an open space sign district, and third-party signs aren't allowed there. And I should say that in 2014, Council actually amended the rules for Exhibition Place to make that southern and western part of Exhibition Place an open space sign district, specifically prohibit or not permit third-party electronic signs. As well, the signs, one of the signs is very close to an intersection. There's a 30-meter setback requirement from that. The proposed sign at Lakeshore and Ontario Drive has a 10-meter setback from that intersection. The signs will be quite visible from Maryland Bell Park. And we received advice from planning as well that the proposed signs would be contrary to the Phase 1 proposals report, which was adopted by Council just last October.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you say third-party sign, you mean that there's advertising that will generate revenue on this sign. It's not just wayfinding.
That's correct, Madam Speaker, yes.
Okay, it's not simply announcing these events are taking place at Exhibition Place grounds. There will be actual advertising.
Yes, that was the application that was before us, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. To Mr. Lintern, my understanding is part of the planning department's concern here is that there is a building that has been approved that would be impacted, a residential building that will be impacted by this sign. Am I correct in my understanding of that?
Through the speaker, there are concerns about residential buildings on the other sign item, Councillor. That's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got them mixed up. It's because of the district. Right.
Yes.
Okay. To the CEO of Exhibition Place.
Yes.
I don't know. Yes. So in answering Councillor Grimes' question, you said that the reason why you felt we needed to do this was to help with wayfinding so that people will know that events are happening in Exhibition Place. Why is it then that the application is a third-party advertising?
The third-party advertising, there's no cost to this sign from Exhibition Place. So in addition to providing us the ability to promote the events on the exhibition grounds and actually be able to do it in real time, which is a very important thing when you're gathering
No, I
people
asked
to
you
the
about
grounds.
the advertising.
That's why it's a third party.
Not the events, no. Will there be Coca-Cola or some other company able to advertise on this sign?
Yeah, as it currently is, we have Gatorade on there right now.
I'm not asking about currently. I'm asking about the application for electronic advertising, third party on this sign. Will that become permitted use?
The same as it is right now. That is all.
No, it's not the same as it is right now. I want you to answer my question.
Councillor
Madam
Perks,
Speaker, let him answer the
Councillor
question.
Perks,
Let him answer the
please,
question, Madam Speaker.
please, that is unfair. Allow the staff to to answer your question.
Currently, the sign is a Gatorade sign promoting Gatorade, and the new sign will be digital. There will be static, and yes, maybe Coca-Cola or others will be able to advertise on it, but no different than it is now. Except being static, they can do it digitally. They don't have to come out to the site to do it, and we can make those adjustments. And Exhibition Place gets the further benefit of being able to promote their events on that site, which is something we're unable to do today.
Okay, to Mr. Van Vliet. Does our sign bylaw say that the existing sign there is the same as a digital sign, or are they asking for a new permission, which is expressly forbidden in the sign bylaw?
Okay, that's your last
Madam
question.
Speaker, the sign bylaw makes a distinction between what is currently there and what is proposed to be there. So what is proposed to be there under the sign bylaw is essentially a brand new sign.
Thank you so much, Mr. Van Vliet.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, and I don't know which city staff is going to answer this, but I'm going to assume that the city staff know that, have made the position clear to the exhibition board, or I hear the exhibition board has voted for this, and our staff have looked at it and said it doesn't meet the requirements. And I'm sure that, I guess I'll just ask Mr. Johnson, I'm sure that you understand that the board would really like this. So it's not something that you easily say you can't do. Would I be right?
Through the speaker, that is correct. When we're evaluating these types of requests, what we look at is what the impact is and if it's compatible with the area. That's the criteria that we use in order to make our decision. So anything related to whether or not this brings extra revenue to Exhibition Place, that's not criteria that we can consider in our evaluation of the request.
So you understand the board wants that, but your job from the city side is to look at a whole number of other criteria. That's what you're telling us.
That is
right?
correct.
The zoning and
That is
everything
correct.
else and the impact and everything else of the sign. So am I kind of correct on that? Because sometimes this is city board, city property, they want something, doesn't fit with what the city says should proceed there.
Through the speaker, that is correct.
So I guess I'm just going to ask, I guess, the city manager if he's there. I can't see him. We have a lot of agencies, boards, and commissions. Might be that that board, which is a city-appointed board, might really feel strongly that something would be great for that corporation, but it does have to come back and fit in with the city rules. And I don't know where the I can't see the city manager or maybe even the deputy city manager anywhere.
No, I'm here.
Are you? I can't, the screen isn't, okay, thank you. Just as a relationship with the board, I know we've heard very strongly that the board would really like this, and I'm just looking at the decision-making framework vis-a-vis once they've said yes, but then are there times when the city staff have to say, we know you want that, but sorry, our advice is that it shouldn't be. To any agency,
through the
board, or commission.
Yes, through the speaker, yes, no different than other boards and agencies and corporations. The rules that apply to the private sector and others certainly apply to these entities. So staff have done their job.
So I'm just clarifying that because it's not really the same weight. I understand the desire of the board. I sit on quite a few boards and it may conflict with the city rules. That does happen sometimes, doesn't it? And
through the speaker, yes, that's true.
And we have professional staff that advise us in those circumstances, your staff.
Correct.
Thank you. And their advice is, no matter how much this might be a good idea, that the impact might be too. I don't want you to have to comment on that. I will make that observation myself, but that's what I'm seeing here. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
So through you to staff, we still have the billboard tax, I assume. And is there an estimate on what the revenue would be from the billboard tax if this was approved?
Madam Speaker, the annual revenue on the billboard tax would be $12,771 per sign. So that times two, just over $25,000 a year for the two signs.
And it's pretty well the city policy that goes to the arts community or arts projects?
That's entirely determined through the budget process, is my understanding, Madam Speaker.
It's pretty well dedicated revenue, isn't it?
Again, it's a matter for the budget process, Madam Speaker, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion to approve the application, and at the end of it, I'm just going to put on that the sign be turned off by 11 p.m. and come back on at 6 a.m. daily. This was lost in the TIAC committee. You heard Mr. Johnson say they don't take their recommendations on the revenue tools, but as Councillor Pasternak asked in his questions, $25,000 for the billboard tax, plus the money in your confidential envelope there. What this means to Exhibition Place. This is our fairs exhibition and our convention space. We've built all around it, and now we have to take into account that what all the density built around it. If we worry about that sign shining into people's windows, so I've addressed that by turning the sign off. Again, I hope Coca-Cola, Councillor Perks, is going to be on the sign because Coca-Cola Coliseum is on the grounds. This is a very unique 2-acre site in the city where we welcome the world here. that come. And as Mr. Boyle said, it's way fun. We have big shows going on there. This is going to help Exhibition Place. And I think we should be revisiting the sign bylaw because, you know, we talk about revenue tools with this council all the time. This is money that we are to need. We are in dire need in this city. Never mind Exhibition Place. There's no revenue coming in. We better start looking at these signs. So with that, Exhibition Place Board approved this. I think this is great for the grounds, and I'm going to ask for your support to approve the sign.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I will be moving a motion here, which is for council to adopt the city staff recommendations, which are to refuse the application. Colleagues, the proposal in front of us here would convert a static sign to an electronic sign along our waterfront, adjacent to a park in my ward. City staff, city planning, transportation services, and the chief building official all oppose this. It's contrary to the sign bylaw. It is within 10 meters of an intersection for electronic signs when the bylaw says 30 meters are required. This isn't some little thing about revenue tools. That's putting electronic signs within 10 meters of an intersection when the sign bylaw calls for 30 meters. And so with the greatest of respect to Chair Grimes, who is working his tail off to protect Exhibition Place during this period of economic downturn, the way we protect Exhibition Place isn't by compromising safety and breaking our own bylaws. Frankly, there are other better revenue models than that. And so with the greatest of respect to colleagues, this is in my ward, it is along the waterfront. Why have a sign bylaw if we're prepared to egregiously ignore it? But also, as a city council, how can we demand better of private sector sign applications on private property if we're not prepared to follow our own rules on public property? And so I certainly, in consideration of the location, the application, city staff advice, and the fact that it's in my ward, would ask you to support my motion, which is the staff's position, city staff's position to refuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. Just a reminder that I guess it's self-evident that we're the ones that make the rules. Staff then, even when we set bylaws, staff look at whether or not there's extenuating circumstances, you know, some room for a bit of leeway here and there, and they often report that way. This isn't one of those situations. We have every department saying, don't do this, uphold your bylaws. I understand Councillor Grimes is doing his best to support Exhibition Place, but our bylaws cannot be for sale. We cannot just change them because some money is dangled before us. We have to have some principles. If we abandoned the principles by which we set our bylaws, you can imagine what kind of a slippery slope that is. We could have billboards all down the Don Valley Parkway, and we could give developers whatever amount of density they wanted as long as they gave us millions of dollars for it. We have bylaws for a reason. We set them, and we should take the advice of our professional staff in adhering to them.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to share a little bit of perspective on this coming before Council. Prior to the reforms that created the rules that we currently have in place, often an entire day of City Council would be spent debating various sign applications. And all of us on Council worked very hard to come to an agreement, a compromise, some of it where, Some of us who don't like signs gave a little, and some people who believe that signs are fine gave a little. And we came up with a set of policies that, while not everybody got what they want, everybody could live with. And part of that was how we deal with the gardener. Part of that was how we deal with adjacent parks. Part of that was how we dealt with intersections. If we start to unravel that case by case, we are going to be back in circumstances where council is just arbitrarily making up the rules. This guy gets through because on that day, a certain number of councillors were in a good mood. And on a different day, someone with a very similar application won't get approved because council's in a bad mood, or maybe somebody was absent. It led to having those day-long sign wars, as we used to call them, led to a hodgepodge, very erratic set of rules that nobody could predict, and frankly, led to signs getting approved in some cases based on who had brought on the bigger lobbying firm. This is no way to do public business. We had a number of sign reports come to the latest Planning and Housing Committee. Staff recommended in favor of one of them. In the old days, I voted against every single sign, and we had the sign wars. But now that we've done the grand bargain and the compromise, I voted for it at committee. Let it go through, the one that staff recommended, because we came to rules that would treat everybody equally and that would establish a fair way of getting these dealt with. If we start overturning them or reviewing them case by case, we're going to get in a mess. And one aspect of that mess is the money problem. We had instances back before the grand bargain of sign companies coming and saying, I will give you a benefit in a local community center or somewhere in your ward for some project you care about if you give me this sign. Think about the ethics of that. Think about whether or not that would build public trust, about whether we're administering our bylaws in a way that protects the public interest. If this notion of cash for us turning a blind eye to the advice of city staff and the bylaw that we approved ourselves becomes common practice, we do a disservice to people's faith in government.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give maybe a more realistic portrayal of the circumstances. Here we have an arrangement where we have the same size of sign, and they want to make the exhibition place wants to turn it into a digital sign. As I think one councillor said, that staff were making, this is the building department, was making a decision based on a narrow set of rules. This by this, you can't have digital signs, you can't be so close to an intersection, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have to make that decision because they have these rules, these bylaws that they have to follow. But we're here at this council to look to see if there should be an exception to that rule. Now, this isn't an arrangement where, it's going to be on some private piece of property, and not all staff agree with the recommendations. In fact, the CEO of Exhibition Place, a public servant, a member of staff, says he needs this sign. And why does he say he needs it? He needs it so he can run Exhibition Place, our corporation that provides a public good and all sorts of great things during the summer. He says that he needs it. And also, why does he need it? One of the reasons is because his organization has been bleeding money through COVID-19, like the rest of the city. And so if we say no to this, how is he going to be made whole? He's got an organization to run. He's got an entity to run. He's got the exhibition place to run. And for his customers, the people who are on Exhibition Place, they need this sign. He said so. He needs that money, and he needs that money, one of the reasons, because COVID has provided a set of circumstances where he's in a financial hole. And during these times of COVID, we've made all sorts of exceptions. And so the idea of supporting Exhibition Place and supporting the chair of Exhibition Place and supporting the CEO of Exhibition Place is not some evil plot where the world will come to an end. No, we are supporting an entity that's a part of the City of Toronto because the CEO and the rest of Exhibition Place would like this asset so they can run a better organization and they can come out of the financial difficulties that they have a little bit easier. And so I'm going to support Councillor Grimes' motion.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Fletcher took her name off.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be very brief. I've heard a lot of quotes about bylaws in this discussion, but those bylaws were written in normal times. These are not normal times. And if anyone was paying attention over the last year, the city did some amazing things, creative things, by breaking the rules in a way, by looking at ways in which we can set up cafe TO, active TO, cycling infrastructure, and cargo bikes. There were bylaws stopping all of that stuff. But we were able to work through council, through our provincial partners, and through the city staff to make that happen, to prosper in that way. You know, the lifeline of CNE is not only on taxable revenue, on at-gate revenue and other sources, corporate sponsors and everything else, but the arts community has been devastated over the past year, and we've got to do everything we can to help it recover. The billboard tax is going to be a vital stream of funding to get our theaters going again, to get our concerts going again, to prosper. We can't keep going back to the property tax base to fund the recovery. We have to look at alternative sources, and corporate Canada is there to help pay. So I realize that this could be problematic from an aesthetic point of view and from a bylaw point of view. But like I've said, these are not normal times, and we've got to do everything to save our arts community and save Exhibition Place. Thank you. I'll be supporting I'll be supporting Councillor Grimes.
Okay, I see that Councillor Fletcher put her name back on. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Speaker. And I won't take too long either, but I just want to take that last example that Councillor Pasternak gave, because it is that we're in COVID and we have to make exceptions. And I do agree. We've made a lot of exceptions. Our staff have made those exceptions. Someone says, I want to put, we're making exceptions to have curb lane patios. That's a very big corporate exception that we're making. We're changing some bylaws to do that. But then somebody says, I want to have an enclosed patio on the street because I need to bring my business back. And staff say, I can't agree with that because it just doesn't meet the criteria. That to me is the same as what we've got here. We will always support Exhibition Place. It's ours. We support the board of Exhibition Place all the time. We have a good board there, we've got a great chair, a good CEO, but we have to also follow the advice of our staff that this doesn't meet the criteria. Just as the enclosed patio doesn't meet the criteria, this doesn't meet the criteria. It might meet the criteria for Exhibition Place for their needs, but it doesn't meet the larger city goal, the larger requirement. Just as that little enclosed patio might meet the need of that business, it doesn't meet the larger requirement that the city has to think about. And so we're always balancing these kinds of things. I think that we have to be very careful here. I really appreciate the goal and of the Board of Exhibition Place trying to say we're going to do this, but this is going long past COVID. if we need to look at ways to support Exhibition Place during COVID, we should have that discussion. I'm very prepared to have it. But going against the bylaws and the advice from the chief planner, the chief building official, etc., I don't think that's how we should be approaching helping people under COVID. They're the same people that have been helping us deal with COVID in creative ways. So on this one, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to say I'm going to support the staff here, because it just makes sense. I'm sure if staff could give this to Exhibition Place, they know that everybody's hurting. If they could just say yes, we're going to make that exception, or yes, that's a good argument. That is, they can't. They don't feel they can. And so in this instance, and during COVID, I think we have to really support staff in they're taking their time, making very clear and careful decisions on things, following the bylaws, and we haven't changed that. So to me, it's pretty cut and dried, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, we do have more speakers. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I want to check. I've been having trouble with the IT today. So I want to speak in support of the local councillor and city staff's recommendations. I heard, first of all, Councillor Minnan-Wong's submission to us all. And there were just things that were said that I didn't find persuasive. One being that in some way there is the fact that the leadership at the X wants the sign in some way should be weighed in equal balance to the very sign staff that we have tasked to review applications and proposals and see if they can be supported with our own bylaws. In other words, the leadership of the X, their job is to advocate for the X, and they're doing that, and I respect them, and that's exactly what we expect them to do. But then, no matter if it's them or if it's a private owner, then it's the job of our staff who are tasked to review our sign bylaws to interpret whether or not they should be recommended and supported. And they went through that test, and this proposal did not pass that test. So I don't see how we can weigh both of those positions in equal balance. Moreover, Councillor Cressy's arguments I thought were incredibly persuasive. First of all, I thought his speech was excellent. I mean, he not only did he note the fact that he is the local councillor, which I think you don't always have to agree with the local councillor, but I think you need to respect their opinion. Moreover, he made a position about how, and by the way, Councillor Perks spoke to this as well, about how this wouldn't meet the tests of safety, that we shouldn't be simply just dismissing our bylaws because of COVID for one specific proposal. So in other words, if this was a reconsideration of our bylaws, like we've done with Cafe TO and other initiatives, to consider equitably throughout our city how we need to change the rules to consider the context of COVID, so be it, absolutely. Do we make changes to consider contextual concerns all the time, to be creative, to be good trustees of this government, to consider like specific needs? Absolutely. But when it's a question of safety, when it's a question, as Councillor Perks said, of a hard-fought, hard-resolved set of rules that everybody could, consider maybe admittedly imperfect but perfectly workable to all, and then just pick and choose who we decide to change them for, that really just throws the predictability out the window. And frankly, then what don't we blame COVID for? You know what I mean? It doesn't sound, it sounds more like a rationalization than a reason, and it just isn't convincing. Councillor Cressy, the way that he made his speech, and I was listening to his words really closely, like, sorry to editorialize about his oratory skills, but I just thought it was so well done, because he kind of hit every single note perfectly. And I just think reasonably, I can't conceive of why anyone wouldn't be convinced by such a cogent argument. And again, what I'm really concerned about is that the next proposal that comes forward, and it may not be from the X, right? It might be from some private landowner or sign owner or a lobbyist that knocks at our doors. Well, they point to this as a precedent and say, well, COVID, gotta, our company is struggling too, right? We're desperate too. We've had to lay people off. COVID, you got to just change the rules. Like, where does this end? I think it's a really slippery slope that we don't want to go down. So I'm absolutely convinced by Councillor Cressy's arguments. I think Councillor Perks provide us some really helpful context. I've never really spoken at this length on a sign debate before, but this is just so, it's like it's clear as day to me, and I hope most of you see it the same way. Thank you.
Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, just have a question. Are we allowed to ask questions to staff?
No,
Or it's past that?
we already did that.
No.
Right now we're at speeches.
Then I will take off my name.
Okay, can we put the motions on the screen? We're ready to vote. Councillor Carroll's just put her
Councillor
name
Carroll.
on. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a real problem with the argument that we have to do this because the exhibition is short of money. If we're going to relax rules because we're short of money, who's the shortest of them all? The Toronto Transit Commission. What can we relax over there to deal with the $1 billion shortfall? If we've heard one thing, from our community, is that if we're going to recover and rebuild, let's also reset. Let's improve quality of life issues. Let's build back better. That's what we keep hearing from our community. And in this downtown core, more than ever. Well, the rule that said no third-party sign on this property, rule that says it shouldn't be a third-party property, as it is today. Right now, it's a Gatorade billboard. We heard that from staff. The rule says that that is not what it should be, because this is a part of the community where we amped up the usage of signs and billboards, and yet we're also expecting more and more people to live down there. And so a balance was attained in setting the Gardner Sign District, all of the things that Councillor Cressy described, and all of the things that staff keep being asked to describe over and over again. They're all quality of life rules. And everywhere in this city, but here perhaps more than most, we're being asked to, as we build back from COVID, make things better, not worse. We're very concerned about the province taking control of what happens at Ontario Place, because we want things there to be better, not worse. And the same should be true across the street. We have rules there because there was an exhaustive consultation and the residents wanted to set aside this open space piece. And so to say that because COVID, it's time to take away all the rules is counterintuitive. It is not what we keep hearing from our residents over and over again. And so I can't use that as a rationale to go against staff. It seems to me that staff, in setting these rules, was trying to align itself with the people who have to live here. And we ought to be aligning ourselves with the people who live here because they've been through so much. And what they want when we come back is what they had, only better. And we should be striving for that. So I won't be supporting Councillor Grimes. I'll be supporting the staff recommendations.
Okay, can we put the motions on the screen, please? Motion on the screen for Councillor Grimes. It's on the screen, recorded vote.
I don't have that motion up on the screen. I have, oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. I've got it now.
Councillors Bradford and Robinson, are you present and voting? I can see your video screens, but I don't see you present. Last call, Councillor Robinson or Councillor Bradford? Madam Speaker, I'll record those members as absent. The motion carries. The vote is 13-10.
Our next item is PH 2318. Signed bylaw for 270 Evans Avenue. Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
No questions, Madam Speaker.
Does anybody have any questions?
Speaker, it's Councillor Perks. Oh, there. I couldn't get my name on. I just have a couple quick questions for staff.
Just one moment. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Van Vliet, I guess, staff recommended refusal of this sign variance request. Could you just quickly, as you did on the last item, detail the concerns you had?
Certainly, through you, Madam Speaker. The sign is located approximately, where is it? 33 meters from the Gardiner Expressway. Council has set a 400-meter area-specific prohibition on third-party signs within 400 meters of the Gardiner Expressway. The sign is also about 3 times larger and 3 meters higher than what the bylaw would permit for an electronic sign in an employment area. There are also some residential buildings that are under construction to the northwest of the proposed sign and at 45 and 36 Zora Street. And it's quite likely that due to the height of the sign and the height of the buildings being built, that the sign will be visible and may have some impact on those units as well. Any previous signs in the area were all prior to the current sign bylaw, with the exception of 2. So as a result, we felt that it was simply too far of a departure from the bylaw requirements.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, you have questions?
Yeah, I just got a question. Yeah, so I see some. I was on the 401 last night up around Dufferton. I see is it the province, I guess, building these signs on the Gardiner now? They seem almost right up to the guardrail. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Councillor, on the 401 or on the Gardiner?
On the 401, I see new signs going up on the 401 now, and I guess they're the province side, but they're almost right up to the guardrail. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, it's Metrolinx. Those are on Metrolinx property that are being built.
Yeah, I see they're coming down the 427 now too, but they seem to be a lot closer to the highway than we're allowed.
Yes, Madam Speaker, they are. They were given an amendment by council back in 2014 for 4 signs along Highway 401 and 427.
Okay. And do you think it's time, maybe when we're selling, these new condos are popping up when they're converting industrial areas into residential, and now you're going to put a condo up and all of a sudden there's a sign there. Do you think it may be the time that we put a warning clause in the sale that there's a billboard with the proximity to your building?
I'm not sure that I would be the best person to answer that, Madam Speaker, but it sounds reasonable.
Okay, so this sign we have, it's on Islington Nursery property, one of my owners, my business owners. How many square feet is this sign now?
The sign now is it's quite large. It's almost 1,000 square feet, if not larger. So I apologize, I don't have the number right in front of me right now.
I heard it's 2,400 square feet. Does that sound correct?
On both sides, yes, sorry, 115 square meters per
And
side.
The new sign is going to be how many square meters?
62.5 square meters.
So that's a reduction of about 70% of this sign, correct?
It's a significant reduction, yes, Madam Speaker.
I think it's 70%. What is the sunset clause in this sign now?
Currently, no, the permit that has been issued for the current sign, it will go on in perpetuity, Madam Speaker.
Okay. All right. And this sign is on a wedge. Is that correct? It's not really back to back. It's kind of on a wedge, so you can kind of see it from across the street. You'll be able to see the current sign now is in a wedge, and it's lit up around the clock. It's lit up around the clock, correct?
It's illuminated 24 hours, yes, and it's got a bit of a V shape to it, yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so the way they proposed it now, it wouldn't be a V shape. It'd be you just see it coming east or you see it coming west.
Back to back. That's my understanding. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. You're going to speak?
Yeah. Yes, Madam Speaker. So I'll be moving delete the planning housing recommendation and adding the approval of this sign. And again, I'm going to add at the end of it to turn off the sign at 11 and come back on at 6, which it does not have. So this is, as you heard Ted say, this sign is up there for good right now. It's on a V shape. It's lit up 24 hours around the clock. We're bringing this down by 70%. It's going to have a 5-year sunset clause. Have to reapply to it. And we're going to have the thing turned off. So to me, it's one of our local businesses. Islington Nurseries asked me to support the sign, and it's be coming down, like I said, 70%. So I'm going to be supporting this sign also. And for the people that have converted across the street, before my time, the former councillor, there's some condos there. This would help them because it won't be shining across there. It'll be back to back, as Ted said. So you just see it. And there's probably 15 to 20 signs. This is a sign district already in an area as you come in along the garden. There's probably 15 to 20 signs on both sides. So with that, I'm going to be striking out the recommendations of the planning and housing, and I'll be moving the recommendation on the screen.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen, we're ready to vote. Oh, I didn't see his name. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Just one point I wanted to make. The impact of the light from an electronic sign is different than the impact of the light where a light is shone onto a non-digital sign. We actually, as we were developing the bylaw, brought in all kinds of technical expertise to inform us about why going from an illuminated sign to a digital sign means an increased impact on people. And this will shine, as our staff said, is likely to shine into people's homes. And that's why we designed the bylaw this way. And that's why staff have followed the advice in the bylaw and followed the rules in the bylaw and recommended against us approving this sign. And it's why the committee voted not to approve this sign. Thank you.
Go on. Grimes, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, once again, I'll ask if there's a member who has turned off their camera. Could they either turn on or indicate? Oh, thank you. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 12 to 11.
Our next item is MM 3414. Councillor Carroll, you held the item down.
Yes, just a couple of quick questions, Madam Speaker. I hope I don't hold council up too long. Are the associated staff here?
I don't know.
It's Carlton. I'm here.
Ah, wonderful. Yes, just a quick question. This is asking us to amend the bylaw, and I'm just wondering, I don't have an option of referring this to the upcoming review because council has chosen not to waive referral. They have waived referral, but do we not have a review, an outstanding request, and this dates back to before the pandemic even, but are we not looking at a review of the fence bylaw with respect to pool enclosures in this term of office?
So thank you for the question. We are not looking for a report this year, in future. This is an error that we last review that was done about a year ago. So this is a technical amendment that was brought to our attention by Deputy Mayor Holliday that we originally meant to have included, but did not include it. So this is an opportunity to correct it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but the sound was, I don't know if it was just for me, but the sound was kind of cutting out. Why do I not have the review yet?
So through the speaker, the review is coming next year. There's a number of competing priorities that we have this year to report out on.
And I'm not sure if those competing priorities were competing with this review back when we asked for it, but when we asked for it was right at the beginning of this term of office, I believe, at some point early in 2019.
I can't recall the exact date. You're right, when we reported out at the last fence one, which I think was 2018, 2019. The priorities, you're right, this year have been, or last year and this year have been challenged with the number of requests and the number of items that we have outstanding.
So the concern that I have, and maybe you can help me with this in answering this, the concern that I have, and if you say this one is technical and we can do it, we can, but we get the sense from time to time that as the time keeps stretching on and no review has come, no one has dealt with the trend with builders and building fences with these horizontal slats. We have all sorts of problems that are happening with the interpretation of pool enclosures. We've sort of relaxed the bylaw just on the basis of a lot of exemptions and approvals where just fencing off the door instead of fencing the pool itself off. We're starting to see the regulations seem to be morphing decision by decision. Does this help us nail some of that down? Do we get back some rigidity with making this adaptation? We get a tighter fence and that's that. And that would be highlighted in a pool enclosure report. I'm concerned with the number of challenges to the pool fence enclosure that we're seeing in community council.
So just to clarify, makes it a tighter safety. It's something that we are supportive of. It's a good item, and the more detailed review will come sometime next year.
Okay, and if we adopt this, and this is an awkward question, I get that, Mr. Grant, but I have to ask it. When people go to the counter and they say, but I want the spaces between the slats, are they going to hear this is for safety, or are they going to hear this is what council decided? Because that's my problem. Then people get, all full of vinegar and appeal on the basis of how dare council tell me how to build a fence, as opposed to, gosh, those are safety rules, so I won't drown anyone in my pool. Can you undertake that the counter staff will give your safety reason for this change, not council decided? So I'm not the one you should be yelling at, because you can understand how those are two very different answers.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and that's something I will commit to do, is ensure that our front counter staff are saying this is for safety reasons and safety reasons only.
Okay, then on that basis, I'm not going to move a motion. I trust that you'll take that as an undertaking, but it really does need to happen. Thank you.
Okay, on the item,
You're welcome.
MM 3414, all in favor, carried.
I would like to speak to it, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay, I thought that you, all right, Councillor Carroll, speak.
Yeah. So colleagues, the reason I ask these questions, as you may have caught on when I was asking the questions, we see in our community councils challenges to the pool enclosure time and time again. And the reason that I think it was Deputy Mayor Minnan and myself who were asking for this review early in the term is we see more and more challenges to it and more interpretations of it. And we're getting further and further away from the original intent. And the original intent was that children don't die. Full stop. And so I don't know why that's something we're able to weaken. We fight for a long time over signs, but nobody wants to fight for a long time over things that kill children. And a pool enclosure is one of those things. If you don't get it right, it's a very attractive thing that is very, very dangerous. These incidents happen every year in places where they don't have any kind of safety measures at all. And we have to stand by this one. We really have to stand by it. But what I've experienced is that people tell us when they went to the counter, they showed someone the renovation plan for their house, and you could even see that there was going to be a pool in the backyard, but the person at the counter was looking at the house that day. So he didn't tell me about having to enclose the pool. So, gee, that drawing looks like you're going to have a problem later. He looked at artistic renditions of fences and could see that the fence was horizontal and would have those loops in it such that it would be very easy to climb. And he didn't say, you're going to have a problem later with community council because they don't like to put climbable fences around pools. The message isn't getting out there that we are very strict about pools because we don't want children to die, full stop. And anyone who doesn't want to be the reason that happened, not just the children who live in their house, but the children who climb over their fence, the future people who live in that house that you built or you renovated. We need to get to the point where this is one of the most important things that gets talked about at our counters, so that the conversation happens before the resident spends all the money they spend to build something that's non-compliant. So I am going to support Councillor Holliday's technical amendment because staff support it and say it actually will tighten up. But I hope you'll join me in reminding staff in your encounters that we need that review to come forward, because it's long past the time when we looked at it to see if our pool enclosure rules are working. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. On the item, on favor?
Speaker, I wanted to speak briefly.
Okay, you didn't have your name, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Could I just ask the
there's
clerks
nothing on the
to
screen.
show the...
Okay, Councillor Holiday, speak. To speak, Councillor
Thank
Holiday.
you.
There's nothing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps there's an issue with the system. I'm sorry that you didn't have my name.
There's nothing there.
May I ask the clerks just to put up the picture I sent in? So I put this up because, and I apologize for my crude drawing. It was hastily put together. I was surprised that 4 members voted against waiving referral because I thought this was an urgent item. I just want to make sure everyone's really clear on what we're talking about. That's a picture of the bylaw and specifically the section that describes the construction standards for vertical board fences. And I literally think there was a typo in B and C. I put a little box around where it says at least 38 millimeters. So basically there's 2 kinds of fences. The rails are either more or less than 4 feet apart. And in places where the rails are close together, means it's climbable because it's less than 4 feet apart. We want to make sure that the boards are no less than 1.5 inches or 38 millimeters apart. So some kid can't put their foot there and climb. And then when it's a non-climbable fence, because the rails are far apart, you know, the spacing can be a little bit more, but you don't want to be any bigger than 100 millimeters. Otherwise, a small head or a small thing can pass through there. And so that's all that this amendment was. And I thought it was the safest thing was just to come straight to council and just get it fixed because we are going into the summer. We want to make sure that we have as tight as possible pool fences. And, you know, I think every councillor should spend time reading this bylaw. It's very detailed, but it's very important to understand it because this is truly about life safety. And this is among the most serious things that I keep in my reference pile because we have to look at it at each community council and be very, very careful with the decisions that we make. So I hope you support this amendment. I think it makes sense. And I respect a lot of what Councillor Carroll said. I think we should be continuously improving our bylaws because they are so important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Next item is MM 3436. Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. This is the fireworks.
Questions of staff? Sorry, I just need a second there.
Okay, questions to staff?
Bear with me, Madam Speaker. Just trying to find it. Yes, questions to staff. So can someone tell me what the fines are for illegal fireworks?
It's Carlton here. So I believe it's $300.
But so who sets the fines? Who sets that amount, that $300 amount?
We apply to have the fine set, and then it's just determined by a justice. It's typically by the province, and they are exceed $1,000.
And who endorses the bylaws and fine issues the fines? Who enforces the bylaw and issues the fines?
The municipal licensing and standard officers.
Okay, so Carlton, I know you were away when we had that big to-do down in the ward there a couple weeks ago. Residents are reaching out to me in the middle of the night because they call 301 and report the illegal fireworks. And they're told to call 911, and 911 is telling us to call 311. And I saw Councilman Minawong had a motion on 34, I believe 17 about the roadmap one. He's probably getting the same signals we're getting. Who was supposed to call for fireworks after midnight? We got fireworks going off 2, 3, 4 in the morning. My people are just feel like they've been thrown to the wolves. Like, who do we call? Who are people supposed to call? Because there's a lot of confusion at 301 or 911.
I believe it should be 311. While we don't have staff past midnight, those can be referred to the police. 911 is for emergencies. 311 could still refer items to the police.
Okay, but the police don't write the fines, correct?
They can write fines for parks bylaws, yes.
Okay, so the way it is right now, I could walk, parks are prohibited.
Both police and bylaw officers can issue tickets.
So fireworks are not permitted in any of our parks now, correct? They're not allowed. Hello? Right. So
That's
if
correct.
Somebody's walking through the park and sets off firework in front of your bylaw officer, you write them a ticket, right?
Yes, we would have to lit off. So yes, we would.
And the chances of that happening with the the amount of enforcement officers you have out there are slim to none with what's happening out there in the real world, correct? You don't have enough people out there to enforce what's happening down
With
our
park cities. Yeah, with over 1,500 parks, it is challenging to have staff in each of the parks when these types of activities are happening. We are aware that it is a significant issue in Humber Bay East and West, and we too have staff there. It's also an issue at Woodbine and Ashbridges, and we do have staff dedicated there as well.
And last time we dealt with this council, you recognized that there's a problem down there, and then we had that last long weekend. It was just out of control. Would you agree?
I would agree. Yes, it's very disappointing that residents and members of the community are not following the rules.
Yeah, okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yeah, I want to go back to one of the answers you gave, Councillor Grimes. You said you have no officers after midnight, and that residents who have a complaint about a bylaw violation, in this case it's fireworks, can call the police for enforcement.
Sorry, Kim, where's my motion on the fireworks? Did you send it to
Sorry.
me?
Councillor Grimes, you have
Grimes,
your,
turn off your mic.
Councillor Grimes, you have your mic on. We can hear you. Okay, sorry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I don't have my mic.
No, it's
Yeah, so just reset.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, so Carlton, Mr. Grant, did you hear my question?
Yes, I did. And I didn't say to call police. I said that 311 to complain that there are fireworks after midnight, and those calls from 311 would be directed to the police.
And then what happens?
If the police are in the area and are able to attend based on competing priorities, they would attend. And if they were to witness the fireworks happening, they would issue the appropriate ticket.
Do you have an agreement with the Toronto Police Services? This is actually a big deal with regard to service, because what I'm finding is that the police say, as Councillor Grimes said, it's not we don't do this anymore because of this police report, this comprehensive police report that was done, and then they push it back onto the city. And I'm just wondering whether police have agreed to take on these problems in the evenings when the MLS staff are not available. Have they agreed?
So thank you for the question. And based on your notice of motion, Councillor Ainsley's on the other noise issue, we are revisiting that with police to understand if there is a gap, how do we close that gap, and to ensure that there is service provided.
So is it fair to say right now there is no agreement between MLS and the Toronto Police Services that when the MLS, in this case after midnight, aren't available, that it's on the Toronto Police Services to pick up the ball? There's no agreement. No email exchange. Toronto Police says, yeah, it's okay, we'll handle it. They haven't said that.
So again, thank you for the question. It is not formalized, and that is something that we need to work towards.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Carlton. Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
I don't know if this is for Mr. Grant or it's for someone from 311, but if we were to pull all of the referrals from 311 to the police about fireworks, who would be able to do that? And have you done that, Mr. Grant?
Through the chair, I have not done that. It is something we could work with 311 to pull that data and to understand that. I don't have that available at this time.
I'll just check because, of course, this is, there was a great number of complaints around the May long weekend, which I'm sure you're aware of. So I don't know if anybody's on this call. Speaker, if you just hold that for a second while we see if anybody from 311 or the Deputy City Manager Corporate Services is here, because I'd certainly like to know if they have that information. But Mr. Grant, with all of these complaints, you didn't ask 311 how many complaints there were or if they were referred to the police, just to start looking at the data. You haven't looked at the data since the long weekend then, am I correct?
So I can advise that we have asked 311 and we received 144 complaints over the May long weekend related to fireworks. I haven't done an in-depth analysis over at what time period that was, before midnight, after midnight, and have not looked into the details about referral to police. But I can confirm that we did receive 144, which is significant.
Councillor Fletcher.
144. What?
Councillor
Yes?
Fletcher, are you holding the item down until we get somebody from 311?
Well, no, I'm fine. I've got the answer that we have
Okay.
the number 144.
All right.
Have you mapped the parks that those are coming from, Mr. Grant? To know exactly where the hot spots were? Is that your normal standard practice to map hot spots? Which ones are they? What are the top 10, please?
The top 10 would likely be in Councillor Grimes's ward, Humber Bay East, Humber Bay West, Colonel Sam Smith, Marie Curtis, and then I would say Woodbine and Cherry Beach. Is those two? I know the other ones for sure. I'm pretty sure on all of those. I don't obviously have a top 10 list in front of me, but I think I'm pretty close.
And who would put a plan together to ensure that at all of those locations, rather than have that there was a preemptive plan put in place for those venues, the top 10 venues, that the crowds and people are dispersed early, so they're not coming down to have big parties with fireworks? Would that be you? Would that be the police? Who would do that?
Thank you for the question. Throughout the pandemic, that has been the coordinated enforcement team, where we work very closely with MLS, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, Fire, Transportation, and the police.
Would it surprise you to know that there was so many people at some of these venues that the police said they simply wouldn't go in because there were so many people? That might not surprise you by the time that they all got lit off, would it?
No, it would not surprise me. The number of people in parks with the nice weather has been incredible.
I meant for these, knowing we have a long weekend, knowing we have fireworks, knowing there'll be a lot of people, that wouldn't surprise you to know that the police said, well, there's 2,000 people there. We simply can't contain that. So I think my question is, for the July 1st weekend, how are you planning for that weekend in the top locations to make sure that it never gets to the point where there are thousands of people or 300 people in with fireworks? And who's the leader for that? Is it you?
So I do lead the coordinated enforcement team, and it has all those various members on it. We will work closely with them to have plans in place. We do try to be there in advance of all the people going. Crowd control is very challenging. We're working with either closure of parking lots, different barricades on roads. The parks are open. It is very difficult to turn people away. Our intent is that they distance appropriately and don't gather in large groups.
Do you think once we get back and out of COVID and the city has its traditional large fireworks events, that this actual phenomenon will settle down a little bit, or is it always like this?
That was your last question.
I think in some parts it's always like this. It's very challenging. People, for some reason, have this fascination with fireworks, and on the waterfront, it has been an ongoing challenge for us for a number of years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. First of all, I mean, the fireworks are not just happening on long weekends, it's happening every weekend. Where I live, it's every weekend. They're going off not only in parks, but in parking lots and everywhere, behind buildings. Carlton, at one point, and I can't remember when, that we were trying to ban selling fireworks at some of the retail stores. I know there was a problem at one time where we had people with tents in parking lots and malls selling fireworks with big signs. They're selling fireworks, and you see them all the time everywhere. So what happened with that? Because I know that we did move a motion a few years ago on that, trying to ban the sale of some of the fireworks where people were selling them in parking lots in their tents. Do you recall?
Yeah, I do recall, and
Okay.
Vending is if they have a permit, they are permitted to sell them 7 days advance of the May 2-4 weekend and the Canada Day long weekend. Those vendors are typically licensed by us. So yeah, we have done some work in this area. Permanent vendors can sell year round, and the one you see off of the 401, I think Kaboom, and the Costco's and the Walmarts of the world, the larger vendors can sell year round.
So they can sell them every day, some of these vendors, correct?
The larger,
Yeah, so.
So through the speaker to you, yes.
Okay, it's just, I don't know, it's just happening every weekend. It's not just on a long weekend, it's not on a vacation. It seems like this is a thing now, that they're all, everywhere you go, in parking lots, behind buildings, I don't know. But anyway, I think maybe we should look at some of the retail end of it, and allowing some of these vendors to be selling them 24/7 in some of the parking lots. Mr. Carroll?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'm right there with you. That's exactly where I'm going with my questions. I have a community, Mr. Grant, they're frustrated now that the from the minute the license is allowed, it's the license, temporary license in the parking lot of Fairview Mall in my ward in Don Valley North. And from the minute they open, every night is fireworks night in the nearest park in Parkway Forest, and sometimes on the private property, because it's a neighborhood full of tower in the park designed apartment buildings. And so sometimes it's even on private property. So it's very hard to deal with. But we've reached the point where they're saying, can't you just not let them sell fireworks across the street? Because they don't seem to be IDing the young people. They're very young people. So my question is, it sounds like you don't have enough staff for after midnight. What about the whole selling period? Do you have staff to enforce, staff enough to enforce fireworks going on non-fireworks days, whether it's 9 o'clock in the evening or midnight? And do you have staff enough to be going to these vendors and seeing if they're IDing the purchasers, which is part of our bylaw?
So through the speaker, yeah, we are very challenged with staff, as you know. Again, 200 bylaw officers. So do we have enough staff to be out there looking at vendors at all times? The short answer is no. To have fireworks, to put off fireworks, you're required to have a permit from Toronto Fire. There's a ton of work that needs to happen in this area with public education. People are not aware of the rules. People are abusing the rules. You're right, it's not just Victoria Day weekend, then it turns into leftover fireworks. And I've had this discussion with the mayor on different calls that it turns into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And it is, I understand the frustration in the community.
So we have a motion that asks for something very specific. And I hate to ask this because I just asked you about another review that of competing interests you can't do. But is there a timed intention to review our fireworks changes? We just put a couple of things through our committee recently, and there was the big review that happened years ago. It went through a different committee, but I moved the motions around tightening up on being able to sell from tents and in parking lots, that sort of thing that Speaker Nunziata was talking about. We did some work on that a number of years back, but it seems to be amping up again. Is there a need to resource you so that you can do a review of the bylaw and their efficacies, so that you can have enough people to enforce during the entire selling period? Do we need to, as council, wrap our head around the costs that go along with that?
So we again, as you said, we were through ECDC earlier this year, but
Yeah.
even with those changes, the other issue is the access. These are also sold online.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
we have very, little control over the tents, the big guys, the small guys, and then the following rules when people are also accessing these online. So I think the most important piece is that public education campaign, and that the residents of the City of Toronto become aware of what the rules are, and they would be very surprised of how strict the rules are. Some of the strictest, again, but just very challenging to uphold and to enforce.
That's exactly where I was going next. I can get on, Jeff Bezos would sell me a super ammo crate right now. I can get them from Jeff Bezos. I can even get them from Wayfair. Wayfair, you've got just what I need in the way of fireworks. Do we have any ability to monitor the age of the person who's ordering online? We really have no idea, have we?
That's your last question.
Yeah, so online we would have, as you say, very little ability to understand the age of the consumer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that may be a discussion at one point that we need to bring forward. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
One quick
We're
question.
dealing with this motion, so Go ahead, Councillor McKelvey.
Sorry, one quick question. At the point of sale of fireworks, for example, in those pop-ups and stuff, is there any requirement to give information about what the rules are, where you can do them, when you can do them, etc.? Do they have to display anything about those rules or share them with the purchaser?
Yes, and we have worked with fire services to create a new poster that outlines that. So that is the intent.
And are there, leading up to long weekends when sales are going, is there any sort of drop-bys to check in on these bigger retailers to make sure they have that posted and they're giving out that information? Or can we produce, a flyer they hand out with the information or with their purchase?
So we need to do a better job with consumers. We have shared that poster with the vendors that we license, the big guys and the small guys. So they do have the information. It's something that I think in advance of July 1st, we need to be out there and making sure that consumers are aware of the rules.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Mr. Grant. Is there anything that we could do to work with property owners? Because many of these, I'll call it parking lot stalls that are set up are actually done in a sort of, a manner that requires landowners to, come to some type of agreement with those vendors. Have we looked at that as a way or means of addressing the issues that we have around the sale and so on of these fireworks?
So I would say that the permit process through Toronto Fire would identify that it's going to be on this date and at that location, and for them to issue that permit. So I believe Toronto Fire would have that data to know that it's happening in, and if it was a problem area, that they could work with us and fire to work with the, I guess, the owner of that parking lot, that it, you know, they need to give permission to have that event happening.
So I hear you say you would say, which sort of suggests to me that you're not sure. I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, but that's what it implies to me. I'm just wondering, Speaker, if there's someone from Fire that could perhaps, that I could ask a question.
I don't know if there's somebody from Fire here, Councillor Thompson. Is there anybody from Fire?
Yeah, good afternoon, Speaker. It's Tony Bavoda from Toronto Fire. I am joined by one of my colleagues, Deputy Fire Chief Larry Coco, who has been working on this file with MLS. So I'm going to defer to Deputy Coco to answer the Deputy Mayor's questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, my apologies. I didn't know you were going to speak. Please go ahead. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm your question, Deputy Mayor, if you can just confirm your specific.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what is the role of property owners who provide their specific properties as a location where these independent operator, and to deal with the independent operator specifically, they can come, they can plot down a big trailer or sometimes they're actually moving vans that they put on a specific location. I'm just wondering, what is it that we do with respect to part of our enforcement? Do we engage the landlords who was actually providing permission to these independent vendors to come in and vend on their property?
So through the Speaker, thank you, Deputy Mayor. A great question. So that's a hybrid question. So there's two parts to that. So my colleagues at MLS would be issuing the temporary vendor permit that would allow these pop-up vendors to have a permit to sell the fireworks at the temporary location. And of course, in order for them to have that temporary vendor location, they would need the permission of the owner. So if we received a complaint if there was a complaint received regarding unauthorized vendor, that would be followed up by MLS. And Toronto Fire Service's specific role is to issue the discharge permit to the actual consumer. So we don't get engaged in the actual vendor permit for the temporary seller. Does that help assist you, Deputy Mayor?
That's very helpful, and I'm not going to prolong this because I think that what we're hearing, Councillor Carroll's made the point, I think, and the Speaker has also made the point. I think that we have a lot of concerns about this issue, and I don't think that we're going to basically deal with it all today. So, Speaker, I will conclude my my questioning of staff and thank the Fire and MLS for answering my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Grimes, you held the item down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, Madam Speaker, you put on the screen.
We don't have a motion, Councillor Grimes.
You don't have my motion?
No.
Can you stand me down there for a second then, please? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I think he means the notice of motion that he filed, that he just needs to speak to it.
No, he has a, you have your own motion too, because you held the member's motion down.
Yes,
so you want to amend,
here it is.
you want to amend Councillor Holliday's motion, correct?
Yeah, I have my own motion I'd like to move. I thought it was at the table. Let me check, okay?
We don't have it.
Councillor McKelvey?
We don't have it. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a friendly amendment.
You have
just
what?
adding some of the parks. We're having some.
Oh.
friendly amendment, adding some parks that we're having problems with out here with excessive fireworks at the Port Union Waterfront, Adams Park, Laverly Trail. Just want to thank Councillor Grimes Holiday and Crawford for their work on this. I do enjoy a good fireworks show, but 4 days starting 8 p.m. going till 3 a.m. in a row is excessive, and we just need to follow the rules, have fun in a constrained time that's appropriate. So I thank them for all their work on that.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, sorry.
Councillor Grimes, point of order.
I believe because I missed the last meeting, Councillor Holiday reopened it for me. I believe he has carried my motion. Could you maybe ask Councillor Holiday?
What?
I believe the clerks told me I could not move. This is a reopening, so I could not move a motion. I think Councillor Holiday's got my motion. Could you find out if that's correct?
Madam Speaker, if it helps, I have no motions to amend what's already out there on the floor.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Let's just give us a minute, okay? We're getting very confused at this point now. Okay,
All right,
hold on.
hang on. Councillor Holliday, you don't have a motion for me?
Please, can everybody just hold on? Okay.
Otherwise, it's on the floor.
Okay, so Councillor Grimes, the issue is that you wanted to move it, reopen it at one time, but you were not here. So now Councillor Holiday has moved the motion on your behalf and reopened the item. So what we have before us, MM 3436, is the member's motion. So you don't need to move any amendments.
Okay. Okay, so okay, so you have, okay, good stuff.
So you don't have any motions. It's what's here.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday, okay, Councillor Holiday moved it for me. Okay, I'm ready to speak whenever I'm up. Okay, thanks.
Okay, you can speak now.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for Councillor Holiday for reopening this issue for me. You see the recommendations that Councillor Holiday's moved on my behalf. Our speaker is correct. It's not just a weekend anymore. It's every night these are going off. It's just not my waterfront. It's everywhere. I think you heard Councillor Fletcher also say she's having the same problems in her end of town. And she's correct. The police said there's just too many going off. We're not going in there. We're outmanned. People were firing off Roman candles from the condo balconies. It was just out of control. If you had seen the video on social media, what was happening, it was like a war zone. And I want to thank Carlton and Toronto Fire and the group downtown trying to help on these long weekends. But it's just out of control. People just think they've been thrown to the wolves and they're in a war zone. I need some help out here. You heard Mr. Grant say my waterfront parks are in the top 10. But on top of that, we've got a community down there of 20,000 condos there. More are being built. So we just approved the secondary plan for the Christie site. Everybody's flocking down here and it's just out of control. So I think we need a bigger review of the fireworks, as I think everyone is having the same problems. We are just not on the waterfront, but I know out west there's some locations where they have soundless fireworks. But banning the possession of fireworks in city parks, unless you're firing them off, they really can't do anything. But there needs to be some coordination between the police, our bylaw people. They got to get in there. These things are going off at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. On the May 2-4 weekend, you heard Mr. Grant say they had 130 calls. We had 400 emails and plus hundreds and hundreds of comments on social media just screaming at the city for action. I know the mayor got bombarded on it, but I think it's time now for a major review of these fireworks. Do we go, soundless fireworks? And maybe we should even be looking to work with the province at Ontario Place again, back when the Benson and Hedges had the big display down there where people will all go to the waterfront and watch the major show. I think it may be time to go look and see if we can get a sponsor to do that, where a lot of people could see fireworks put on by somebody, because everyone's just bringing their own and it's a free for all down there. But I want to thank again Councillor Holiday for moving my motion, Deputy Mayor Holiday. I've got some requests in there to find some funding and get some help. And I know Mr. Grant gets it. I know a lot of my colleagues get what's happening down there. So looking for help, but I think there could be a bigger review, as Councillor Carroll was talking about. You know, they just set containers up in parking lots and sell them out of a shoebox. So anyway, looking for support on Deputy Mayor Holiday's motion for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief, but I just wanted to recognize the work of Councillor Grimes on this matter. Look, there's three things here today, three messages I wanted to leave. The first is members of the public should know that Council has put our full attention to this. And you can see from the questions in the discussion today that we are alive to this issue. And members of the public that have sent in those complaints should feel reassured that we're trying our best to make things better. There is a group of obnoxious people in the city that are inconsiderate to their neighbors. And what they do is they light these things off in the wrong place at the wrong time throughout the night. And that's a shame. It's a shame that a group of people take away the fun and the shine from all of the others that comply with the law. Because I think really our city are great citizens and they tend to follow the rules for the most part. But the third piece, and this is the biggest message I wanted to leave for staff among the recommendations that have been put forward, is I think we really do have to push an information campaign. You know, I grew up with fireworks as a young person and throughout my life, and I've always enjoyed them with my family, but I enjoy them on the 2 days that they are legal, and that is Canada Day and Victoria Day. And there was something special about that. There was an anticipation leading up to those days, and you would have people in the neighborhood that would go out and you'd have fun on the street because everyone would be doing the same thing. And, you know, that was part of those two things in our bylaw, that if it rains, you can have an alternate date. It's that precise. But somehow we've lost that. It's kind of like the litter theory or the broken windows theory, where somebody sees one person using them on a different day and then somebody else does it. And pretty soon people forget that there are certain times when you're supposed to use them and that it's okay to have them all the time when it's not. And I'm afraid that's the impression that's out there. I think we kind of have to bring people back to those times when it was special. And maybe an information campaign is required. And, you know, simple things, bus shelters that are extremely effective tools to get these simple messages out. I think we should get on that right away. It's not going to get any easier through the summer, especially as people emerge from a post-pandemic point when they really want to get out. But, you know, enjoy the fireworks. They're a lot of fun. Just enjoy them responsibly and be considerate to others. And, you know, you wait till dark till you light them off, get them done, and then, you know, allow the kids to go to bed and allow them to have their bedroom windows open at night so that they can get some sleep, and don't light them off at 3 a.m. in the morning. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker. I hope members support these amendments, and I hope that we continue to work on this file as a council and along with the staff. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Well, Madam Speaker, I sent a last-minute notice to Center Table, and I hope they're able to just take my. I didn't get a chance to answer their emails. I hope they can just take my verbal approval. Yes, please. Councillor McKelvey moved a friendly amendment, so I assume she had Councillor Holiday's or Councillor Grimes' permission to call it friendly, and I have sought the same permission. I need to add one more park, and that's Parkway Forest
Yeah, we
Park,
have it on the screen.
Which is,
we have it on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. It sounds like we're having a similar problem as what is happening in a couple of parks in the West End. And I really hope that in a way, this is almost a temporary problem, because one thing that we're very lucky about, because we are a big draw city, we have for years been lucky enough to have some of the major fireworks exhibitors, you know, the Benson and Hedges event, which I think turned into some other sponsor, but the major commercial fireworks presentations, they draw a lot of youth. And then under controlled circumstances with permits and paid duty police forces there for crowd control, all the rest of it, you have in places like Woodbine Beach and out in the West End, you have commercially run things, and those we know how to deal with. So hopefully, when those are allowed to return, some of the problems we're having now won't happen. So I have no problem with this motion that that Councillor Grimes drafted and Councillor Holiday moved, being really Toronto 2021 specific. I'm not moving the review today because we do have within this term of office before 2022 some major things that I know MLS need to get right. But in the long run, what I hope is they'll start thinking about this, because we need to look at what we really want to do. Some of the problems that we're having, the concentration of disruptive and dangerous sorts of amateur fireworks going on, one of the ways you make them not happen, some of the cities who say you can have fireworks any night of the year, all year round, they don't have this problem. In Vancouver, Halloween is fireworks night. There are all sorts of ways of approaching this, and that's why we need a proper review. We're either going to properly control the sale of these and really window it down to you have to let them on the night you're letting them, and we're going to enforce that, or you look at some of the other models, and that would be a proper and really full review, so that we come up with a strategy that really is something people can live with. But I think that's going to take more work than they're able to do now. This motion gives us some temporary help, a look at the real and honest dollars needed to enforce. And for those of us who have a bit of an out of control problem, Parkway Forest is similar to Councillor Grimes' waterfront. It's a tower block village, and just a throng developed that isn't even pandemic safe. So that being said, I'll be happy to be the first person after the next election to move. Okay, let's do the exhaustive review. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, I'll only speak for a minute. I have an amendment as well. I want to add Weston Lions Park in the motion for the amendment. As I said earlier, it's going on every night of the week. It's not just on long weekends. It's happening on private property. They're selling these fireworks in vacant parking lots everywhere. It's a nightmare. I think we do have to review the policy, but at this time, I will be supporting the member's motion and with the amendments that are attached. Thank you, and let's vote. Okay, amendment by Councillor McKelvey. On favor?
Recorded vote, please. Recorded.
Recorded vote.
Members, just a reminder to turn on your video camera if you're voting. Councillor Lai, please. Motion 1 carries unanimously. The vote is 22 in favor.
Okay, the next motion. Councillor Carroll's motion. You want this recorded as well?
Councillor Carroll, does that?
Show of hands, Madam Speaker.
It's okay. On favor, carried. The next one is mine, Weston Lions Park. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor.
Recorded, please. Recorded.
Recorded.
Councillor Layton, please. The item is amended, carries unanimously. 23 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is MM 3442, members' motion, Mayor Tory. I held it down on your
Speaker.
behalf.
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to find my papers here now. Speaker, thank you.
Hello.
All right, Speaker, I'm sorry. And 34, which one is this?
30, City of Toronto's actions to advance truth, reconciliation, and justice.
Well, I don't have to speak first on this. Maybe if Councillor Layton would like to speak first, and then I will speak. But thank you for holding it down for me while I was doing the COVID press conference.
Yeah.
Would Councillor Layton like to speak?
Yeah, I held it down because I wasn't sure if you need to speak. Councillor Layton, do you need to speak or get the mayor to speak? Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. I think if many of you are feeling like I am, these past few weeks have been incredibly difficult to process. But for as difficult as it's been for many of us, it really has been re-traumatizing for many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis as we collectively, but specifically those communities, are reminded by of the devastating legacy of Canada's treatment of Indigenous people. And as these schools were around until the mid-1990s, there are still many survivors living across the country of the Indian residential school system. And this isn't something in Canada's distant past that was done by or perpetrated by governments and by individuals that are long removed from us. These individuals, these survivors, watched friends die.
Councillor Layton, we can't hear you. Councillor Layton?
It disappeared. Video with hopes that will improve the connection. But these children were at the beginning of their lives. They were stripped from their families, from their communities, their parents, and their culture, to be murdered and buried in unmarked graves away from those parents who never got to know where their kids would end up. And it's time for governments at all levels to move beyond words of condolence and take meaningful action in partnership with Indigenous communities towards advocating truth and reconciliation while working to ensure access to housing, clean water, prosperity, and justice for all Indigenous people. Now, I'm proud that the city has spent a considerable amount of time, certainly in my time on council, investing in realizing the goals of the Statement of Commitments to Indigenous People that was passed in 2010. And more recently, we've begun the process of achieving the calls to action from the TRC and the calls for justice of the inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal girls and women and girls. Now, these reports are a lot of work, but they're still just words on paper. In order for us to fully realize reconciliation and justice, we need to bring those words to life. All of our condolences are kind words, while welcome, must come with action if they are to mean anything. I'm proud to say we have started this process, but still would like to advance the pace. And I think we can all affirm today that we can take greater steps and take bigger steps towards that end. Just last month, this council put forward money into the millions to achieve a call to action around erecting a monument or a recognition of residential schools and the Indian residential school system in their municipalities. We should be proud of that action. And that's why my first part of my motion is to bring the other governments to the table to give and contribute the same way we have with resources to help Indigenous groups realize that call to action. That's why I brought this motion here. We need to demonstrate our commitment that we are ready that it's more than words. And I think we need to do two things specifically. First, we use our power to help amplify the voices of Indigenous communities. These are the first parts of my motion. Take what those communities are asking for and use our collective power to push them forward and help. And the second is we put our own resources into this. And I'm not suggesting that we turn around and make a decision here today about where those resources, what those resources are and where they get allocated, because we don't do that without the input of the Indigenous community. Nothing about us without us is the mantra, and we need to hold true to that because it is part of our reconciliation efforts. So the second part of my motion is to empower our staff in the Indigenous Affairs Office to bring forward through the Aboriginal Affairs Committee what those recommendations might look like. I'd like to finally just thank the members of the Indigenous Affairs Committee, thank our Indigenous Affairs Office who have been working hard, and I know who are doing it through all of the hurt in their heart and all of the personal struggle and the trauma that they're facing. And so I thank them for putting their efforts and time in, and I hope we can count on everyone's support in this motion. And finally, the mayor offered the condolences yesterday, and this is one issue I think our mayor recognized after his trips to the far north, to the communities who of Indigenous, the Indigenous communities who are struggling, and then came back and opened his office up to the Indigenous communities of Toronto to say, what can we do here to do better? And it took some time, but we have realized some of those commitments, particularly around the Indigenous Affairs Office and ensuring we are putting our money and resources into the words that we're speaking. So thank you, Miigwech, Mr. Mayor, and to all of council.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, I want to begin by thanking Councillor Layton. You know, he and I have disagreements sometimes on issues, but on this set of issues, he has been a leader. He has worked with the advisory committee and others, and that is one of the reasons I was entirely comfortable seconding this motion, because I think he's right. You know, I'm struck by the fact in two very different timeframes. One, when I went up north to the Bearskin and KI reserves and communities, and sat and listened to the survivor that I spoke about the other day, Dora. And I was dumbfounded. I was dumbfounded by the story, of course, because when you actually hear it from the mouths of survivors, it has a level of detail to it and a level of clarity that is, you know, even more striking than if you read it in a book or hear about it. But I was amazed at the same time as to the calm, sort of almost gentle way in which she told me this story of how she'd been taken from the community in which she lived, when I say forcibly, taken against the will of her family and herself, and stripped of her language and her culture and basically most of her identity. And if you fast forward to a few years later, when Chief LaForme was with us yesterday virtually, and the degree to which that man, who is a lovely man, I mean, he's so creative and so talented in that respect, but if you look at the gentility, the civility with which he spoke about years and decades and centuries of injustice and of things like this, residential schools that continued up, as we talked about yesterday, right up until the time that in the lifetimes of many of us on this council, most of us. But yet he speaks about it with a degree of patience that you would find extraordinary that somebody could. And that is because I think they now have a degree of faith, maybe in this generation at this time, for a whole variety of reasons, including the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And, maybe it's just the times, and maybe it's a recognition finally that these stories are coming to light and that horrific revelations like this provide a degree of momentum and provide a moment in the history of the country to act. And so we have been, as a city government, moving forward to do more things than we were doing before. The very existence of an Indigenous Affairs Office is seen as a positive. I've been immersing myself in meetings at least once a month with agencies that are serving our Indigenous communities. I took a leadership role, not by myself, but was one of the leaders that made sure that when it came to the funding during COVID, that those agencies that had so much work to do with so many people who were so adversely affected by COVID in a way beyond most other populations were supported. because I just think that these are the kinds of actions that speak louder than the words which have been plentiful for decades and centuries. So I think that Councillor Layton's motion here sets out some things we can do, and I will feel myself obligated and obligated in a sense of a way that I'm pleased to carry forward with these things. And then I'm sure out of that will come more, especially the part where our staff are being asked to identify things we can do to advance truth and reconciliation. And so I just think that, and I hate to say this, but I suspect there will be more revelations of this kind, because people are now going to go and take the trouble to, perhaps look harder than they might have before. And I hate to say that, but I just think we all know that's probably true. And so this issue never should go away, never should have gone away to begin with, and never will go away. And it is of all the things, of many of the things that confront us, it is one that we owe it to ourselves and to our city and to the Indigenous communities to act on. And so I'm looking forward to working with the members of council on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to thank Councillor Layton and the Mayor for bringing this forward and for the work that they've undertaken with the Indigenous community, and how important that is to bring this motion forward with their tremendous support. The Spirit Garden is something I just want to address here. This is the moment in time when that Spirit Garden, I know it's been announced, but it has to be paid for and it has to be built. It is our commitment, the city's commitment to reconciliation, a real commitment to reconciliation. I know it's a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. We know about 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I don't think this is the moment in time for us to be waiting for 1/3s. I think that at a certain point, we have to say, we are going to take our money and we're going to take our parks money and our cash in lieu money being built on the lands that we acknowledge every meeting at the beginning, and get the Spirit Garden built. This is actually an Indigenous designed, led, and built space. It is so important for this city to have it. The Leslie Lookout that we're working on now, and the Portlands Plan Park. There's been an Indigenous consultant come in and they're saying you could do this and do that. And when we had our sharing circle, the Indigenous community said, why are you bringing us in now? We want to have a space that we are designing. It's our space. Well, friends and colleagues, that is the Spirit Garden. We have to have that built. I'm not going to move a motion today, but at some point, if it's not moving, I will consider that discussion and how to get that moving forward. I just want to share something with you. We call it the notion of a school. And you don't know this, people don't know this, but where I grew up in Sault Ste. Marie, Shinwalk Hall was there. It was an Anglican church residential school. And from grade 3 on, all the students came to my public school, the Anna McRae Public School. So I spent my entire grade school and high school with young children who had been taken from their homes and lived at a so-called school. And I want to leave you with this. My school, Anna McRae, or the school that you grew up and went to in your community, there were no graves at your school. How can you say it's a school when there's a graveyard behind it? There's a graveyard at Shinwalk Hall. There is a graveyard at every single residential so-called school. A friend of mine said, schools don't have graveyards, prisons have graveyards. The only institutions that have graveyards are prisons. So we have to commit ourselves from this period of history, unbelievable period of history that we have lived through or we know about. And I want to come back to that Spirit Garden, that place of healing, of true reconciliation. And I want this council to commit to have that built as quickly as possible. That should be our commitment here. We are not, it's already designed. They're ready to go. Nobody can understand, why is it taking so long? Why does it always take so long to reconcile? Why does it always take so long for money to come to the Indigenous community. And I'm asking this council the same thing. So friends, I'm going to suggest that we think about go it alone if we have to. Get that built. We must do that as part of our commitment to reconciliation.
Okay, on the motion, it's on the screen, on favor? Carried.
Vote.
On 3443, members motion 30.
Sorry, I asked for a recorded vote, Speaker.
I'm
You're
sorry.
so fast, it's hard to get them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I know,
Okay.
because you're so quick. You're great. You're moving everything along, but
I'm
sorry. I
Speedy
did ask.
Gonzala here, you know, like.
You are Speedy
Yes,
Gonzala.
yes. Not bad for my age. Recorded vote.
Thank you.
How is 49, Madam Speaker?
Pardon?
I said, how is 49?
Good.
Members, just stand by for 1 sec. Voting panel is now open, Madam Speaker. Councillor Perks, your vote, please. Yep. Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next member's motion, MM 3443, moved by Mayor Tory. Mayor Tory, I held it down for you. Did you want to speak on it?
I will. No, I think I'm pretty certain there are others who want to speak and maybe even move a motion or two, Speaker, and so I would speak last. But if I'm last means first, then you just let me know depending on what others want to do.
Okay, Councillor Layton, did you want to speak on this one?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
I'm going to turn off my video just so it's a better audio feed.
Okay.
I have a motion that City Council support the calls from the National Council of Canadian Muslims for a commitment to implement a national action summit on Islamophobia with the participants of the federal, provincial, and municipal governments. 2, that City Council call on the provincial government to reinstate the anti-racism directorate funding. 3, that City Council commit to relaunching the Toronto for All Anti-Islamophobia public education campaign. And 4, that City Council direct the City Manager in partnership with relevant city divisions to support diverse Muslim organizations to work with community members on how to report hate crimes as outlined in Action 17.3 of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. 5, the City Council direct the City Manager in partnership with relevant city divisions to investigate creating a community table to develop an anti-hate strategy and anti-Islamophobia as a pillar of the strategy, and to ensure that it is done in partnership with the Muslim Youth Fellowship Program as outlined in Action 17.3 of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, and reviews city policies, practices, services, gaps, and the ability to implement change based on those recommendations. And 6, the City Council requests the City Manager to report to the Executive Committee before the 2022 budget on permanent funding sources for the Muslim Youth Fellowship Program and the decrease the reliance upon community fundraising for these positions. I'd like to first thank the mayor for bringing forward the motion that he did. I had the same, I think I was feeling perhaps the same way in the late day, a couple of days ago, when the news broke of the family whose neighborhood walk turned into the end of their lives. I was at a loss of what to bring forward to council, and so I reached out to our city staff as well as to those in the Muslim community to ask their advice. This is the advice that I got. It didn't overlap with the mayor's, so I'm glad that he did the same and brought forward the motion that he did, because I think we need to do all we can. There is a community there, and for a very right reason and across the country, it is grieving the loss, and their fear is growing. Think about it. If you walk out your door with your family just to go for a walk, someone runs into you with their car on purpose because of what you look like, because of what your faith is. This is an incredibly disturbing and haunting terrorist event that happened in Canada. And we know that it happens, perhaps not to this degree, but we know that it happens in other forms to other people. Now this, I have tried to be very careful that while it highlights the need to address Islamophobia, it isn't specific to that, because we know racism happens in our communities against many different people. But we need to stand with this community with their requests of the other levels of government, as well as work as hard as we can to implement many of the actions we have already committed to as part of the action plan to confront anti-Black racism. And I look forward to seeing what staff are able to work on in that regard, and hope that the federal government will host a National Action Summit on Islamophobia in order to try to address and advance the healing that this community is in great need of, but I think many of us that are feeling in that same space with them right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to turn off my video so I can be heard. I do have a motion, if the staff can please put that on the screen. And my motion is simply broken out into 4 parts. I think it is fairly self-explanatory, but I'm just going to review it. City Council condemned white supremacy in the strongest possible way and commit itself to work with all levels of government to end all hate-motivated speech and crimes, including Islamophobia. City Council condemned politicians and governments of all political backgrounds who promote hate, including but not limited to xenophobia and Islamophobia for political gain. City Council called on the Government of Canada to immediately introduce and strengthen laws to address online hate speech, including white supremacy and the distribution of hateful materials targeting minority groups, including Muslims. And finally, City Council denounced the Quebec Charter values as it is inherently biased toward people of faith, and in particular Muslim women, for its ban on the hijab and other head coverings. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I just want to thank the Mayor for his leadership and his very powerful political voice on this issue, to Councillor Layton for his recommendations and carrying forward the recommendation from the National Council of Canadian Muslims. This issue regarding Islamophobia is one that's deeply personal. I am married to a Muslim woman. Our family has extended family, are members of the Muslim community. I have, and like many of you, we work in a community, we work at City Hall, and we strive for racial harmony. And I think we also strive for racial justice. The rise of Islamophobia, the rise of anti-Semitism, the rise of hate and intolerance in Canada is alarming. We have seen this throughout the pandemic, and things have gotten worse and not better. And I think that we need to also start to name it. we need to name the hate within the context that it is growing in. And that is oftentimes framed around, white supremacy and the structures that support white supremacy and colonialism. And Madam Speaker, I recognize that for many in the Muslim community, it is a very fearful time, especially for those who are wearing the hijab or the niqab or any type of head covering. For those who are in the Sikh community who are wearing turbans, for anyone who is read, who portrays and reads as someone of Muslim faith. I have members of my staff who are fearful about stepping out in public because they wear the head covering. And that is not okay in a city as diverse and as dynamic as Toronto. And I'm sure that each and every single one of us will do everything we possibly can to ensure that there is no room for Islamophobia to breathe in this country, because I think one of the federal leaders said it best, is that, it is like a fire. You give it a little bit of oxygen, it will grow and it will consume. And we have seen too many acts of violence and microaggression targeted against this religious minority group. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things I do think that we need to do at City Council is to ensure that we call upon other politicians, our peers within the political spectrum and in the political arena, when they say things that can be harmful, when they target other communities for basically worshiping a different God. And I know that there have been times perhaps we didn't say enough when we had the opportunity to. But this council, representing the most diverse city in the world, must do better. We have to do better, in my opinion, than any other municipal order of government in Canada, just because of who we are and the people that we represent. Finally, I have been struggling with the Quebec Charter of Values for some time. And I want to just say, for those who are living in Quebec, who happen to be Muslim, who happen to be Sikh, who want to exhibit their faith, and they should be proud of their faith, they have been living under this cloak of fear, under this sort of cloud and this costume and window dressing of culture. And it has been, I know, incredibly difficult for the community living in Quebec. And I think we can extend our solidarity to them.
10
Thank you very
seconds.
much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge, because I do have 3 Muslim organizations in my ward: the Muslim Welfare Center, the Islamic Institute Foundation, and the Islamic Foundation of Toronto. And my ward is also home to many, many Muslim residents. And the recent event in London was not only sad and tragic, it was just an act of violence and terrorism. It has no place in our society. As mothers, as fathers, and members of families, we all mourn for the tragic loss of lives. And just let me tell you, we are all neighbors, and let me tell you all the 3 organizations in my ward, what they've done to give back to the community. They operate food banks, they operate a medical clinic, not just for their community, for the entire community. And it's actually very heartbreaking to see such treatment to a community that gives back so much, with a big heart. And I just wanted to extend my deepest sympathies to the Muslim family in London, Ontario, and to the Muslim community in Scarborough North and the Greater Toronto area. I actually received a message this afternoon, and it says, it really hit the nail right on the head. It says, let's bring to the attention of those politicians who have uttered all the right words and see what they have to offer in terms of actions. And to that point, I'd like to thank Councillor Layton and Councillor Wong Tam in putting some action into this motion. And I think action speaks louder than words. And let us come together and double down on our efforts to stamp out racism and hatred in all its forms. And it's more than renewing our commitment, we need to take some action. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, at first, for the first couple of days, you know, I thought I have to leave this to the leaders. I know our Mayor Tory well enough to know that he will speak on our behalf, and Councillor Layton has now as well, and I knew that the Prime Minister and the Premier would as well. And okay, and you know, I need to take action, but the biggest statement has been made. But the thing that shocks me most about this is how young the perpetrator was, how very young. This is not something we're going to grow out of. And I thought, are there actions I can take? And I was talking to a member of my staff who is Muslim, and all of us have this experience. Our staff, in all 25 of us, and the mayor's office as well, our staff are very diverse. They reflect Toronto. But they're on the other end of a phone line often as not, and they hear racist tone, they hear racist conversation, and they soldier on through it. And I think our policy has to extend to our own office. We have to be willing to say, we're going to call it out, even if it costs us a vote. Someone phones our office and, you know, ask them what their name is. Can I know your last name, please? As if they're trying to ferret out what your particular diversity might be before I give you my concern. We have to have a policy on the second floor and throughout this building that we're going to call it out and say, I'm sorry, this conversation is taking on a racist tone, which means I'm going to have to take a break from it. Those are my instructions. That is our policy. Because it is not our role. We don't swear an oath to serve racism. We swear an oath to serve people with their municipal concerns. And racism is one of them. So the only way we serve that is to stamp it out, not to keep stum when we hear it and not call it out. We didn't swear an oath to do that. And so I thought to myself, even if I don't move a motion, I can do that. We can all do that. And I'm willing to do that. If I offend somebody and he says, you know, how dare you say that to me? I might never vote for you ever again. If we're all of us committed to the other parts of this motion, that we are going to make strong statements against racism in everything we do, then that's a vote we don't have anyway. That's a person who might not even engage in government. But the people who want us to engage in ending this kind of behavior expect us to call it out at every opportunity. The person standing beside us in the gym, calling our office, whatever. And that we can do every day, every single day in our work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to certainly thank the mayor for his leadership, and Councillor Layton and members of council, obviously, on this specific issue of Islamophobia and the recent events that have taken place in London, Ontario. I too have a very large Muslim community, and in my conversation with leaders yesterday and today, they are in fear that what we saw in London is quite possible to occur here as well because of copycatting and so on. So I think it's extremely important that we speak out strongly and loudly about what has transpired and the issue around racism, hate, Islamophobia, as well as trying to deal with the day-to-day issues that many people in this city who are a part of our great diverse city experience on a daily basis. The microaggression that happens on a daily basis with many of the people that members of council may not be so aware or acutely aware, but it happens on a daily basis. Many people are shocked in terms of what has happened and, in fact, are expecting other things to occur. Don't know what they are at this moment, but as it's been stated, I believe Councillor Carroll talked about the age and the sort of the person who the age of this person, 20 years old. How is it that someone 20 has been able to harbor or develop this level of hate? It's just incomprehensible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to just take a moment to also remind members of council that the mayor has steadfastly spoken out against racism and hate, and he has led the charge with respect to implementing the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit in the city, as well as the advisory committee, which I co-chair with Justice Betty. But I also want to remind members of council, there is a training process and module that's been incorporated in this anti-Black racism component that the city is offering. Speaker, only 9 members of this city council in 3 years have actually taken it upon themselves to actually participate in this training program. And I think we need to also look at ourselves, because as leaders, we need to learn in terms of how to act and how to ensure that the policies that we put in place is rooted in not only understanding, but experience. The training mechanism that we have in terms of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit that is offered by the city offers that opportunity. I want to thank the mayor, who is a very busy man, we all know. He's taken that training. I've taken it, and then there are 7 others as well. So for members of council who are very, very much affronted by the concerns around what's happening in this city, and I don't believe that members of council come to this situation from a perspective of hate. In fact, we all want to see a city that actually eliminates hate and racism and Islamophobia, and ensure that everyone lives in a peaceful, harmonious way. But I want to encourage you to not sit back and wait. I want to encourage you to participate and take this program, because it's really important to demonstrate your commitment. As we are affronted by what has happened in London, many people in our city that you lead and provide leadership on a daily basis go through so much. It's even hard for you to comprehend, but they live it. It's a lived experience. There's an opportunity for you to learn more. And we hear about, what has happened as a result of residential schools. We're all affronted, and in fact, could not imagine that this would take place in our own country. It has, and has been pointed out, it was only in the late 1990s that the scourge of residential school was abandoned, but the scar of it continues. And as members of this council,
10
I
seconds.
want us to live and lead by example, and actually not just simply speak the words, but actually act in a manner that helps us to not only understand, but actually help us to actually build a better city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, but like many of you, and in particularly these communities, I've been having a hard time digesting all this. I came to this country when I was 15 years old, and I didn't want to come to Canada, as you can imagine. Teenager, you're losing all your friends, everything behind, and so it was a big change in my life. And one of the things that I thought I was really made me feel at home was really feeling proud of how welcome, multicultural Canada was and is, right? And so for me, that pride is everything that Canada means. My new home, this is my identity of my new country, is this really welcoming country. And so everything that has been happening in these last few months, and maybe because we've been all through this pandemic and, you know, our emotional state is really fragile. But it's like a big punch in the stomach when it kind of challenges this deep belief of this equality that exists, and it makes you think that that it's not like that. And I was always taught to believe. For example, I remember when I came to Canada, one of the things that my dad told me was, you know, when people ask you where you come from, you can ask them as well where they come from as well. Anybody in this country, because the only true people, the owners of these lands, are the Indigenous people. Everybody else has come from somewhere else. And my dad never went to schooling here, and never, you know, but that for me, I was taught like that. And seeing what happened with, you know, the discovery of the bodies, now you know, this issue with that we just had, this terrorist attack that we just had in London, I think that you need to listen a lot, reflect, not take things for granted, speak up. I've been thinking a lot on sometimes even little things that we hear on our daily lives that we should be speaking up more often. Because sometimes the little things on our daily lives translate into the big things, into how people are brought up and how societies come about. And given the role that I have in government, how we need to act more and more. So I wasn't going to speak because I think I'm still digesting a lot of this. I will be supporting these motions, and I'm very thankful for my colleagues to put some of these motions through. But I really think that as Canadians, and as we talk about building better, this needs to be a big part of how we build better. That we don't take the reputation that we have in the world for granted, and are able to look at ourselves in the mirror, identify when there are things that need to be corrected, and correct them, and admit to it, and have the conversations, the tough conversations, and listen to our communities and to each other. So again, thanks for the mayor for the leadership in putting forward these motions, and looking forward to supporting all the motions coming forward.
Thank you. The last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, I want to say thank you for all the very thoughtful comments that we've heard this afternoon. You know, one of the reasons I think it's so important that we have these discussions today, and by these I mean the residential schools discussion, the Islamophobia discussion, and one to come on anti-Semitism, is because I'm afraid to say something's going on out there. And if you sort of connect the dots of some discussions we've had here just in the last number of months, we had a discussion about how people were treating city staff at 311. That there would be abuse that would sort of break out in the middle of people perhaps phoning with a legitimate complaint to their city government. Today, we had to discuss at the COVID news conference the fact that there are people coming to our immunization clinics, and it isn't as if it's hundreds. You know what? It doesn't matter that it's not hundreds. In fact, thank God it isn't. But we have to call it out when it starts to happen that people are coming there and hurling abusive and sometimes racist and sexist language at the staff at the immunization clinics who are trying to help them because they're not satisfied with whatever it is that's going on there. The polarization that is taking place, even in our political culture, I regret to say, and is something. And you know, then there have been questions raised today about a 20-year-old person, what can possibly cause them to become so radicalized that they would ever think of doing something like this. And the list of examples goes on. And of course, the things that are happening right in front of our eyes: anti-Asian racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, you know, anti-Indigenous conduct and behavior and attitudes. And I was struck. I had a meeting, as you know, on our behalf and on behalf of the city with a group of leaders of the Muslim faith in Toronto on Monday morning. It was scheduled last week. And by Monday morning, we still didn't know what had happened in London. We just knew there'd been a terrible loss of life from an incident that had occurred. And we had such a constructive meeting because they could see I was determined on your behalf and our behalf to fight Islamophobia in any way that we can and to take action to deal with it. And I could see, as the head of the city council sitting there, how constructive they were in wanting to do something about it with us, in collaboration with us. I went last night to the masjid just up the street. If you haven't been to visit, they'll always receive you very warmly there. And of course, because of the COVID rules, there was really no one there, but the imam was there. And I had a conversation with him. And like I said about Chief Laforum today, his apparent peacefulness in talking about this was extraordinary to me. And we talked about the condolences to the family and the horrors of what had happened and so on. But he talked with me in such a constructive way about what we could do together. But what has now become standard fare that we have to sort of stop from happening is what they used to call, I think, mostly confined to the Black community, the conversation. And that's the conversation that has to take place with the kids who want to know what's going on. And last night you may have watched the telecast of the vigil and you saw them talking there about the conversation they're having in those households, not dissimilar to the conversations that have been taking place for decades in the communities, the households of our Black community members, trying to explain to kids why either Muslims are being treated the way they are, or why in some cases it's better not to look the way you look because that might cause you trouble, or why all that is happening. And now, if you think about it, those conversations are going on in way too many households. Even today, we had a terrible act of LGBTQ2S plus, hatred and violence, or yesterday it happened. And so there's conversations taking place all over the place that we can't let that go on here. People have either been free to be who they are, or have even in some cases chosen to come here because they knew we would embrace everybody and that they would not face, I mean, look, human beings are human beings. They're going to face some people, but we always thought of it, and I think still do, as a tiny, tiny minority. And I think, thank God, it really is. But maybe this is one of those moments then when we have to make sure that all of these communities that are being persecuted in this way know that it's a tiny minority and that we're going to do everything we can to make sure this behavior is rendered completely unacceptable. And I have no hesitation in saying whatsoever, if you look at the law, I mean, this was a terrorist act. If you look it up in the actual law, in whole or in part for political, religious, or ideological purpose, objective, or cause, in whole or in part with the intent of intimidating the public or a segment of the public. Well, you know what? When you talk to people, as I've done, as you've done in the last number of days, the predominant emotion they have besides profound sadness is fear and insecurity. How can it be that in this city and in this country that we have people who are afraid to walk down the street to go for a walk on a summer night, or afraid to do routine things, go to school, go to work, because of who they are, or because of how they dress, or because of how they pray? And so there's a hurt there, and maybe that's why there's this quietness that I noticed with Chief Laforum and with the imams and others that I've talked to in the last number of days, because they're reflective, but they're hurt and they're sad and they're mystified because they came here. They chose here in many cases to come from somewhere else because they knew this was a place where this would not become a predominant part of the way of life, while it is in so many other places. And so the main purpose for me of moving the motions that I did, and I've done it with others, in the case of the one coming up on anti-Semitism with 4 other members of council, but really it's all of us doing this, is to express our solidarity, to express our complete rejection of this kind of behavior and this kind of attitude, to say that we're going to do something about it, because we've all said many things over time about sad events that have happened, whether it's to do with racism or a host of other things, and now we'll be measured, I think, more so by our actions in all of these things. But in this case, I'll just conclude by saying that I got to know the Muslim community in London quite well when I was a provincial politician. I took other colleagues there who had never been to a mosque before, as I hadn't been until 2003. But I've learned about the faith. I've learned about what generous, good citizens they are, what accomplished people they are, how committed they are to building a great city with us, all of us, the rest of us, and us with them. And I think now is the time to express our condolences, but also our solidarity with them, and to do some of the things that are contemplated by this motion and the amendments that have come with it, to make sure that people know that we mean it, and that we're not going to be stopping to act when this fades from the headlines, but we're going to carry on with a program that's going to make sure we protect our values. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. It's a motion by Councillor Layton on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Wong Tam. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, item is amended. Have a recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Speaker, the item is amended, carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, we have two more items. Next item is MM 3448. I held it down on behalf of the mayor. Do we have any speakers?
Put the motion up. Speaker, but I have put my name up, but I think there's some other list that's up there now.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a motion up there?
Okay, it's MM 3448. Do we have any speakers? Okay, just give us a minute. Okay, the motion is on the screen.
I will speak last. I just put my name up so that in case nobody else was going to, Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Mayor Tory, for your leadership and your very strong position against all forms of hate, and in particular, in the context of this motion, anti-Semitism. We just discussed such horrible incidents and a rising concern of hate in our city and globally, whether it be targeted to people who are Black, people of color, Indigenous, homophobia, Islamophobia. There are so many forms of hate that we are hearing about and experiencing, it seems, every week, every day. And it really is up to those of us in leadership roles to celebrate our diversity and express our intolerance to intolerance and hate and violence. With respect to anti-Semitism, this has been a form of hatred and bigotry that has been a cancer on this earth for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's taken all sorts of forms. Sometimes it's very loud and very apparent. It's led to genocide. It led to the Holocaust. It led to the Spanish Inquisition. So many generations of Jewish people in this world have experienced persecution in the most horrific ways that any human can experience. And sometimes it's very quiet and very subtle. It's a little joke that's made at a club. It's a passing thought that's not expressed, but you know that you're looked at differently. You're treated differently. You're approached differently. There's an assumption about who you are, not based on your character or what you've said. It's just because you're a Jew. There's jokes that go around that are accepted as just, well, that's just a joke. And that's not the past, that's today. And I hear from many members of the Jewish community in Toronto that they are scared. It's not uncommon to feel scared, but I'm hearing it more and more at an alarming rate. In 2020, here in Toronto, the Toronto Police Hate Crimes Report showed us that Toronto's community, while only 4% of the population, was the most targeted group. The most targeted group, 4% of our population. We have members of the Jewish community like myself and Councillor Pasternak that can walk down the street and maybe we're Jewish, maybe we're not. The other members of the Jewish community who dress in black suits, who wear yarmulkes, who are more identifiable, are very often targeted for harassment. They're sometimes told not to dress that way. Don't dress that way. Don't look the way you are. Because, as Mayor Tory said, their family needs to have that conversation. And it's the kind of bigotry that often isn't talked about. Some people make the assumption that we pass for white well enough, that, you know, our community's done okay.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point here. You hear me?
Madam Speaker?
I'm sorry, who is speaking?
It's okay, he realized.
Okay, go ahead, sorry, I don't know
Yeah.
who was speaking.
No, it's not your fault, of course. But hate and bigotry and fear and violence is never okay to anyone in any circumstance. And if you talk to the families of Holocaust survivors, and if you talk to Holocaust survivors themselves, they will tell you what it looks like in its worst form. I want to just complete my comments by expressing my gratitude once again to the mayor. He's been amazing. To the leaders of the Jewish community, to the congregation in my community, such as Beth Shalom, Holy Blossom, Beth Tzedek, who also focused a lot of their attention on interfaith dialogue, and in particular to Councillor Pasternak, who is
5
a
seconds.
wonderful leader. If I may, just to complete this point of gratitude to my colleague, who's been a wonderful leader for years. And I couldn't be more proud of him unless perhaps if he had become a doctor. James, thank you for your leadership and all you do. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak.
You're on mute, James.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Mayor Tory, Councillors Matlow and Cole, and others who have been supportive. And, you know, I look at this situation. Toronto and Canada have always had a reputation for being a place that people could come from all over the world to settle, to raise a family, to start a business, to practice their faith, and go about their lives in peace and security. My family came here in the 1890s, fleeing the horrors of Europe. And yet recent events, we worry that our reputation is at risk, that maybe different faiths and newcomer communities are not as safe as we thought. We need a strong reckoning with where we are and where we want to be. And the vast majority of Torontonians really just want to get on with their daily lives, free of harassment, free of intimidation, and free of fear. I'm reminded of a story in February of 2020 when we were done our budget deliberations and I was taking the subway home. And I noticed two women standing by the door of the subway car. And I just happened to notice them because this was pre-pandemic and they were wearing masks. Now, the doors were closing, the train was pulling out of the station, and someone on the platform that we couldn't quite hear was made threatening and disparaging remarks. And the two women were of Asian extraction. I didn't know their circumstance. I didn't know their history. I didn't know their politics, what country they were from. But I did know one thing, and that these details really don't matter. They are in Toronto now, and their sense of security and safety had been violated. And we must fix this. So 2 nights ago, like many other Canadians, I was shocked at the news of a Muslim family being killed in London, Ontario, in a deliberate act of racism. I lived in London for a couple of years and never thought that could happen there. Out for a summer walk, 3 generations together. And they were murdered for no other reason than their faith. Going about their evening routine for a family walk, once again, you ask yourself, did this really happen here? And sadly, the answer is yes. And of course, we talked about the children in Pembroke and other residential schools in our country who just wanted to be kids, who just wanted the security of a parent in the home when placed in a strange building, being raised by strangers. What was their fate? What was their future? And how do we address this, and how do we fix this? Last month, as Jewish families in Toronto were enjoying a sunny day, kids playing on the front yard of their homes, a member of the family cutting the grass, and along comes a car with occupants making offensive hand signals. In other cases, Jewish restaurants being targeted of negative false ratings to damage their business. And there was a placing of fictitious eviction notices on Jewish homes. And this came after a series of anti-Israel rallies on the 10th to 17th of May, where comments such as Hitler was right, and Jews should have been gassed and burned, and slaughter the Jew were heard. Cars with Jews in them were swarmed, and Nazi symbols were in abundance. And when I heard this, I couldn't believe this was Toronto. When you connect the dots of these seemingly divergent groups and incidents of hate sometimes, you see that despite our differences, it is clear that a vast majority just want to carry on with their daily lives, raising a family, feeling secure, and going about our daily routine. This city is currently investigating an alleged racism of Henry Dundas, who has been dead for 200 years. And yet we have a contemporary imperative about addressing racism. The Toronto Board of Rabbis recently released a statement that said in part, while some elected officials have spoken out against the rise of anti-Semitism, words alone will not suffice. We urge all our level governments to bring the full force of the law to bear on individuals and groups who commit anti-Semitic acts. Of course, this goes for all acts of racism. We must condemn hate unequivocally and use all the legal tools, constitutional tools, to go after and charge perpetrators, to make such behavior aberrant, and the values we cherish and the civility we desire. After all, civility leads to restraint, and restraint leads to the community we want to go about our daily lives in peace and security. Remembering the truism from Elie Wiesel, in any society, fanatics who hate don't only hate one
5
or me,
seconds.
they hate you too. They hate everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I have a motion, if you could put it up, amendment.
Councillor Cole, you just sent the motion now. We're in the middle of this item and we want to finish the agenda.
Well, I think it's more important to talk about this very important issue of anti-Semitism
Well,
in
Councillor
Toronto.
Cole,
and that's
you
what I'm
had
trying
all
to do.
day, you
Well,
had all
okay,
day
just let
to
me
submit
speak,
in your
please.
motion. You had 2 days to submit it in. You can't expect
I
just to send it to
apologize, okay.
staff and have the staff ready in a minute.
Okay. Is it all right if I speak? May I speak?
But if you want to hold on until the staff do your motion, we'll hold on. We'll go to.
Speaker, this is such an important issue. I don't think we can go to talk about outdoor music and then come back.
Well, Councillor Fletcher, the motion just came forward to staff. You can't expect
Well,
staff
then
to
take
do
a
it within
second.
seconds.
I don't. I expect to be respectful for this issue and give a minute, or Councillor Cole doesn't have to move it now. He can move it later. But I simply can't move from this deep issue of our time to talking about strumming a guitar on the dance floor. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Councillor Fletcher, I just said we'll hold the item down.
Must have missed it. Thank you, Speaker.
Exactly what I said. We'll hold the item down until the motion's ready.
I thought you said we go to the next item. I heard that, so I was just speaking to that. Thank you.
Speaker, if it would be helpful, I'm happy to speak now, and then Councillor Cole can finish up if he's the last one.
If you'd like, Mayor. Okay.
Well, I'm just happy to do that rather than us all sitting here. The motion can get done, and I don't know particular reason why I have to speak last. I have the privilege of asking, but no problem. I can go ahead if you want.
Okay, Mayor Tory then to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. These motions today didn't come in any order because there'd be no way in which you could put them in an order because they all represent the same thing. They all represent us needing to speak up and to act. I have an expression that I use when I'm in front of mosques and in front of synagogues and in front of in places in the LGBTQ community where I say you have to stand up, you have to speak up, you have to show up, and you have to act. And I think that all of those things are important, to stand up and speak up, but then showing up, I think often is more to provide comfort sometimes and to show that you took it very seriously enough to go somewhere and be with people and comfort them. But then the action part, I think, is important as well. And when I talk about these not being in any order, they are part of something that I alluded to at the beginning of my remarks on Islamophobia. There's something going on out there that has people feeling in some way or other in which they have a license to engage in this kind of behavior. And anti-Semitism has for years. I mean, if people want to know why perhaps the people in the Jewish community are less trying to think of the word, we're less at peace seemingly in terms of the discussions that I was describing with people like Chief Laforme and with some of the members of the Muslim community. And I'm not saying they're at peace. I'm just saying they are, I don't know, they're maybe more reflective. It is because, well, all of these forms of racism have been going on since time immemorial here in the city of Toronto. This one has been at the top of those lists. I'm not sure the police how long they've kept those lists, but since they have been keeping them, anti-Semitism, acts of anti-Semitism, those reported have been at the top of the list. And I think they've often felt alone because I think people feel not only a tiny minority feel a license to engage in acts of anti-Semitism, but sometimes I think because we end up mixing up politics with morality and with our defense of victims of any kind of hatred, that maybe you don't have to speak up as loud. And that's just fundamentally not true. Hate is hate is hate. And when Nazi symbols are displayed at rallies, or when things are said to people who are dressed in Orthodox Jewish, dress and walk down the street, those conversations are happening too, as Councillor Matlow said. Why, when I dress or look a certain way because I'm Jewish or wear a yarmulke, why am I subject to abuse? And kids have to have that explained to them. And so I just think that today is a day, and it all happens to have come together for tragic reasons. There was a huge spate of anti-Semitism that kind of came over us in a wave because of, I think, to be candid, I think it came in more of a wave now this spring because of events that were happening thousands of miles away. I think if we're being honest about that. And I think that now is the time, well, of course, the tragedy of what happened in London followed a tragedy that happened here last year at the IMO. The circumstances of our Asian population experiencing what they are, I think, again, if we're being candid, because it was people thought they had license because of the virus, that they gave themselves license to do that. And then, of course, there's the LGBTQ2S plus communities that, are facing this all the time as well. But I think now is the time for solidarity as well with the members of the Jewish community who have in the last few weeks faced all kinds of things. You need to just look at the experiences they've had where again, they're afraid. What kind of a place are we letting evolve on our watch here? And it's not our fault, but what are we doing if we let our city evolve into a place where all these different groups of people are afraid to go on the subway, are afraid to go to pray, or afraid to go for a walk because of who they are, and because of their faith, and because of their sexual identity, and because of the color of their skin. And this is precisely what we say we're not about here. And this is a community right now that as well needs our solidarity with them to make sure that when they face, as they have over the last number of weeks and for a long time before that, but a particularly intense and searing round of anti-Semitism, that we're going to stand with them and say that this has nothing to do with politics, and this has nothing to do with foreign policy, and it has nothing to do with anything else except hatred demonstrated by one group of people against another. And we have to, it's all equally unacceptable. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable, period, full stop. And it's happening here, and it's happening on an increased basis. And we have to say no to that. We have to say no as loudly as we can, and then not only stand up, show up, speak up, but also to act. And so there are some things that are discussed here in this motion, such as to be in support of a national forum, which has been talked about by the community to try and move us forward. Another chapter in our Toronto for All campaign that focuses, as we're going to do, on anti-Semitism and other actions that we can undertake in consultation with the community, because that point was made earlier too. These things are things we have to do in consultation with the community, as I am pledged to do from my meeting with a group of Jewish community leaders that I had last week, again, on our behalf, to indicate to them that we cared and that we were not prepared to put up with this, and that we were going to stand up and speak up and show up and act. And so I intend to carry forward with that work. I believe that is my most important job as mayor. I have many different responsibilities, as we all do, but my most important job is to make sure that that kind of hatred and racism and discrimination and anti-Semitism does not exist in our city, that we take steps to make sure that we do whatever we can, and that includes pressing for changes to the law. How can it be so difficult for there to be a hate crime prosecuted when these things clearly happen in full plain view on videotape and elsewhere? But the law is set up in such a way that it's an unbelievable myriad of obstacles that seem to be in the way on this and in other areas as well. So I'm going to pursue this because I think it is necessary for us to be true to our own values. It is necessary for us to build the kind of city that we want to build, which is fairer and more equitable. But at the end of the day, it starts from a foundation that we treat each other respectfully. And that's the first way in which you can become, I think, more equitable, is to treat each other respectfully, not have people that think or are treated like they're second, third, or fourth class or any other class citizens other than first class Torontonians. So I thank you for your attention, and I thank my colleagues, Councillors Pasternak, Cole, and Matlow. They care deeply about this issue, as we all do, and they moved this motion with me so that we could do it together. I know that's not necessarily in conformity with the rules, but we did it together as a group who cared very much, and to make sure we can join with the rest of you in doing so as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you. I've decided not to proceed with my motion at this time. Thanks for the mayor to take my place there. And I will work with Councillors Matlow, Pasternak, and the mayor to see if we can do a follow-up to this motion that we're discussing today, because I think we need to undertake some serious undertakings to deal with anti-Semitism in Toronto. So we'll come back with a motion at a later date, hopefully with some concrete plans following up on what the mayor has put forward in consultation with the leaders of the Jewish community. I just want to say that, and thank you to Councillor Fletcher, who I think emphasized how critically severe this issue is, and it's not just routine council issues here we're dealing with. Thank you for her acknowledgement of that. I just want to say that I represent the ward with the largest number of Jewish residents in Toronto, and I'm proud of that. And you know, it has been an ongoing issue in terms of trying to shield and protect my residents from anti-Semitism and the hate and the destructive attitudes of some people towards the Jewish community. And those of you know that I have, with Councillor Pasternak, we established the International Holocaust Remembrance Day that we did at City Hall for the first time last January. We've celebrated Jewish Heritage Month. You know, we've tried to basically educate the general population about the horrific history that's been, you know, thrust upon the Jewish people. Because people still think they can learn history on Instagram. They know nothing about the pogroms. They know nothing about the Inquisition. They know nothing about the Holocaust. And that's where the hate comes from. Total ignorance, total lack of understanding of what these incredible, resilient people have put up with for thousands of years because of their religion, because of their beliefs, because of the way they dress, because of their dietary habits. They've been exposed to ridicule, attacks. No, they couldn't own property for 1,000 years in Europe. Jews could not own property. They were pillared by churches and governments for centuries. And that's why the community in Toronto is very sensitive to what's been happening. As James Pasternak said, they are afraid of what's been happening. We have to take steps to change the attitudes of so many Torontonians who still undertake in knowing, unknowing anti-Semitic acts and references and comments. So we as a council have to do something in a very proactive way to deal with this endemic, systemic anti-Semitism that exists in Toronto. We've got to do a lot more. And I hope with the mayor, Councillor Matlow and Councillor Pasternak and the rest of council, we can really take some concrete, comprehensive steps to confront this hateful, awful, disgusting anti-Semitism that reared its ugly head in the last couple of weeks. So let us all resolve to do something about it, to try and stem this ugly tide of hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion MM 3448.
Supported.
Okay, recorded vote is requested.
The motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. So our last item is MM 3451, getting the band back together. A pathway forward for musical performance on patios. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Yes, Speaker, I just have a motion on this. It's just to add, I've got a circle on my screen. There we go. There it is. And it is to amend that to just include Ward 14. Councillor Bradford and I share the Danforth. I think it'd be very hard on all of the businesses and the venues that have music to have everything stop east of Coxwell, and it would not be fair to them. So I hope council will support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any further speakers? No, that's it. Okay, so we have the amendment by Councillor Fletcher. On favor of the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor. Carried. Okay, Mayor Tory, I understand that you would like to make a comment and announcement at this time before we do the bills.
Just very briefly, but very importantly, Madam Speaker, on the 21st of June, you may think of that as the first day of summer. And indeed, it is the first day of summer. but it is also the 70th birthday. What? Oh, sorry. It's the 60th birthday of Councillor Mark Grimes. Sorry,
70.
what's going on with the
I
state?
was wondering.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a long day. It's 7:17.
No more extensions.
Anyway,
Grimes.
Mark, we've opened the patios just so that on the 21st, you'll have had a few days to warm up and you can go and celebrate what is a milestone birthday. Having passed it, I can assure you that I don't feel any less energetic than I did before, but it's a milestone nonetheless. They all are. And you're a good friend to us all and a good colleague, and we just wish you all the very best on what is a big birthday. And so celebrate, enjoy, and many happy returns to you on behalf of all of us, and have a great day on the 21st. We won't
Happy
be here.
70th birthday, Brett. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bylaw, and all the women from council are taking me out that day, so it's great. We're gonna be on a patio where we're gonna fix. So thank you very much. 60, I can't believe it, but I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
They must have had absolutely nothing else to do.
Join the club, 70 years. Way to go, Mark.
So we're going out to your patio, Councillor Grimes.
Here. His treat.
Okay. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Perks, would you like to move that?
Boy, would I. I move that the committee and council considers submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce bills 427 to 493.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor? Show of hands, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill? Birthday boy, Councillor Grimes, your 70th birthday. You can move this.
That leave be granted to introduce bill to confirm to the point of introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 34 on June 9th, 2021.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I want to thank members of council. Thank you to all the staff here. I know we've had some technical issues in the last 2 days. Thank you, members of council, for your patience. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
And Speaker, thank you. And
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
Thanks.
everybody.
Take care. Be safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Mark.